Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button if you guys are enjoying the content that we're throwing up. And make sure you guys hit the like button if you enjoy the video. And yeah, let's begin. Okay, so I tried to record this before and for some reason it didn't take, so we're gonna try it again, which actually works out because here's what we're gonna do. Okay, so for the boys, this story is pretty hardcore. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put the as safe as we can make it version on YouTube, right? So like if we're cutting stuff out, different things like that, and not really revealing a lot of like the extreme stuff. And then like for the fans who really want like the uncut version, we're gonna put that one on Patreon, right? So it'll cost you like $1 or something like that if you want to see it, but you'll see the uncut versions whenever they come out. But the boys, a lot of you guys have been asking for this, and maybe I'm too late here, right? Like maybe nobody cares. I'm not really sure. But the boys is a pretty intense comic. It's a pretty hardcore comic insofar as there's really no punches pulled here. And that's the beauty of kind of having what's basically an indie comic, because you can just sort of get away with your own thing, right? This is Dynamite Entertainment, so it's cool with what Grant Morrison can do. But what it does is it initially picks up with Billy Butcher. Now, Billy Butcher being here is one of these things where like right off the bat, like Garth Ennis gives us this perspective, right? Because you got Billy Butcher sitting on a park bench in front of the Capitol building, and like some superheroes fly over, and he's like, I'm gonna get you guys. Like literally, I'm gonna tear you guys up. So right off the bat, we know that he absolutely despises superheroes. And then at this point, we switch over to Huey. Now, for Huey, I feel a little bit bad, but at the same time, it was also kind of funny because I remember I saw this and I was like, dude, that sucks. and it's not funny. All right, it's not funny. So in the TV show, Huey's introduced to us as a guy who's basically a loser, right? He just can't get his life together, right? I mean, he's still living with his parents, even despite the fact that he's a grown man, right? Should definitely have his own place, but he's still living with his dad. And Robin, for the most part, their relationship is on the rocks. And while I wouldn't go as far as to say that Robin's given him the boot in the TV show, he was certainly being handed his hat, right? I mean, he wasn't really out of the game, but he was on his way out the door, and she was getting ready to bring in whoever it was that she was going to bring in next, right? And so it was kind of like, okay, Huey's basically on his way out. In the comic, it's not that way. In the comic, him and Robin are very much in love. And like, it's one of these things where they started dating not too long ago, but she's like, I knew after a week that I was ready to marry you. So like, there's no indication that things are going south. And in fact, the two of them are basically just now getting engaged, right? It's just one of these things where it's like, we're meant to be together. So like, they're engaged, they're in it to win it, they're off to the races, which in reality, I find this to be a lot more intriguing than what we saw in the show, right? Because in the show, it's just kind of like, okay, yeah, she should probably leave him because the guy's kind of a loser. He can get his life together, whatever, but like, she can probably do better. Word to the wise for all those young folks out there. If you're a guy, be a guy worth dating, right? This ain't the 1950s anymore. But ladies, be a woman worth having. Just because you're a woman does not mean you're a woman worth dating. Be someone worth dating. That's the number one rule when it comes to the dating game. All right, like it's a very important thing. But it's kind of a cool thing, and it's kind of sad because when they're celebrating their engagement, they're celebrating their engagement together, and then wham! This guy goes flying into a brick wall. Robin goes with him. Her arms get ripped off, and Huey's just standing there with this chick's arms in his hands. It's messed. Okay, it's not funny. All right, it's it's not funny. I'm sorry, it's funny. And A-Train's just like, get out of the way, just like takes off, right? Just like takes off running. Now, from here, it switches over to the Central Intelligence Agency, to the CIA. And this is one of the craziest parts of the story, right? So you've got this chick, Susan Rayner, who's basically the director of the CIA. Now, her and Billy Butcher go back a little ways, right? They went back to Afghanistan when they bombed a village. And the idea, well, we'll talk about more of why she views Billy the way she does. But it's kind of a crazy thing because it's like she's basically told by her secretary, hey, look, Billy Butcher's on his way in. And she's like, okay, like hold all my calls. But the idea behind this is that she's working with Billy Butcher because the two of them have a history going back a ways. But technically, Billy worked directly with her predecessor, right? So that when she came on, she inherited all this information about what Billy is about. Now, Billy Butcher basically had a team at one point that was designed to essentially monitor superheroes and then act against them if they needed to, right? So it was kind of, they were almost kind of like this clandestine Black Ops arm that allowed the CIA to operate in the borders of the United States, which it's not supposed to do, but create a kind of absolvency, right? So that if things went south, if Billy Butcher and his team were found out, the CIA could cut ties and be like, we don't know who they are, and absolve itself of any wrongdoing, right? And just kind of let them go. It's a kind of a cool little connection there because it allows both parties to benefit. But what it shows is the CIA actually has a vested interest in trying to find a way to either bring down superheroes or find out what they're truly up to, right? Because what this environment is showing us is that this is not the DC Comics universe where you have Superman who's always doing the right thing, and you have Batman who's kind of a dick, but still doing the right thing. And then then you have Cyborg, who's just sitting around the watchtower watching like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Somebody explain this to me. What's the stance on the audience, on the fan base between Avatar: The Last Airbender and The Legend of Korra, right? Like, somebody explain that to me. I need to know what the stance is between these two groups, because I've seen a lot of infighting. I've seen a lot of people who are just like, I like Legend of Korra, and then like Avatar fans are like, burn them. Like, I've heard all kinds of different things. It's kind of crazy. But the long and short of this is that with Billy Butcher working with his team, because of the fact that they kind of predate the current director of the CIA, because they predate Susan Rayner, she knows to work with them because she knows they're effective, but she doesn't really want to, right? And it's one of these things where she's kind of like, she's doing it, but not necessarily because she wants to, more because it's in their interest to do it, and because Billy Butcher's the kind of guy who can get things done, right? Who can basically make sure things get taken care of. Now, one of the things that I also want to point out too is one of the differences that really seems to happen between the early part of this comic and the TV show is in the TV show, A-Train ran into Robin, and that's basically what cost her arms, right? Like, he hit her at super speed. But what seems to have gone on here is it's not superheroes getting normal people killed. It really almost kind of feels like the latter half, or the second act of Kingdom Come, right? Where you basically have people with superpowers who are out there acting recklessly, and they don't really care what kind of impact they have on the general public, right? That's kind of how that feels. But one of the heartless natures of the superheroes come into play when Huey's like losing his mind over losing his fiance, and A-Train's like, you got people to take care of this, right? Cool, because I gotta go. Can't stop the A-Train, baby! And like takes off and just goes running. It's pretty heartless. Like, it's kind of a dick thing. But following this, we also go into what really kind of appears to be this darker clandestine situation here, when you have Huey, who basically met by these men in black. And so what they end up doing here is basically saying, hey, look, we'd like you to sign this agreement that basically says that you won't say anything and you'll be compensated accordingly, right? So what it looks like is there's a kind of entity out there that has a vested interest in trying to make sure that superheroes stay in a positive light, that any incident that involves a superhero potentially getting somebody killed, either by direct or indirect action, has to be hushed, has to be kept quiet, so the general public kind of goes on with the facade that heroes are there to save them, and they're there to do the good thing, you know, fight the good fight, that kind of stuff. Which again shows that it's superheroes acting in a very dark way, but also shows that you've got entities out there designed that are invested in making sure the superheroes are portrayed a certain way, right? So from there, you switch over to a guy named Kessler. Kessler's a guy who's basically a CIA analyst. Now, Kessler, working as part of the CIA, is kind of like the information man, right? So for those of you guys who are familiar with the Punisher, think of like Microchip, right? He's like the Microchip to Billy Butcher, basically, in the sense that he's the guy that basically collects information on behalf of superheroes for the CIA. He does it secretly. No one knows that he does. And then he used to pass that information off to Billy Butcher, and now he's doing it again, right? Like, Billy shows up and says, we're getting the team back together. It's time to start working together again. And so it's kind of a cool thing here, because this is when he basically learns about Huey. Now, to the average Joe out there, to the average person, they see whatever the spin was in the newspapers, right? They see what the newspapers want them to see, partly because they're probably only sticking to that source material, and two, because they're probably too lazy to look up anything else. But they basically see what the news wants them to see, but the reality is that Huey's caught up in a scenario where his fiance was killed by the action of a superhero, and Billy Butcher sees that. Billy Butcher says, okay, so this guy is someone that we can basically rally to our cause. And so where you have Huey sitting there just like struggling and dealing with the grief of losing his fiance, he's suddenly met by the arrival of Billy Butcher. And this is the cool thing here, is because Billy Butcher presents himself as a guy who's kind of like a very much a savior, right? Like, hey, I'm here to help you out, and I see you've been through some rough things, and I want to make life easier on you. You know, I want to make life better on you. I want to put you in a situation to where you can basically, you know, be okay, and you can help get past this. I know you felt like you lost someone. I can basically help you get to a place where you're going to experience happiness, and you're going to move away from this dark element, this dark place that you've been in. He really kind of shows himself and presents himself as a savior of sorts. You know, I can solve all your problems. And so at that point, it jumps over to Frenchman. Now, Frenchman in the comic, at least in this introduction, I think is actually more interesting than the TV show. He's cool in the TV show, but in the comic, he's almost kind of poetic. I mean, he is in the show too, but in the comic, he's kind of poetic insofar that he's kind of going on about himself and kind of minding his own business and so on. And some guys basically call him like start calling him names. They call him like a French and it's like, okay, so like whatever, man, like if that's the kind of game you want to play. And it's cool because with these guys giving him a hard time, he basically helps them to understand their place in the bigger picture, right? And say, hey, look, you know, you guys are coming to this from the perspective that I'm just like some average guy out there. Let me help you understand that I'm a person you don't mess with. And so these guys basically learn to understand that their place in the bigger picture is on the floor bleeding and suffering. It's cool to see bullies get dealt with in that way, right? And so it's a cool little moment, because then when Billy Butcher shows up, Frenchman greets him as a friend. And so this is, again, Garth Ennis basically telling us at some point along the line, Billy Butcher and Frenchman work together as a single unit, work together as a team. And that's kind of where we are now, right? The two of them kind of functioning together. And so from there, you go into the girl. Now in the TV show, the girl was introduced in a much different way, right? I mean, those of you guys who saw the show, the girl was introduced as somebody who was just like, stuck in a cage, basically. She was held in a cage down in like some really seedy, place that looked like a meth lab, to be honest. And initially, the way it was depicted, it looked like she was a person being held for the purpose of just like whatever needs and desires the people who were holding her were using her for. Of course, we end up learning later on that there was a much bigger plot going on there. But in this instance, she just shows up at somebody's house. Now, we're not really given a backstory here. We just have her knocking on a door of what seems like a pretty seedy spot, like a very violent spot with some very bad guys. And when they open the door, she massacres them all, rips one of their faces off, literally just kills everybody in there. And so it's kind of nuts because, of course, Billy Butcher's going to recruit her. And that's one of the common themes that I hope you guys are picking up. Billy Butcher is traveling around and recruiting people that have a vendetta against superheroes. And if you're going to be a person who operates against superheroes, that's really what you need, right? Otherwise, you end up running into somebody who gets turned into a double agent. And then suddenly your operation's dead before it even started. And so again, it's cool in terms of how all this is sort of coming together. But it's an interesting thing because the question that was asked by Huey is, why do you want me in your ranks? And indeed, us as the reader were asking that question. Why in the world does Billy Butcher want Huey? Like, what does Huey have to offer? He's just a guy. And the response of Billy Butcher is, I want someone who's felt it before. I want someone who knows what it's like to lose someone to a superhero. And what this indicates is that Billy Butcher himself has lost someone to a superhero. Now, for those of you guys watching the show, a lot of you guys are really familiar with that. But if you haven't, then this is one of those things where it kind of teases at the idea that Billy has lost someone. And that's really kind of seems to be his motivation behind doing all this. And so what it does is it switches over to Mother's Milk, right? This next, really the last member that he recruits for the team. And Mother's Milk, for all his size and his bravado and how big he seems to be, really seems to be a softie in a lot of different ways. Because when he's talking to Billy, he's kind of like, look, my involvement in all that wet work stuff, that Black Ops CIA, all that kind of, spy business, that's all done. I don't want to have anything to do with that anymore. I'm done with all that stuff. But the funny thing is that when his daughter walks in, who's dressed like a woman of the night, when Janine comes walking in, she just kind of starts mouthing off. And it's just kind of like, I can go where I want and talk to who I want, and I can dress how I want, and there's nothing you can do about it, all that kind of stuff. It's kind of interesting because what Mother's Milk seems to have been doing is trying to settle down and basically like going through kind of like adopting kids, things like that, trying to bring them up and give them a more productive life so they can have an actual future as opposed to succumbing to like gang violence or drugs or any number of negative influences. And so what happens is Billy Butcher steps in. And so when Billy Butcher, when he goes outside and starts talking to these guys, these really like seedy looking guys that Janine's hanging out with, it's kind of like, hey, look, you need to go back in there and basically apologize to your dad. And one of the guys pulls a gun. Of course, Billy Butcher takes the gun, smashes it. The guys drive off because, they're cowards. And then in turn, Billy Butcher starts talking to Janine. And this is a very important thing because up to this point, Billy Butcher's kind of been presented to us as a guy who just doesn't like, he's like, it's my way or the highway. Either you're in the way or you're helping me along the way. But having this conversation with Janine shows him to be a lot deeper than that insofar as he's talking to her and basically saying, hey, look, like your father puts clothes on your back. Like you're able to live the life that you live because your father's working his ass off to make it that way. So if you want to be an adult and if you really want to have your freedom as an adult and make your own choices in this world, then leave. You can go back to your mom's house, but she's a drug addict and alcoholic, so who knows what fate will befall you. If you want to have a productive life, if you want to have a life that goes somewhere, then you got to respect the rules of the house, right? You can't have it both ways. You can't say on one hand, I will take everything that you give me to support me and make sure I'm okay. And then on the other hand, say, but I don't have to do what you want me to do. I can just go out and do my own thing, right? You don't get to have it both ways. Like if you want the benefit of living under another person's house, you got to follow the rules of living under that person's house. And so it's a cool little moment when he talks to her because he basically says, get back in there and apologize and start dressing like you have some self-respect. It's a cool little moment. It's a cool little thing there. But ultimately, you end up having Billy Butcher who goes back to Huey and says, hey, look, I know you're on the fence about this. That's fine. Take some time to think about it because a lot of this takes place in Scotland. So he's like, I know you're on the fence about it. That's fine. Here's a whole bunch of cash. See if you can book a flight to America and basically, meet me in New York and we'll go from there. If I don't see you there, then you don't want to be a part of the team. If I do see you there, we'll go forward accordingly. So it's cool. It's forming the team of the boys. Okay, so we are getting back into The Boys, and much like we did with the first video, the uncensored one is going to go up on Patreon, right? The one that we make public on YouTube for all the world to see is going to be the censored version, and a lot of that's really just kind of maintain the family-friendly format that we have on the channel, or at least as family-friendly as we can get, and then allowing the more non-family-friendly elements to sort of just be broadcast out there for the world to see, right? I figured a credit card was a pretty good line of judgment there, right? I mean, parents, if your kids get a hold of your credit card, that's really more your problem than it is mine. So Nonetheless, getting into this, it's a cool concept because what it does is it initially picks up with the character of Starlight. Now, this is one of the more controversial moments in the story. And the reason why is because Starlight hails from a group called the Young Americans. Now, in the boys, there's two main groups out there, at least when it comes to the younger kids, right? There's the teenage kicks and then there's the Young Americans. The Young Americans are almost kind of like the Young Republicans, right? They're like really more of a conservative group, really hailing from various places, but for the most part, seeming to kind of be at least entrenched largely in kind of the heartland America sort of landscape. And then you go into the teenage kicks, which are more Generation X. We'll talk more about them, once we get to that portion of the story. But for Starlight's character, she's really young, she's wide-eyed, pretty conservative, right? So she was never really active out there in terms of being more liberal with her own body and the kind of things that go with it. And so her, as a character, had always wanted to join the Seven. And it's one of these things where it's almost kind of like she'd been raised to believe the Seven is what you want, right? Like it's the inside of the inside, right? And indeed, it makes sense. The way that Garth Ennis writes this, the Seven is kind of an allegory for like the Justice League more so than anything else, or you can also kind of attribute things like the Avengers to it, kind of the creme de la creme of the superhero community. And so it's one of these things where if you've made it into the Seven, then you've officially made it in the superhero landscape, right? Like you're in it to win it. And so when she looks at characters like Homelander and other members of the Seven, she really idolizes them. And that's why it's a pretty huge shock to her character when suddenly she's basically asked to commit an act that's pretty extreme here. Now, and so it's kind of crazy because following up with the character of Huey, this goes into basically him being brought to America, right? And it's one of these funny things where when he gets here, he basically ends up getting a hotel in the South Bronx, which is like one of the crappiest places ever in the history of the world. And it's like he has no idea what he was getting into, right? Like he just looked up the classifieds and they were like, it's a cheap place basically. Like it was a really affordable place to stay. And it's like, yeah, man, that's because it's the South Bronx. Like you're living with a bunch of meth heads and coke dealers. Yeah, of course it's going to be cheap. Like, of course it's going to be a cheap place to live. But him being brought here is basically for him to be introduced to the rest of the team, right? To the rest of the boys, to Frenchie, to Mother's Milk, and to the girl. It's kind of cool because what this does is it goes into Billy Butcher basically giving them this explanation and kind of saying, look, this is not going to be like last time. And the way that he explains this really seems to indicate that the last time a team was together, there wasn't really a whole lot of red tape, so much as there were a lot of rules they had to follow, right? Like they basically fell kind of under the purview of some organization. Most likely we can assume the CIA, just because of the fact that he worked with the predecessor to Susan Rayner, who currently runs it. But basically there was a lot of red tape. It was like there's things that you can and can't do. You got to follow the rules, all that kind of stuff. Instead, they're basically operating now under like the presidential purview, meaning that they don't answer to any of the intelligence organizations out there, right? They don't answer to the CIA, the NSA, the FBI, any unidentified agencies that are out there. They don't answer to them. They answer directly to the president of the United States. And they're basically given leniency, which means that they can tap phones, they can do whatever it is they need to do and operate outside of the law. Now, under any normal circumstance, this would be considered insane, right? This is like Gestapo tactic stuff, right? Having some kind of covert organization that exists out there. And it's one of these things where it's intriguing because people's perception of it really kind of waxes and wanes based on how they feel, right? I mean, you're like, these guys are targeting superheroes who are clearly abusing their power. But if they decided to target people, well, then it becomes a problem. And so it's one of these things where the act itself isn't really the problem, it's how they use it that's the problem, right? That's really kind of what the argument comes down to at the end of the day. And so that's why it's really intriguing here, because it's basically like we can do anything that we need to do in order to bring these guys down a peg. And so what he says is the first thing we're going to do is we're going to send a message. We're going to let these guys know that we're back in business. And this is kind of a cool thing because unlike the TV show, which really seemed to hit at the idea that Homelander didn't know who Billy Butcher was outside of the fact that like he worked with the company at one point and Billy Butcher's wife was like the social media chick for Homelander, it wasn't as if he had operated before. As from the TV show, from what we can tell, or at least from what I've seen, the boys are the boys. And they're just kind of like, they're basically in business now. And so it's intriguing, at least in their interactions with the other superheroes that are there. But what it does here is it jumps onto the character of Starlight after she's finished this deed. And again, where you would kind of look at this and you would expect like some solidarity, right, from Queen Maeve, this idea that like there's another woman there, and the fact that, that Starlight had been forced to commit this, terrible act would at the very least sort of come with some kind of, condolence from Queen Maeve. Like, yeah, it sucks, it blows balls, but basically you kind of have to, you got to play the game. Instead, she's met with hostility, right? Like Queen Maeve is just kind of like, yeah, whatever, who cares? Like, that's the way the game gets played. Sorry about your luck. Take your sad songs and you're crying elsewhere. I've got better things to do than to listen to you. Like, it's very hardcore and it's very ruthless. And so what this does is it really kind of shows that unlike superhero themes that we would traditionally believe them being, right, in the sense of like superheroes working together and looking out for the other's best interests and different things like that, that it's really kind of every man for themselves. And all the people here are really just kind of bad people at their core, right? Like, this really kind of seems to be crappy human beings. Now, this seems to be more circumstantial than anything else, insofar as they probably started out as good people somewhere along the line. We'll kind of see how that plays out as the story progresses, but then along the way, they just kind of became corrupted and screwed up by the fact that they really didn't have to answer to anybody. And so as time progressed, they just sort of ended up in their current form. And so from here, again, we jump back to Billy Butcher, and this is really when the plan gets made, right? Because they're going after the teenage kicks. And what they basically say here is that as far as the teenage kicks are concerned to the general public, they're kind of edgy and they're sort of, this devil-may-care kind of reckless attitude. But for the most part, they're good kids who are basically trying to prove themselves and one day join the Seven, right? I mean, that's really kind of what they're shooting for, But the reality of this is that as Billy Butcher explains to him, it's anything but, right? Like the public's perception of teenage kicks is nothing like what they're actually like. The teenage kicks are totally screwed up in some of the worst ways. And so that's when things get kind of crazy, because from there, you basically switch over to Homelander and A-Train. Now, the reality was that they had kind of had this basic, meeting more or less, and of course, somebody from Vought was basically there, meaning they refer to them as the money, the means by which the Seven are able to operate the way they are, with their satellite up in the sky. And it's really where like all the brand deals more or less come from. But basically in this meeting, A-Train had made some pretty crude gestures toward Starlight, kind of mocking her for the deed she was forced to perform. And as a result of that, Homelander freaks out. Now, here's the crazy thing about this is you would look at this and you would say, hey, you would hope the response would be, yes, we asked her to do a terrible thing, but like, we're not going to throw it in front of her face. No, there's no concern for how it impacted Starlight whatsoever. It's, you made a crude gesture and you made us look bad in front of the money. Do not make us look bad in front of the money. Money is what matters. Money's the only important thing here. Everything else in this world is secondary. And it's kind of crazy because it's a super selfish, but also kind of careless attitude, right? Like removed from his own humanity. And that's what's so crazy about this, is it's just kind of like, that's what we're dealing with this character, right? Using like crude threats, threatening to basically shoot A-Train in the face with his heat vision more or less, and just saying like, if this happens again, I'm going to break you apart. I'm going to send you back to the teenage kicks and you're going to stay there forever, right? For the rest of your days. And it's pretty intense and it's pretty cool, because from there, you basically end up having like all this footage that's gathered together at the hands of Huey, who's the one that's doing all this surveillance. This idea that like different members of teenage kicks are sleeping with each other is they engage in such reckless and really like crude behavior, right? Like dealing with things like drugs. This kind of behavior is not what the team is known for. And that's what the boys are banking on, because what they do is they take all this information and they basically use it as a means to blackmail them. But something that I want to talk about here is you basically deal with the introduction of Compound V. Now, in the TV show, the advent, or really the introduction of Compound V, this substance, this kind of drug that's being used, is one of these things where it's kind of like discovered over the course of the show. What this has done, what's really kind of given to us here, is that Billy Butcher knows about it. He's just kind of like, yeah, man, like this is Compound V. Like if you take it in its most pure form, the effects are permanent and you basically develop powers. If you take it in basically a chopped down form, then the effects are only temporary. And this is kind of a big deal because him being able to get his hands on this is somewhat of an isolated thing, but it's one of these scenarios where it's like, if this became available to the general public, you'd have powers everywhere, right? Like you'd be like the hottest drug on the market, which indeed it is in a way. But it's pretty interesting with regards to that sort of introduction here, because what you end up having is Huey injected with Compound V, which grants him like a few days worth of essentially just powers, super strength or different abilities. And so the reason why he was given this is because following this particular action, this idea of blackmailing the members of Teenage Kicks, Billy Butcher knows that things are going to come to blows. And this is kind of an important thing, because what this basically means is he's prepared for a fight, meaning he went into this knowing there were going to be consequences and sacrifices were going to be made. So it's one of these things where Billy Butcher didn't go into it just kind of wide-eyed, like, let's see what happens. Hopefully we can defeat these guys. Now he went into it going for blood, right? And we'll actually find out the reason why here in a little while. But from there, you jump to Huey, who basically thought about leaving the United States, but ultimately stayed here and ends up talking to Starlight. Now this is a huge moment here. This is probably one of the most important moments in the early part of the story, because what this does is it kind of confirms what we already knew, that Starlight is not an inherently bad character, right? Now, this is kind of the stance that Garth Ennis seems to take here, is that in the beginning, it seemed like a lot of these characters were not inherently bad people. They maybe started out like Starlight, again, we'll find out as the story goes on. But at the moment, with what's going on here, if Starlight was given enough time and remained on the team in its current form and ran it to its conclusion, stayed there for a long enough amount of time, she'd be screwed up just like everybody else, right? She'd be screwed up just like they are. But ultimately, her talking to Huey kind of grants this moment of reprieve, because the two of them both talk about these jobs they have, right? Huey doesn't really reveal, I'm working for Billy Butcher and we're looking to bring down superheroes. But it's one of these things where it's like, I'm working a job. It really changes the way that I see the world, and I don't know if I can handle it. And for Annie, it's the exact same way, because now Annie's having an existential crisis, right? Like there's the world as she knew it, right? She was on the Young Americans. There were teenage superheroes in training so that one day they could go on and prove themselves and become a part of the Seven. This kind of fantasy she'd been living her entire life, and had finally managed to achieve it, only to find out that nothing was what she thought it was. And so now she's kind of questioning her place in all of this. Like, should I go on and continue continue being a superhero? Is what I did worth what it takes to see what happens, to see if I can actually have a positive impact, you know, to see if I can go into this place and in turn, like, try to fix it and try to make it better, try to take us to what we're supposed to be. These are all the kind of things that she's basically mulling over in her head. And the result is that they kind of have this sort of party, not really knowing who the other is, but at the very least walking away with somewhat of a better understanding, where like they're not the only ones struggling out there with these various assignments that they have to deal with. Now, at this point, this is when it gets into blackmailing the members of Teenage Kicks, right? Because what ends up happening is with this information thrown out there, what Billy Butcher had basically done, albeit not made public, but really given to the team, is we know what you guys are doing. Like, we're aware of what it is that you guys are doing. We're aware that all the actions you guys engage in, for the most part, are completely contradictory to how the public perceives you. And if you guys don't sacrifice one of your members, then we're going to make all this information public. And so what you have are the Teenage Kicks basically freaking out, asking the questions, who in the world sent this? You know, who knows about us and all the stuff that we've been doing? And at the same time, basically saying, like, which one are we going to sacrifice? Because you would look at that and you would say, okay, well, maybe it's in the best interest, or maybe like these various prostitutes they were with, they could dump the information. But the issue is that you're running a pretty dangerous game there, because you're dealing with guys who have superpowers. And the question these various, you know, women of the night would have to ask themselves is it worth putting my life on the line to expose these guys for what it is that they're doing? And if I did, what would I gain? Like, if I'm looking for like fame or notoriety, that puts me on the map, right? It puts a giant target on my back. If I'm looking for money, that money can be traced, unless it's like unmarked bills or something like that. There's a way for these folks to find me. So there's really no incentive there for them to do that. And they get paid pretty well so long as they can handle the job. There's really no reason for them to kind of step out there. And so it really kind of comes down to Billy and them to basically say, we're gonna make our first move. We're gonna make our strike, right? We're gonna basically force these guys to essentially dump one of their members out there, you know, to basically sacrifice one of their members. And that's when the question's asked, who are we gonna sacrifice? Who are we gonna give up? And ultimately, they end up settling on Shoutout. And it's one of the controversial moments, because Shoutout is a black guy and he's gay. And so it's one of these things for them to come out and say, he's a gay black guy, you know? And so this is something that we didn't really want to bring out into the world. We didn't really want to make public because of the fact of how the world sees us. But for the most part, like, we feel like Shoutout should be allowed to be himself. And so it's kind of crazy, because while that huge press conference is going on, Homelander's basically looking around and he's saying, this seems exactly like him. This seems like Billy Butcher. This seems like something he would do. So again, the two of them have history here. And it's intriguing because when Billy Butcher seems to have operated before, it seemed to very much be subterfuge, right? Espionage, different things like that. Going in using really sneaky tactics to achieve a particular goal. It seems to really be his calling card, more or less. And so the fact that Homelander seems to know that this is Billy Butcher indicates that, of course, now the question is, who do we basically dump out here, right? Like, how do we basically inform these guys of what's going on? And so what this does is it leads to a direct conflict between the boys and between the Teenage Kicks. And the Teenage Kicks kind of go into it reckless, right? And that's one of the big differences between the Teenage Kicks and the Seven. The Seven seem a little more reserved. They're a little more willing to do their research, a little more willing to poke around and say, what are these guys capable of? The issue is that where Homelander and the members of the Seven are familiar with Billy Butcher and the tactics he uses, the Teenage Kicks are not. So they basically go flying into this thing blind. As far as they're concerned, it's a handful of disgruntled people who were angry with superheroes for some reason or another, and in turn, like, wanted to somehow frame or find some way to basically force the Teenage Kicks to dump one of their own. What they get when they get into this conflict is anything but. They basically end up coming face to face with guys who, one, have consumed Compound V to basically give themselves abilities, and two, are well trained in hand-to-hand combat and various abilities to take these guys out. And that's one of the things that Billy Butcher had really talked to Huey about. Billy Butcher had talked to Huey and saying, none of these guys are trained. They're given abilities, then they go out there or they at least say they have abilities, and they go out there and they go on to become whatever it is they're going to become. Sometimes villains, sometimes heroes, whatever the case may be. But these are basically young kids who are just running out there with abilities and just fighting. And because they're not trained, they are no match for the forces of Billy Butcher and the boys. And so ultimately, they basically get their backsides handed to them in no uncertain terms, right? Now, one of the other big things that happens here is one of them actually gets punched in the stomach by Huey in a moment of panic. And that's one of the things that was not supposed to happen, because they weren't supposed to start killing them. They were supposed to use tactics to basically force them to commit a series of acts or to reveal information they wouldn't normally want to reveal, staying kind of underhanded, staying very cloak and dagger. And so with one of them having been killed, what this means is the boys struck first, right? Like, the boys made their move, they struck first, and they killed one of the superheroes. And so what this means is that going forward, now it's basically gloves off. Now it's like, we can essentially do whatever we want to do, right? Like, we can take these guys out with extreme prejudice. Now, again, this was within the charter of what the boys were able to do. It just wasn't really supposed to happen so soon. And so this is kind of going to be taken as a personal affront by the members of the Seven. And in turn, they're going to respond accordingly. And so as a result of that, you kind of have this moment where Mother's Milk almost, really kind of talks to, or really sort of talks to Billy Butcher and says, hey man, have you ever wondered if like there were any superheroes out there who were not inherently bad guys? And this is very important, because what it does is it shows like the lack of concern from Billy Butcher, right? Like, he basically says like, do you believe any of these guys guys out there are not bad guys. So they're good guys. They're trying to do good things. And the response of Billy is maybe, but if they are, screw them. They're gonna go anyway. So it's just one of these things where he has an outright hatred of the various superheroes who are out there. And the reason why is as he explains it to Huey, it really is rooted in the fact that his wife was sexually assaulted by one of the superheroes. She was knocked up, and the result was that she essentially had become pregnant, and in turn, like some superhuman, fetus, whatever it is, had ripped itself out of her. And so this is really, at least seems to be from this point right now, the basis behind why Billy Butcher does what he does, is because he has a straight up vendetta against one of these guys. Now, he doesn't quite come out and say it, but the implication based on the comic as well as what we've seen in the show is that it was Homelander, the one who ended up causing this. So that's really kind of the guy he's going after, the top guy here. But again, it's really intriguing, and it's a really, really good story, and it's pretty solid the way it's progressing so far. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with The Boys. Yes, we are. The Boys, Volume 3. This one's kind of interesting. This story's kind of interesting. Much like we did with the last two ones, we're going to do the regular one here on YouTube, then we're going to put the uncensored one on Patreon, so you guys can check that out if you want to. As always, it costs like $1, right? So it's not anything unruly or anything crazy. Here's the other question that I have for you guys, too, about the Rob Core rings. The Rob Core rings are currently available on Patreon. People stopped asking for them. Like, whenever I would select the winners, people stopped responding. So I was like, okay, well, I guess people don't want them anymore. But people seem to have an interest in them now. The issue is that it's like $20 a month, essentially for a chance to win one, because I couldn't really think of a better way than to like mail them out all the time. And if I set up a store, they would be sold out like that. So maybe $20 is like too much. Maybe it should be like 5 or 10 or something like that. I don't know. Let me know down in the comment section if that's something you guys are interested in. I can't really think of a way to do it without, because I mean, it costs me money to get them. So I mean, I don't really want to lose cash and like sending them out to you guys, but I want you guys to be able to have them. Give me some ideas. Like, let me know what you guys think. But anyway, this one picks up with the whole thing with like Tech Knight, right? Now, Tech Knight, he's a character that we haven't really seen before, just not being introduced, basically. The problem and the funny thing about this is that when Garth Ennis first introduces him, Tech Knight's a guy who just can't stop like having sex with things, basically. And like when we're talking about things, like we're not just talking about people, we're talking about like everything, right? Like anything that seems to arouse him or turns him on, he can't stop like sleeping with it. And it gets kind of crazy because like when he's talking to the psychologist about this, what he does is kind of talk about how all this really seemed to kick in. And this all basically happened when he was on his superhero team called Payback. Now he of course is like a founding member of it, but they had basically received a tip, out there in the middle of nowhere that something was going down. It turned out not to be the case. But when they were on their way back, there was one of the guys there named Mindroid. He started looking at his backside and he was like, it's a really amazing backside. And it immediately got him aroused and turned him on. And while that's not the worst thing ever, what is a problem here is he tried to get with him while they were flying. He tried to get with the guy. Of course, he was kicked off the team. And the result is that he's just kind of in this rut now where like everything he sees, he wants to basically get with. It's funny. At least it kind of cracked me up. You pick up with Huey and you've basically got Frenchie and like the girl, again, we don't really know her name, who are playing Monopoly on a Clue board. Now, here's the thing. It's referred to as Cluedo, and I actually had to look it up. I had no idea what Cluedo was. I was like, maybe it is Clue, but I'm not sure. So like I had to look it up, and it is Clue. And then I found out they're doing a remake of Clue. Why? Like, dude, the original was amazing with Tim Curry. Dude, that movie's fantastic. But Huey's kind of like, why are they playing Monopoly on a Clue board? And the response of Mother's Milk is like, because they're just crazy. Like, because they're crazy. That's why. That's really all there is to it. The other cool thing about this, and really in response to the big battle that they had previously with the Teenage Kicks, is that Huey seemed overwhelmed, right? Because he couldn't really differentiate between who is a good guy and who is a bad guy in the blink of an eye, right? And one of the things that you're talking about when you're talking about superheroes and even those like the boys who basically have enhanced abilities now, who were facing off against various superheroes, is that some move at super speed, some are super strong, like some have a combination of both or almost any other kind of power. And so you have to be able to know on the fly who's a bad guy and who's not. And so what this means is that Butcher actually ended up getting Huey this great big black trench coat, which is kind of a cool thing. It's pretty cool. It's kind of officially inducting him into the team and basically saying like anybody that you see that's not wearing this when we're in the middle of a fight, that's a person you attack. It's pretty simple and it's a pretty elegant way to kind of clear any confusion that might be out there in the midst of a heated battle. But from there, you end up picking up at a comic book store. And this is a cool little moment because what you end up having is kind of this revelation from Butcher in terms of comic books serving as basically like the public eye of superheroes, right? And it makes sense. Comic books in the real world here, comic books give us idealized or fantasized examples of what superheroes would be like. In the world of the boys, the comic books are essentially propaganda. There's these superheroes out there, all these people who have powers, whether they've taken Compound V or not, and then it's how they're depicted by the world, how the world sees them, and the world sees them through the lens of a comic book. So it's basically like this character did this and this character did that, and see, they're great superheroes, and we have stories to model them after, right? And so the reality is anything but. One of the things Butcher points out is that a lot of the superheroes out there are gay, a lot of them are lesbians, a lot of them engage in inappropriate acts with children, some of them actually go through and perform surgical operations on themselves. These are people who, aside from the gay and lesbian community in the superhero group, are screwed up, right? Like most everybody else is screwed up in some form or fashion. Now, I'm not really, it's interesting to me that Garth Ennis would look at the example of gays and say like there's a problem with that. I'm not really sure that there is. I don't really know why there would be an issue with a gay superhero, but what it does seem to do is point to the idea that in the world of the boys, the United States seems to be largely conservative insofar as being gay is not something that's really accepted at the moment. And so with that being the case, these superheroes who are gay out there, if they were to come out and reveal that it doesn't seem like it would go too well. But then you get into the character of Swingwing. And one of the things that really seems to come with him, and we'll talk about him here in a little bit, but one of the things that seems to go on with him is this idea that Swingwing is a character who is gay friendly. But we'll talk about that here in a minute because it's not really the nature of his character, it's really more of a marketing ploy. But again, it gets kind of cool because what they end up doing is talking to a guy called The Legend. Now, if I'm being honest here, I feel like The Legend is a stand-in for like Stan Lee or Jim Shooter or even like Julius Schwartz at DC Comics or something like that, just kind of like the top guy, right? Like the guy who kind of seems to run everything. Now, The Legend doesn't really run the boys. The Legend seems to be like this big time information broker. But what ends up happening here is you end up having The Legend who basically tells Billy Butcher and Huey that he has a nephew named Steven Rubenstein who is basically pushed off a building. And all fingers really seem to point to the fact that it's Swingwing, but he's basically trying to figure out if it's actually the case or not. This basically goes into like the marketing side of things. And again, what you end up learning here is that the marketing side of Swingwing was that he was a gay-friendly superhero. And it wasn't really even because he was. I mean, we won't find out whether or not he was until we get to the end, but it was basically like Vought American, the company that, runs the marketing side of the superhero community, basically going out and saying, this is going to be your brand. Your brand is that you're a gay-friendly superhero. You got to go forward accordingly, whether you want to or not. That's how your superhero functions. That's how it's going to be perceived by the public. That's the role you're going to play. It's intriguing there because when you look at the nature of superheroes, you expect them to be characters who go out and do the right thing because it's what they do, right? The perception of Starlight with regards to like Homelander and the other members, A-Train and so on, the other superheroes who are part of the Seven. But the reality is anything but. And that's why this really seems to bring us down the rabbit hole that nothing is really what it seems to be. And so from there, what you end up doing is picking up with Tech Knight and his butler Thomas. And it's kind of crazy because what you end up finding out here is that presumably in the middle of the night, Tech Knight essentially tried to sleep with his butler, but not in the traditional sense, insofar as he tried to like have sex with his ear is basically what he tried to do here, which is pretty screwed up. And it's kind of nuts, right? Because like this guy is in dire straits and you kind of can't help but feel bad for him, right? You kind of can't help but feel bad for this guy because I mean, we don't really know what set all this off. Like, we don't really know what caused all this. And so it kind of sucks and it's kind of messed up, but his butler basically bails, of course, basically saying, hey, look, my job as your butler, as the butler for your family for the last 37 years, my job is to tend to the needs of the family, but not in that way, right? So like your secrets stay safe with me, but I'm out. I gotta go. I gotta bounce out of this place. But then what it does is it moves over to a bar called the Red Rooster. Now, here's the crazy thing here, is once they actually get into this gay bar, Huey kind of seems to be a little uncertain about it and like not really big on it. Let me tell you something, dude, gay bars are fun. Dude, like drag shows, they're fun as hell. Like any of you guys have ever, like if any of you guys have never been to a drag show in your life, like dude, drag shows are hilarious. Like it's funny. You're missing out. Like, and it's funny because it's like cosplay at a comic book convention, right? Like there's the ones who have cosplay and it's like, man, that's amazing cosplay. Then there's the ones who are like, you tried. And that's basically it when it comes to like drag queens, right? When it comes to drag shows. But the fact remains here that getting into this bar, what they end up doing is talking to a guy named Paul Drake. Now, of course, this guy, Paul Drake, this bartender is the guy that they're talking to. And of course, his boyfriend is sitting off to the side. But what they basically do is start asking this guy questions like, what can you tell us about Steven Rubenstein? And what can you tell us about Swingwing? And the funny thing about Swingwing is that where previous questions were asked by the cops, they kind of dismissed it, right? They were like, okay, so it's the death of a gay guy. Who really cares? That was the perception of the cops. But where you have like Billy Butcher and Huey showing up here, it's given a lot more credence and taken a lot more seriously. And so that's when questions start getting asked about Steven and Swingwing. What you end up learning is like Paul Drake's boyfriend Max was actually kind of jealous of the character of Steven, because Steven was young and he was attractive and would seem to come in here and draw the attention of a lot of gay guys. But also Max was afraid of the fact that Steven was gonna like run off with his boyfriend, like run off with Paul. Like Paul was gonna leave Max and say, hey, look, this young kid's more attractive. I'll see you when I see you. Peace. And that was gonna be the end of it. And so as a result, it kind of seems like Steven has, or Max has something to hide. We're not 100% sure here, but basically you're given this bit of information, this perception that with the character of Swingwing, he would constantly show up to like different gay bars, different things like that. And he would basically help members of the gay community who were struggling with tough times, right? Who were struggling with the idea that they were being offended all the time, or people were like physically assaulting them, or whatever the case happened to be. But he would basically sort of talk to them and kind of assure them that there was like better shores out there, greener pastures, so to speak, that in reality, you just kind of got to keep on keeping on. But he was really a shoulder for a lot of members of the gay community to lean on. And then he also brought Tech Night a couple of times. But at the end of the day, it was one of these things where not a whole lot was known about Swingwing outside of the fact that he would just go out there and he would perform these acts and he would basically be a gay-friendly superhero. And that was essentially it. But from there, you kind of switch over to Tech Night, right? And Tech Knight's just kind of like, okay, you know, he basically gets this phone call, and the idea was that Tech Knight was supposed to be the newest member of the Seven, right? Until Starlight got the job. But what he's basically told is that, you know, by some voice out there, what he's basically told is, hey, look, we knew you want to be part of the team. Ultimately, you were not chosen because of like the history that's gone on here. You tried to bang Mindroid when you guys were flying back from that mission. Because of all the stuff that you've pulled off in terms of like your inability to control yourself, we decided not to bring you in. And it's one of these things where Tech Knight takes it as a personal affront. And so that's when things get kind of bonkers, because following that, what you end up doing is you end up having Billy Butcher and company who basically show up and start talking directly with Tech Knight himself. Now, going down into the basement, this is what really freaks Tech Knight out so bad, is that essentially Billy Butcher and his experiences over the years has come into contact with various superheroes, and he hasn't really beat them all to a pulp. Instead, what he has done is turned some of them into informants and basically said, like, you're going to provide me information on the various superheroes who are out there, again, which is very, very smart. And so going down there and basically saying, hey, about, 6 months ago, there was this guy, Eagle the Archer, who basically, almost beat his girlfriend to death, beat her into a coma. I used this tactic on him, and he's been dumping me information. So he walks down there and he basically says, daylight, and it turns all the lights on inside of Tech Knight's facility, right? So that's the kind of information he has, is he knows how these guys' base of operations work. And that's when they start asking the questions. That's when they start getting into Tech Knight and basically saying, look, what's going on here? Like what can you tell us about Swingwing? And that's when Tech Knight really kind of seems to drop this bit and saying, hey, look, there were a few times we went to gay bars. I wasn't really digging it, but it was part of his character. And as far as I can tell, he's basically gay. Like, he's a gay guy. It's designed to kind of paint this picture that like Swingwing was a legitimately good dude. And that really seems to be the case, right? Swingwing was like a legitimately great guy. He was a superhero going out there and being a superhero who was friendly for the gay community, for a group that kind of felt ignored or cast off by the larger part of society. And so there really doesn't seem to be a whole lot in terms of the relation between Swingwing and between Steven Rubenstein, because where legend told Billy Butcher and Huey, I think Swingwing was the one who killed him, the information doesn't really seem to line up with that. Why would Swingwing, a member of the gay, or at least a gay superhero who was pro-gay in his superhero actions, why would he in turn kill a member of the gay community? Like, how would that work? I mean, now, it's entirely possible for any number of reasons, but trying to connect those dots, that's the difficult thing to do. Now, from there, this is when things get really interesting, right? Because from there, Huey gets a package. Now, when Billy Butcher and Huey had shown up to talk to Drake at the gay bar and his boyfriend Max, they used aliases. This was designed for the purpose of nobody really being able to trace it back to them, because Billy Butcher's got a reputation. People know who Billy Butcher is, and they know he's a guy to look out for. But with these aliases, this phone is basically sent to their address, for the alias of Huey. And when Huey basically looks at it, it's Max ended up basically saying, hey, look, there's a few things that we forgot. Drake kind of says the same thing. And so Max basically starts spilling the beans. And what Max says here is that where Swingwing was basically having like these kind of meetings, basically with members of the homosexual community to kind of help them get past the struggles they were dealing with, that because of the fact that Steven Rubenstein was this young, attractive kid who was seemingly to make passes at Drake, that Max was afraid of losing Drake. And so as a result, he sent Steve after Swingwing because he knew where Swingwing would go when he was changing out of his costume and changing back into his regular clothes. And of course, it wasn't his home. And so he did this because of the fact that he knew that Steve Rubenstein adored the character of Swingwing. It was, he was a gay superhero that Steve Rubenstein absolutely loved. And so because of that, he basically sent him out there and said, hey man, you go do your thing, go talk to him or whatever. And it was done for no other reason than to not have to worry about Steve hitting on Drake. That was basically the only reason why it was done. And so what you end up finding out is that in addition to all of this, that you basically have the homo superhero is what he's called. That you basically end up having like Tech Knight, who's branded as like a gay superhero. Now, again, this is kind of an interesting scenario here, because the way that he's depicted in the presses is not favorable in the way that Swingwing is depicted. But it's also because of the fact that like he was basically branded as a guy who tried to like rape the family butler. That's basically how he's viewed here. And so because of the fact that he's viewed in that way, he's viewed in an inherently negative way, because the revelation of his sexuality came to light through a negative act. He's basically branded in a negative light. And so because of the fact this information is dumped out there, what we're told is that like the butler revealed it right off the bat, where the butler was like, hey, look, your secrets are safe with me. As soon as he was out that door, he went to the various presses out there and said, here's the story that I have on a superhero, who wants to pay the most, and basically set them all in a bidding war, and then ultimately sold it to the highest bidder, which ended up being the New York Post, which is kind of a crazy thing there. Now, the other thing about this is that Huey is still wrestling with the fact that he may have to take a life. Right? It's one of the things that he's still struggling with as being part of the boys. Now, of course, like knowing that Billy Butcher has done it and knowing that Mother Milk seems to have done it, it's one of these things where it's not really a rite of passage. Like, you're not really a member of the boys until you kill someone. It's one of these things where inevitably that scenario is going to come along. Like, something's going to happen where everybody else is incapacitated or Huey's out on his own, and the only way for him to continue living is to take out the person who's trying to bring him harm. And so it's one of these things where he's not quite at that point yet. And Billy Butcher basically says, hey, look, you got to toughen up. There's the world as you see it, then the world the world the way it really is, right? Like you imagine this fantasy where you don't really have to do things like that, but in our line of work, you have to. No more being a child, no more being a little kid or anything like that. Everybody around here pulls their weight, no exception. And it's kind of a cool point. It's kind of a cool thing, right? Because that really is the way it is. I mean, certainly not like taking lives, but like this perception of the world the way we would like it to be versus how it is. Like those are usually two starkly different perceptions. Now from there, it goes into a discussion between Billy Butcher and Huey showing back up at Tech Night and basically saying, hey, look, so the information you basically fed us about Swingwing is a load of crap. So give us the truth. Like give us what's really going on. That in truth, like Swingwing he's not a gay guy. Like he's not a gay superhero. He's a straight superhero. And so the question is like, if that's the case, then what's going on? And that's when you kind of get this revelation. It was Vaughn American's idea. Like that's his brand. That's his propaganda piece. Like that's the role he plays. He plays a gay friendly superhero. And as far as the world is concerned, he's gay. But the reality is that Swingwing is not. He's not gay at all. Like he's completely straight. And so initially you have Tech Knight who sort of lashes out and begins to try to go and attack the two of them. And then of course the girl was brought along by Billy Butcher and breaks this guy down piece by piece. And this is one of the interesting things about her is so far we haven't really seen what she does. Like we've seen her kind of lose her mind and lash out and so on, but it's sort of kept off panel. And that's one of the things that I enjoy about this, right? You know, the idea that like she commits these acts and people get torn apart, but that's basically it. It was kind of a cool element to see in the TV show, but at the same time, the TV show kind of gave me something that I was looking for, which was what is she actually doing? Is she just like super strong and just ripping these guys apart, or what in the world is going on? It was good to get an answer to that kind of question. But what ends up happening here is Tech Knight basically says like myself and Swingwing ended up having a falling out. Like we basically end up having this thing where the relationship between the two of us went south because Swingwing was his sidekick Ladio when he was younger before he went on to become his own superhero. So it's kind of like Batman and Robin basically. And what you end up finding out here is that there was this character, this female superhero who existed out there who went by the name of Talon. And Talon was basically this younger woman out there, of course, with these claws and so on and so forth. But the way the Tech Knight looks at it, the way he remembers it, is it was really more of a game, right? I mean, they were relatively young at the time. You know, Swingwing was younger than he is now. Talon was a younger woman and Tech Knight himself was a younger man. And so it was really more of like a game that we were basically playing that really seemed to be going on. It was a cat and mouse game. Sometimes she was a hero, sometimes she was a villain. Sometimes, you know, she fought with us and against us, you know, sometimes whatever the case was, it was really more like, it really seemed to be more of like a romantic chase than anything else because it was kind of building up this sexual tension between the three of them. And it all really seemed to come to a head a couple of years later when she shows up seemingly out of nowhere and basically says, hey, look, like you should call Ladio, we should get together, you know, we should kind of have a kind of reunion of sorts. And when that happens, like you basically end up seeing that like Talon seduces both of them. But from there, the question turns into, we have to go find Swingwing. Like we have to go ask this guy directly. Like we have to go figure out what's going on. Now, in all honesty, Huey had kind of been advocating this approach for a while. But the reason why Billy Butcher didn't really do it is because they'd basically be running up on a superhero with no real evidence and just kind of poking and asking questions. And the truth is that they don't know how deep the reaches of Swingwing go. And so it could very well end up being that the boys are heading to talk to somebody, some random person out there somewhere, and they're all dead before they heard the sound that killed them. Like that's entirely possible. So it's really Billy Butcher playing it smart, trying not to send up a whole bunch of flares and draw the attention of the superhero community to him and what it is that he's doing. And with things like this, with basically murder mysteries, it takes a little bit of finesse. Like you can't just go in and just start doing things. And so as a result of that, it's kind of cool because what you get is Huey just kind of taking the moment unto himself, really by force, where they go in, they start talking to Swingwing, and they're like, look, we need questions, like we need answers to what's going on with you and Steven Rubenstein, like what happened between the two of you. And of course, when he basically starts to deny and refuses to answer questions, Huey sort of begins to lash out and it's just like, you're gonna give us an answer, I'm gonna beat the absolute crap out of you. And of course, where a fight breaks out between himself and Ladio, this basically goes into Huey chasing him down, and then Billy Butcher just kind of being like, sorry man, nothing I can do. The ladder's broken, so you gotta handle this one on your own. Now, in reality here, this is an important thing to bear in mind. It's one of the things that, again, we've kind of mentioned here, is not all the superheroes who are out there have powers. Swingwing himself, he uses technology. He doesn't really have any kind of powers to speak of. He can't fly, doesn't have telepathy or anything like that. And so it's basically Huey fighting against a normal guy. And so where Huey starts lashing out, he ultimately just gives in and just says, okay, fine, if this is the kind of game that we play, this is the game that I'll play, and just absolutely pummels Swingwing. And so immediately he starts spilling the beans. And he basically just has like this immense amount of hatred for the gay community. Like he absolutely despises the gay community seemingly, because what he does is he basically says, like, somewhere along the line, like I was basically changing into my costume on a rooftop, and then this kid shows up out of nowhere. And right off the bat, I'm like, oh God, here we go. I got to play this role. We're talking to this kid, talking him down about, the struggles of being gay, all that kind of stuff, and like where I'm communicating with this kid. And he's basically saying there's a guy out there that I'm in love with, and I'm afraid to say something because of how he'll react and so on and so forth. That Swingwing says, just tell the guy how you feel. And that's exactly what Steven does. Steven says, well, it's you. You're the guy that I'm in love with. And so following that, like he basically loses his mind. He grabs a kid, pushes him off the building, and that's the end of Steven. But the reason why was because he's just took an absolute personal offense to it. Enough was enough. Like I basically popped off. Like I had enough of this, and basically like flipped his mind and then pushed the kid off the rooftop. But again, like it really does kind of come down to interpretation, right? So that's one of the reasons why people will look at this and they'll interpret it based on how they want to see it, right? Based on what they want it to be, as opposed to what it might actually be, right? It's the nature of interpreting things. You know, it's just kind of left to your own biases and what direction that you want to lean in. But it's one of these cool things is because initially, like, Huey didn't really have the response to beat this guy to death, but we would kind of expect that Billy Butcher would, that he would like beat this guy within an inch of his life. But that doesn't really seem to be the case. Instead, what Billy Butcher does here is use this guy as an informant and say, you're going to go forward and you're going to continue to be a superhero on whatever team that you're going to be on. And from there, you're going to dump us information on everything that we need. If you don't, we're going to reveal this to the world. We're going to tell the world that you killed a gay person. And because of the fact that you're supposed to be a gay-friendly superhero, it will destroy your brand. And VOD American will abandon you like that. And everything that you've built up to this point will be gone. You'll be living penniless on the streets, and presumably the gay community will start coming after you, which means your days are numbered. And so it's kind of crazy because where Huey and Billy Butcher are having food following that, it's one of these things where Billy's like, did you think I was being too lenient on him? And the response of Huey surprisingly is, no, I don't think you were. Like, I think it's better to make him live with his crimes and then in turn have to be our informant and really nothing else, and then just kind of go from there. And so it's a cool kind of revelation on behalf of Huey because he's really starting to see how this all kind of comes together. He's really starting to understand the role that the boys play, not insofar as just going out and punishing superheroes, but in trying to systematically bring them down and do it in the most effective way possible, which is a combination of using guerrilla warfare tactics and subterfuge. Okay, so we are picking back up with The Boys. That's right, every Tuesday, it's The Boys. You guys get the censored version on YouTube, and then the uncensored one goes on Patreon for like $1. Honestly, I've been trying to figure out what stories I'm gonna do after this, and I think I know. I think I know what two series, one of them's gonna be really, really long, but I think I know what 2 series I'm gonna do after this. People who are following me on Patreon pretty much know what the next one's gonna be, but one after that, nobody knows yet, so it'll be kind of a cool surprise. But this picks up with The Boys. Now, the whole thing here is that, remember, the team is basically transitioning to Moscow, and originally we didn't know why, right? And it's one of the cool things about the way that Garth Ennis does this, right? He's like, the next story is going to take place in Moscow, and you kind of have to go read it in order to figure it out. But what we end up doing here is picking up with this particular woman named Nina Nemenko, but she's really referred to as like Little Nina. But with these guys being here, really with the boys arriving at around the same time, ultimately they're meeting with a guy named Voss. Now, of course, Monkey is the one that picks them up. Now, those are guys who are sort of catching up with us. With Billy Butcher working with the CIA, Monkey's kind of the intelligence guy. He's the liaison between Susan Rayner, who's the director of the CIA, and Billy Butcher himself, which again allows for the agency to sort of disavow him if things end up going belly up. But with Monkey basically meeting them here and then saying, hey, look, you know, I'm taking you guys to go meet Voss and all that kind of stuff, we end up picking up with Voss, who was basically a member of a superhero team at one point. And it's really sort of cool, the way this plays out is because he was originally part of a group that was called the Glorious 5-Year Plan. Now, we'll get more into that as time goes on, but even then, within the confines of the story, we don't get a full-on explanation here. Instead, what you end up having is Billy Butcher and Voss greeting each other as exceedingly old friends. And this really kind of seems to fly in the face of what we'd expect from Billy Butcher, right? I mean, this is a guy that vehemently dislikes superheroes. But the cool thing about this is that Billy Butcher's dislike of superheroes really seems to be limited in scope to, are you a superhero who does crappy things? Now, there have been some offhanded comments he's made, right? When he was talking about Starlight and like, well, it's only a matter of time before she goes on and does bad things and so on and so forth. So his friendship with various people seems to be selective. And it seems to be one of those scenarios where if he comes across someone and doesn't know they're a superhero, but they have an exceptionally strong moral compass that he agrees with or he can respect, then ultimately the fact that they're a superhero seems to kind of go to the wayside. Regardless of the motivation and the basis behind this, all of them sort of working together is just kind of like, hey, we've got history and so on and so forth. And it's kind of funny because this guy really like Voss's name when he was part of the 5-year plan was Love Sausage, and that'll become apparent as to why here in a little while. It's an amazing name, but ultimately he ends up serving them some homemade vodka. Now here's the thing, I'm not Russian, nor have I ever hung out with Russian people in their own country, but I have hung out with people in the Appalachians, right? Like I have been to Tennessee, I used to live in Kentucky. I understand the notion behind like homebrewed alcohol. Let me tell you something, if it's anything like moonshine, I wouldn't mess with it, man. Like moonshine is intense. It's like pure alcohol. It's absolutely insane. But of course, Huey can't handle it. Huey can't handle his liquor, which again, I can't really fault him for. I mean, you're talking about home-brewed vodka from Russia. Like, it's gonna be some pretty intense stuff. But nonetheless, picking up with Nina, she actually ends up sitting down and meeting with a guy who seems pretty clandestine. Now, this conversation really seems to be business-oriented, and we'll find out who this guy is as we go on. But one of the things that's also sort of established here by the conversation that takes place with Nina, as well as the morgue that Billy Butcher and his guys were taken to by Voss, is it really sort of establishes that Nina is a no-nonsense woman, right? She's not someone to be trifled with. That when it comes down to it, she's cutthroat, and she'll do whatever she needs to do in order to ensure her plan is achieved. And so despite being a diminutive woman, she's not someone to mess around with. This really also gets us into the meat and potatoes of what's going on here, right? Because through Nina's conversation with this guy, as well as Billy Butcher and them being in the morgue, what we end up learning is that where Compound V is the substance used by Vought American and really by pretty much all the superheroes out there in order to have their powers, that other countries kind of wanted their own thing as well, right? Now, this is really Garth Ennis borrowing heavily from Marvel and probably other comics as well, but off the top of my head, pretty heavily from Marvel in forms of like the Super Soldier Serum. Captain America was Project 1, and then you got a whole bunch of other projects, and then eventually you landed on Wolverine with Project 10, with Weapon 10. But the desire to duplicate the Super Soldier Serum of Captain America is really how this resonates with me, right? The idea that what Nina seems to have done here is gotten her hand on a variation of Compound V. The issue with this is that it's more of a tamed down version. And so because of that, what this has done is it's basically created a scenario whereby people who were injected with this altered version of Compound V, their heads explode. Their heads end up blowing up. Now, it can happen one of two ways. The biggest way and the most unreliable way is that once they're injected with this, at some point along the line, their head will blow up, and you don't know when it is, right? Like they use one instance where they say that like some monkeys were injected with this altered version of Compound V, and it was like 2 years before one of their heads blown up, and they were sold to a zoo. The other half of this is that you can actually use a system to intentionally detonate them, right? The kind of radio frequency, so to speak. But the long and short of it is that the compound that Nina's been using is 98% effective, right? So it's not a pure perfect version of Compound V rather, but it's relatively close. And so it's an interesting thing here because what it does is kind of expand on things. And so it's kind of interesting here because when all this is going down and all this is happening, what's basically told to Nina is that Billy Butcher and his crew are here in Moscow, and that crew needs to be stitched up. Right off the bat, it's either Vought American or it's the government. They're the only two people that know that Billy Butcher and his guys are here, right? Like Vought American would know because they keep tabs on Billy Butcher following, Homelander realizing that Billy Butcher's back. And then it would be the government because he works directly with the CIA. They're the only two who would really know. And it's kind of funny the way that Garth Ennis plays this. He does it fast and loose because it could be either one. And where Billy and his crew had been relatively careful, ultimately when they order a pizza, it ends up being revealed that they've been noticed when they get a face on their pizza, more or less. And it's kind of interesting because this feels more like a message than anything else, right? Like we're aware of you and it's only a matter of time before you die. But the other part of this is that this guy who's here meeting with Nina really has his own backup system, right? Like things more or less are being monitored here. And it seems to serve two purposes. One, it seems to serve the purpose of keeping an eye on Nina to make sure things don't pop off. And even then, it also seems to kind of serve the purpose of being like an insurance plan. If Nina were to back out, or if she were to decide she didn't want to have anything to do with it, then it would be like, hey, look, like we got you on camera. We can dump this out to the world so everybody knows what you look like and how to get a hold of you and all that kind of good stuff. Or you can play ball, right? I mean, it's kind of a mishmash of different possibilities here. But ultimately, she ends up saying, okay, like let's get on to business, right? Like let's sort this stuff out. And so as a result of that, with Billy Butcher and his team being tracked down, Nina seemingly sending her goons after them, it's kind of cool because what it shows us is that Billy Butcher is usually always aware. And it's very easy to sort of dismiss him as a guy who's kind of painfully oblivious to everything going on, right? The Billy Butcher's a guy that never really, I mean, he kind of knows what's going on, but not in the extreme. And so what this does is it actually has the goons of Nina following them around. And then ultimately Billy Butcher just being like, yeah, we're aware of them. He sends Frenchie over to basically sniff them out and to figure out what's going on, to plant a device in their car to take them out. And then in turn, when the final guy is captured, literally Billy Butcher forces him to spill the beans, right? It's just kind of like talk, or I'm gonna break every single bone in your body. Now, of course, this guy dumps it all out saying basically we're working for little Nina, and that's all we really know, right? I mean, and that's true. They're hired guns, they're henchmen. They don't really have any information. They're given some envelope somewhere and they're told, go take these guys out. They're given some pictures, and that's it, right? I mean, this guy is he's a nobody, right? And so you can get what information that you can, and being told who it is coming after them is a pretty solid piece of information because it gives them an idea of who it is, and then they can in turn do intelligence and then figure out how to basically stay hidden or to combat that person head on. Now, the other part of this, and this is one thing that really kind of gets thrown in here, but it'll become important later on, is you've got a guy named Joseph Chimenko who's basically, running for election here, right? Like a return to the old ways of things, trying to take Russia back to the communist days, moving it away from capitalism. And it's kind of cool here because you have Voss who talks about his time when he was a tank man, right? Now he says Afghanistan, and the knee-jerk reaction here would be to say, okay, so he's talking about Afghanistan during like the Iraq-Afghanistan events that are going on, right? Because this takes place relatively close to the modern day. What he's actually referencing is the Soviet-Afghan War of the 1970s, right? That was a proxy conflict that took place as part of the Cold War, right? That's why the Cold War isn't really considered an actual war because no fight was really engaged in between like just Russia and the United States. It wasn't like World War II where they were like the two guys fighting each other and then everybody else is sort of joining in. What you had were proxy conflicts. So the Vietnam War, the Korean War, and the Soviet-Afghan War. They were basically the conflicts by which the USSR was trying to spread their communist influence and the US was trying to expand their capitalist influence, right? That's the entire basis behind the Cold War. But ultimately, Billy Butcher and Huey end up basically kind of going on a reconnaissance mission of sorts to figure out what's going on with this compound V that Nina's using, what her intention is, and where all these quote-unquote superheroes are that are being stockpiled by her, because that's what she's doing. She's using compound V to inject it in people and then stockpiling them somewhere, and they end up finding a warehouse where there's around 150 people, all of whom have superpowers. And the question becomes, if Nina is stockpiling superheroes, then what is she going to do with them? That's kind of the question that's being asked here. And so we actually get this full-on explanation, but what you end up doing is basically kind of having Huey and Billy Butcher basically split off. Now, it's kind of a cool little moment here by Billy Butcher, right? I know I say that a lot, that it's a cool moment, but it is, right? Because Billy Butcher seems like a super hard ass, right? Like a guy who's just a dick for the most part. But he's actually kind of got a softer spot for Huey, which is sort of cool to see. And the way this really plays out is when they split off, you've got the one guy who met with Nina earlier in the story who goes out and continues on his thing. And then you've got the surveillance van that's watching him, right? The surveillance van that he has working for him that's kind of going forward. And so when they split, ultimately it ends up being Billy Butcher who takes the surveillance van. And then when these two really like hookers more or less exit the van, then he says, Huey, go and follow those hookers and see what's going on. Now, of course, Huey basically says, hey, look, these girls seem to be more distraction than anything else. They don't really seem to serve an actual purpose here. They're just really making a lot of noise over in this area. And the reason why is because what it does is it allows the surveillance van to actually go up and really like enter the tarmac and then essentially like travel over to Nina's plane. And it's kind of a funny thing because when Billy Butcher gets in there, what he ends up realizing is that like these guys are working for Vought American. And it's kind of a big moment there because what this says is that this guy, the guy who met with Nina, is working for Vought American. And so what it shows is that it's not really the government acting here, it's just an organization out there, right? Like the marketing company more or less for the Seven, for the various superheroes in the US, is extending its reach out into Soviet Russia. Then the question becomes why? But what we end up learning here is that these guys were initially going to plant explosives inside the plane of Nina so that it was kind of an insurance, right? If she tried to bail out on Vought American, that they could have destroyed her, basically. They could have taken her out. So it's a pretty smart move in terms of having insurance there. But when Billy starts sorting through everything and looking at all the stuff that's there, then it's kind of like, wow, like she's a pretty naughty woman in the sense that he seems to discover the vibrators that she had with her. And then at the same time is like, let's see if we can't put any of this stuff to use, right? So kind of torturing this guy to a degree, getting the information he needs. This is when it transitions over to Voss making like this borscht for everybody. And here's the thing, man, Voss seems like the coolest guy ever, right? Because Voss, like, he gives them like some straight up homebrew alcohol, which depending on your thing, you may enjoy it. I was never a big fan of bathtub alcohol. He's also making them like home cooked meals. Like, this guy's like the greatest host ever, man. Like, drinks and amazing food. The issue with this is that once they all start to go through and eat the food, that's when Billy Butcher begins to sort of dump the information out to us in terms of his speculation and what he believes is going on. And this is actually one of the coolest concepts that I've heard of in comics in a long, long time. So the way this plays out, it's so visceral and so basic, but so genius. With Nina stockpiling all these superheroes, all these superpowered beings, and them getting kind of like this version of Compound V, when she's talking about like the 98% effectiveness, what this means is like one, the effect of Compound V, and two, the ability to destroy these superheroes. And the reason why is because having like a radio device that could literally detonate the brains of these guys, you know, using this variant of Compound V, what Nina would do is she would in turn use the compound from Vought American and then create all these different superheroes, send them out into Russia, and then just let all hell break loose. And so that when the government can't control it and the government can't contain it, well then here she comes seemingly out of nowhere and then activates, you know, basically destroys these guys, quote unquote, saves the country, and then now she's the new leader and ultimately really working with Vought American, allowing them to have more of an influence in the world. Use people's fear against them in order to seize power. The funny thing about this is that you end up having Billy Butcher who says that's how Nina sees it from as far as her deal goes, but that's not how it actually is. Vought American does not see her as reliable. They don't see her as controllable, but Joseph Chimenko is. And that's why he's currently running for office, being backed by Vought American, but nobody really knows. And what would happen is that Vought American would basically give Nina a false detonator, a detonator that wouldn't work. So all these superheroes would begin to run awry, everything would pop off, and then when she goes to destroy the superheroes, it wouldn't work. Presumably they would give the detonator to Joseph Chimenko, or they would say like, we'll bring our superheroes over there, and then we'll basically kind of have a bridge back and forth, and we'll work with each other. But essentially Joseph Chimenko would be nothing more than a puppet for Vought American. It's a pretty genius maneuver. It's a pretty smart maneuver. The problem is that in the middle of all this, basically everybody but Huey and Voss end up passing out. Now initially Huey freaks out, right? He's kind of like, okay, it's you. Like, you're the one that everybody's reporting to. You're the one behind all this, right? And it's kind of funny because because initially it seems to play out that way. And it's one of those things where it looks like that's the case. You know, one, because you have the statement that's made by Voss, they are living, and it's almost kind of a look of frustration, like, oh damn, like it sucks, they were all supposed to die. Huey was supposed to pass out and die along with all of them, but Huey's still alive. Now, of course, Voss is not working with anybody, right? Like, he really is a legitimate good guy. And this comes by way of the dog freaking out, and then basically these guys come running in. Voss loses his mind, destroys them all, rips them to pieces in a matter of seconds, and then says, like, the reason why we're not infected, the reason why you and I haven't passed out is because we've been drinking that brake fluid stuff that I've been making, and it's the reason why we're alive here. Because it really acts as like a counter to whatever it was that they put in that borscht. And so we're not affected, we're gonna be fine. And it really comes down to the two of them to take everything out. And so they really kind of fly in here, you know, they really jump in to the base of like the henchmen, right? And of course, this was a smart move by little Nina, is that she doesn't really work with like her own henchmen. I mean, she has her own bodyguards, but she doesn't really have her own henchmen. And the reason why is because if she had her own henchmen and one of them got caught, they could potentially spill the beans. There's no telling what they could have overheard. Some small detail they heard somewhere, they could bring everything crumbling down, right? Because when you're talking about organized crime, it falls under the RICO statutes. So if you can prosecute one, you can prosecute them all, and you can extend all kinds of different charges and so on and so forth. Her entire empire would come crashing down around her. But if all she ever does is involve herself with like some underlings, give them a letter and some pictures and basically say these are the targets and their assignment is to take them out, and they never really have any involvement with Nina, then it means if they fail, then who cares? It doesn't really matter at all, right? I mean, she'll kill them for failing, and then she'll go with somebody else. But because she's such a big player, it's one of these things where everybody wants to basically be the person that works for her because the payout would be so well. Now, of course, these henchmen are taken out quick, fast, and in a hurry. There's not much going on there, but it's kind of a crazy thing because when everything's sort of dumped out, right? You know, this guy starts talking to Huey and basically sort of spilling the beans. Between Huey and Voss, they start to pick up things and start to realize what's going on. That initially, you know, she was supposed to meet with Von American, but ultimately she ended up bailing out, right? Like things have basically completely gone south. And so she was supposed to bail out. And so ultimately she ends up, you know, boarding her plane and taking off. By the time they get there, her plane is gone. And it's kind of a smart move because when this goes down, of course, like she basically grabs her vibrator to give herself some kind of, you know, moment of peace, some kind of respite. And as soon as she turns it on, the plane explodes. And that's when you end up finding out Billy Butcher was the one who basically put a bomb in her vibrator. It's kind of a crazy thing, right? Because it's really always Billy Butcher thinking ahead. And that's why I like him so much, because he's a lot smarter than he initially seems to come off, right? Like he seems to be kind of a guy who's kind of not really a buffoon, but a guy who's sort of flying by the seat of his pants. But to say that like he could think this far ahead to say, okay, should we need to take her out, and we probably will, let's put a bomb in the one thing she loves the most, right? Her vibrator, and like nix her off the field. Because remember, is Billy Butcher usually working against superheroes in their entirety and anybody who seems to kind of use them for their own purposes. So the fact that he figured, you know, all this stuff out and he planned ahead, it's really kudos to him. And that's why Billy Butcher is one of the coolest characters out there. Like it's really cool. But nonetheless, that's when you get this sort of revelation to a degree about everything that was going on. Because what you end up finding out is that in addition to basically, you know, sacking Nina Domingo, little Nina, what Von American would have done is they actually would have given the right detonator to Joseph Chiminko. Like that's what they would have done, because then he would have been the savior of Russia, right? Like he's a person people would have elected without question, because this guy has the means to basically combat the superhero threat going on in the States, and it's something they don't want to have to deal with there. And so it's a really, really smart move, right? Like that was kind of the last tidbit of information in terms of how it was all going to go down. But that's the nature of the beast. It's really kind of Billy Butcher traveling from one place to the next. But then once he ends up meeting with Monkey, and after having dumped all this information to Susan Rayner in the CIA, Susan Rayner basically says, we're not going to do anything with it. And ultimately it comes down to the nature of fear. And that's why Von American has really rose and maintained itself as such a powerful organization, because they have superhumans on their side. By and large, for the most part, there's no real way to combat superheroes aside from other superheroes turning on them. Somebody with super strength equal to or greater than the various other superheroes out there who have super strength. And so if you're a company like that that's backed by superpowered beings who the government can't really cope with, and then you're in turn a government agency saying, let's basically try to take them out, all it would take is Von American sending the entirety of the Seven and all the other superheroes at their disposal directly to the CIA, and the CIA is gone. Like that's basically it, right? I mean, just like tearing down the government, you know, and saying like, we're just going to run everything from now on. It wouldn't be that hard for them to do. Fortunately, the goal of Von American, while it does seem to be having a lot of influence out there, at the moment, it really seems to be like serving as a means to control and be like a powerful organization, albeit not ruling everything. Now, as time progresses, Von American's motivations will become more clear, and they'll become a lot more clear cut as time goes on. But because of this, because of the fact that Susan Rayner's response is, you know, we're not going to do anything with this, and in turn, like all these other superheroes are still sitting in the warehouse, Billy Butcher ends up getting the detonator and then traveling to this warehouse and killing all of them, right? Like wiping them all out. And so it's kind of, it's a pretty dark moment here, right? It's just like, get rid of superheroes. But it's the nature of Billy Butcher. It's what he does. It's the role he plays. And so that's one of the reasons why he's so cool and so intriguing, is because for the most part, part, when it comes to his war against superheroes, no quarter is given. Surrender's not taken and no quarter is given. It's pretty intense and it's pretty hardcore, but at the end of the day, it does get the job done. And so ultimately, the groups end up kind of going their own separate ways. This guy who was working with Nina earlier in the story for Vought American is gone. Like, he ends up taking off and heading back to the States. So Vought American sort of escapes once again with their hands clean and having not really had any exposed involvement in anything except for the information that Billy Butcher collected that he gave to the CIA, which they're not gonna do anything with, and that's it, right? Like, everybody else who was a party to this is gone. And so it's a cool thing because, of course, this basically wraps it up, but it gets awesome. It's one of the reasons why I like The Boys. The stories are so well done, and they're organized and they're structured, and it kind of continues on, but also sort of wraps up the main story as it exists. So okay, so we are continuing on with The Boys, and I woke up a little bit ago. You guys get that extra sexy morning voice. As we go through the video, though, this voice is going to go away, so enjoy it while it lasts. But nonetheless, okay, so we're picking up with The Boys, and we're picking up with volume 3. Volume whatever it is that we're on. Good for the Soul. Now, this one's pretty solid, right? Like, here's the thing about The Boys. Some of the stories are hit and miss, right? Like, some of the volumes are hit and miss, and a lot of you guys have picked that up already. A lot of you guys are kind of like, okay, so like, not all of these are winners, right? But like, a lot of them are. And this one I think is actually really, really good. And initially this picks up with Starlight. Right now, the character of Starlight has been having more or less like a crisis of conscience since she joined the Seven. That's been like the core basis behind her character, that she was a kid who was part of like Heartland America, right? She was there as part of the superhero team. She grew up, as a superhero in Middle America. It was a very conservative part of the country, kind of homey and kind of innocent in terms of how she functioned. As she grew older, she really maintained that mindset. So once she got into her older years, right? Like, and once she basically joined as part of the Seven, what she came to realize is that the superhero as she viewed it was not the way it was. But this is an interesting concept, because what it really seems to point to is the idea that there's the world in which we think it is, then there's the world the way it actually is. And the question is, if you have to choose one, which one do you pick? And that's been the struggle of Starlight, right? She's just kind of like this wide-eyed, innocent girl who's brand new to the world, doesn't really have any idea how it works. And then once she gets into it, she realizes, wow, it's totally different. And she has to basically find a way to navigate those waters. And that's one of the things that she's talking about. She's kind of sitting here, sort of speaking directly to Jesus. She's sort of like, I don't really know what all I'm doing. Like, I don't really know if I should believe in any of this. She talks about how it's been 6 months since all of this really seemed to start. And she was sitting in on a meeting of the Seven. And when she was there, it was basically just kind of like, hey, there's this guy from Vought American that sits in there, and he's there with people that could tear his head off like that, right? He's there with people that could push their fingers through titanium. He's in a room with some of the most physically and capable, powerful people in the world, and he's in charge. He knows he's the one that runs the show. And that's what was always kind of interesting to me about The Boys, right? You have these various characters here. You have these guys, and for those of you guys who know the answer to this question, don't spoil it. We're kind of running with the suspension of disbelief here, but you have like some super powerful characters here, some beings who are in a lot of ways gods walking the earth, and they're answering to a corporation, right? What stops them from toppling everything and just like conquering the world and saying like, we run everything now? Like, what military is going to be able to stop them? And so it's an interesting concept, because again, it really sort of hits home with her basically meeting with Vic the Veep. Now, Vic the Veep, the vice president at the moment, one of the things to talk about here, because we haven't really discussed him too much. We sort of left this as kind of a thing that was out there and haven't really had a whole lot of discussion with it. So the sitting president at the time is Dakota Bob. And Dakota Bob is a guy who does not want to have any superhero members of the community, right? The Seven or anybody else. He does not want their hands in like the military, right? He doesn't want them in the Department of Defense or anything like that. They stay over there doing their thing. The US government and so on stay over here doing their thing. Vic the Veep is really Vought American's answer to solve that question, right? Like, to basically get the president out and then have Vic the Veep become the new president and then implement policies that would be wildly difficult to reverse, to basically have like the superheroes as part of the defense system, right? The US Defense Department. This really shows us like the full-on desire of Vought American and really like what all it is they want to achieve, right? Because Vought American is not just a company looking to achieve mass amounts of wealth, with regards to using superheroes as a means to, get out there and sell comics and all kinds of merchandising and so on and so forth. Vought American is looking to attain power. And to be this kind of hidden clandestine hand behind the individual who runs the free world is a huge amount of power. And that's one of the things that Starlight really seems to struggle with, because as she goes through this and as she sort of makes her way, through the Seven's headquarters, she begins to realize that like they're trying to find a way to get her out, right? They're trying to find a way to get rid of her. And the reality behind this is because she just doesn't fit in this world. She's too young, she's too innocent, she's too naive to really understand how the world works. And so it's a cool little thing here, because it's kind of like, is she capable of handling it in this world? Is she capable of making making it here, or is she just gonna be one of these individuals who kind of free floats, hoping she can change it one day and never really being successful in doing that? That's kind of the struggle that she's coping with. Now, again, those of you guys who know the answer, don't spill the beans. I know telling the internet not to do something is usually a terrible idea, but the fact remains here, there's a lot of things that Starlight's struggling with. She's really kind of having an existential crisis in a lot of ways. What am I doing here? Why is nothing what I thought it would be? It's a cool little discussion here, and it's a way to focus on her character in a way that we don't normally see. Now, from there, you switch over to Huey basically hanging out with the legend, or at least going to see the legend. Now, the idea behind this is he starts asking questions like, do Billy Butcher and them know? And the response is no, they don't know, that kind of thing. So it really looks like Huey is sort of doing something on his own. This isn't a huge thing at the moment, right? It's not a very big thing right now, but really the brunt of this first issue really focuses on the struggle of Starlight, right? Like one of the things she says is like, I need to get back home. I need to get back home, get back to my roots. I need to go back and really I need to see like the warmth of Drummer Boy. This kid that I was in love with, you know, the two of us were you know, kind of having our own thing, albeit in a more conservative fashion. I want to get back home, get back to my roots and find some sense of normalcy. And so ultimately she ends up traveling back to see Drummer Boy. Now, what you end up learning here is that when Starlight was part of like this, you know, kind of homegrown grassroots middle American superhero team, that when she was there, that it was kind of like she was literally the one who was kind of holding everybody back, right? She was the one who was kind of like, we can't say like the S word and we have to keep it super conservative and super Christian. And like, you know, she was kind of the face of the team in a lot of ways, right? Like how people viewed her is how they viewed the team. And so for the most part, it kept a lot of people in order. But this is kind of the reality of the situation that she's in, right? Like nothing is what she seemed. And that's why it's important to keep in mind that while Starlight is an interesting character, she is incredibly naive, right? She's an incredibly naive and really sort of baseline character, right? But it is kind of interesting to see that sort of innocence in this environment and to see what this innocence will become as the series goes on. But again, it's sort of intriguing there because ultimately what she really begins to ask is God real, right? If God has a plan for everyone, then that means everything that's going on is part of God's plan, right? Like if God exists out there and God could stop these terrible things, then God's not stopping these terrible things, which means God must be okay with it, which means God's not what I thought he was. And ultimately Starlight kind of seems to walk away, and that's when she runs back into Huey again. Now, up to this point, Huey hasn't really been a romantic love interest for Starlight so much as somebody that she can confide in, and even then, it was only ever really a couple of times, right? She doesn't really know him. And that's one of the things that she kind of says here, you know, when the two of them are talking, when he basically says, hey, look, you know, everything will be okay, and I'm somebody that you can confide in, she really like kind of starts spilling the beans about everything, about like not really everything she's done insofar as like performing inappropriate actions as she deemed it with members of the Seven, but at the very least in saying there's things that I've done over the course of my life, you know, recently that I'm not proud of, and it's called into question my entire view of God and whether or not he's real. My entire life philosophy has just been thrown into disarray, and I don't really know how to interpret it. But as she starts talking to Huey, of course, she really kind of starts hitting at the idea that like, I don't really know you. Like, I don't know you that well, but I feel like I do. Like, there's something about Huey that really strikes Starlight in such a way to where he's someone that she can just kind of open up to. Now, this usually goes one of two ways, right? For every guy out there who's been in this boat, this goes one of two ways. Either it's, man, I can really open up to you because you're a great friend zoned, or I can open up to you and I could definitely see myself knocking boots. Like it's one of those, it only ever goes one of those two ways, right? Luckily for Huey, it goes the good way. Huey doesn't get stuck in the friend zone, and Huey gets a chance to knock those boots. And because basically like he asks her out, says, hey, like, you want to get a drink sometime? And her response is like, yeah. Now notice this, gentlemen. All right, kind of sidetrack here for a second. Gentlemen, notice this, right? The guys who get the girls are the ones who make the move, not the ones who sit back like, I'm gonna be a gentleman and let her make the first move. No, because that is weakness. That is lame. You want something? Get out there and get it, right? The world doesn't just bring it to you, right? Women don't want a guy who just rests on their laurels, hoping that one day they'll get the girl if they tell her everything she wants to hear, and if they're nice to her 100% of the time, and if they never acknowledge her faults. No, you're gonna get laughed at, you're gonna get stuck in the friend zone, and she's gonna end up going out and getting somebody else. So be the one who makes the move, and don't be afraid to call people out, right? Like, have some backbone. Now, from there, it switches over to the boys. Now, this is a cool thing about this, is because we knew the boys were keeping tabs on the Seven in a lot of different ways. What this shows is the resiliency, and it really shows like how deep reaching and how far down like these connections go. They've got a tap into a camera for like literally the meeting of the Seven, and it's one of those cool things because Starlight doesn't show up to it. So it's initially kind of like, okay, like Starlight misses a meeting of the Seven, which as we know is a big no-no, right? Because like Vaughn American sits in on all the meetings, and if Starlight's not there, Vaughn American is going to start asking questions like, why is the Seven incomplete? What's going on? Like, do they not have it together? Is there something like, do we need to consider replacing them? Like totally replacing the entire team with somebody else? Should we pull our funding and give it to somebody else? You know, give it to another group out there or something like that. It looks bad. It looks bad in front of the company. It looks bad in front of the business. Not only that, Huey has actually been tasked with tracking down like one of the superheroes that he basically killed. Now, for those of you guys who remember this far back, of course, this was Blarney Cock. Not really this far back. It was like 2 videos ago or something like that. But this was Blarney Cock, a member of the Teenage Kicks who was basically killed killed by Huey. The idea behind this was that Blarney Cock was somehow resurrected, right? Like he was literally brought back from the dead. The question is the brain going to be the same? Is it going to function in the same way? And what Huey's picking up from these various observations after being tasked by Billy Butcher to track down Blarney Cock and take him out is that no, his brain doesn't really work the same way, right? I mean, he's just kind of a shell of his former self, you know? And it's one of these things where it's kind of like, okay, like the Teenage Kicks are looking for a way to kind of get rid of him, but at the same time, they don't want to put off the impression to like anybody out there that they don't have their house in order, right? So like they're trying to find a way to sort of sweep this under the rug, get rid of it, and call him a day, right? Now, from there, you pick up with Huey and Starlight actually having their drink together, and it's kind of a funny thing because Starlight's never really consumed alcohol before, and this is kind of a smart move by Huey, right? Because the response of Huey, you know, when she's like, you should come back to my place, the response of Huey is, no, I don't really want to. And that's a good choice, right? That's a good call, right? Never engage in that kind of activity with somebody who's intoxicated because who knows what kind of problems you could run into. But it's a smart move on behalf of Huey. It almost kind of makes him regretful, like, man, I really wish I'd gone through with it. Ultimately, he didn't, which again was essentially the smart move there, but it's something that he kind of gives himself a hard time over. Now, one of the small things that I want to point out here, this is kind of a small thing, I don't want to really delve too hard into this, but there's a moment where Mother's Milk goes back to his house and looks for his mom. Now, those of you guys who know why, like, don't say anything, but like, it's pretty screwed up. And like, we'll explain it as we get through this story. But I want you guys to keep that in the back of your head for a little while, because once we get to that part, you're going to kind of be like, wow, that's kind of, that's kind of messed up. Like that's kind of wild and kind of screwed up. But again, there's some great moments that go on here because ultimately what you end up having is kind of like this park, basically, where Huey and Starlight meet, right? I mean, the idea of like them going to a bar was kind of like, okay, I mean, this is cool and everything, but like, I feel like the park is our place, right? The place where we go, the place where we talk, it's pretty romantic. And it's actually kind of intimate here, right? Opening up to each other in a way that they haven't really done before. Now notice, they're not spilling all the secrets about each other, right? Huey's not like, hey, I work for this guy, Billy Butcher, and I'm part of a group called the Boys, and we're taking down soups everywhere we find them. I mean, he doesn't really say that to her. And she really keeps a lot of those things secret. Now, she's a little more open than he is, insofar as she's kind of like, yeah, I'm a member of the Seven, but at that point, it's really public information and unavoidable, right? So she's not really dumping anything that he couldn't already find out on his own, just by reading like a newspaper or watching TV when she was officially inducted onto the team. Of course, her not spilling the beans about the kind of thing she did is a way for her to kind of keep that barrier up and keep herself emotionally safe, so to speak. And it's sort of intriguing because as the two of them talk and as the two of them sort of engage, there's a kind of romance forming between the two of them. While all that's going on, Blarney Cock basically makes his way into the apartment of Huey, and then Huey, once he arrives back there, Blarney Cock's standing there, his whole backside covered with poo, basically, and things are kind of popping off quite readily. This is a little bit of a humorous part here, right? Because when things start to get crazy, Blarney Cock can't really talk, right? I mean, he's just kind of there, right? He's not really the way he was before. He's just kind of nonsensical. He's almost kind of Frankenstein in terms of how he functions. Now, one of the things he does, where if you look at his words and he kind of sort of makes sense of them, what he wants is his hamster back, right? He wants his hamster back. He wants it to return. Ultimately, he starts pissing all over the place, but he wants his hamster back. And ultimately, the response of Huey is, no, you can't have it because what you're going to end up doing is cramming this thing up your backside. And I rescued him from that terrible fate. A scuffle breaks out between the two of them, and Huey kills the guy yet again, right? So this is one of the things that I want you guys to notice. The nature of the Boys, if you look at the progression of Huey, it's very similar to the progression of Starlight, albeit almost kind of opposite, right? Where Starlight's sort of moving closer and closer, right? Where she's getting a hard time by, from A-Train about the fact that like she missed the meeting of the Seven, and she refers to him as Needle and basically walks off, almost kind of takes like a sort of, celebrating it. When you look at her experience with Huey, where she's becoming really a lot more progressive in terms of like getting out there and not really waiting for marriage and different things like that. When you look at the progression of her character, she's really moving away from like this ultra conservative heartland America girl and like stepping more into the 21st century when this story takes place. When you look at the character of Huey, it's much the same way. Huey was a guy who started out with the Boys and was like, yeah, I mean, I can be part of this, but like, I don't want to hurt people. Like, I don't want to do anything like that, And the responsibility Butcher comes with the territory, home slice. So if you want to do it, you better be okay with it. Getting into the scenario where he killed Blarney Cock the first time, and then this time killing him again, this really seems to kind of come to a head with the two characters when you end up having Huey traveling out to essentially the middle of nowhere, right? When he approaches Billy Butcher and he's like, hey man, if you had to dispose of a body and you didn't really want like CSI to find out that you did it or that you're involved with it in any form or fashion or to even be able to identify him, how would you do it? And the responsibility Butcher is like, I put him in an oil drum and set it on fire. That's exactly what Huey does, right? Like Huey takes the body, he goes out to the middle of nowhere and throws it inside of an oil drum and sets it on fire. He's met by the arrival of Billy Butcher. And it's kind of a cool thing, right? Because what Huey has done here is Huey's gone from a guy who basically didn't want to have anything to do with like inflicting harm on other people because it was such a terrible thing to do, really being innocent in a lot of different ways, to becoming a guy who basically took somebody out, even if it was done unintentionally, and then now intentionally disposing of the body. That's kind of the nature of the beast. He's progressing in a lot of different ways. And so is Starlight. The characters are changing and the characters are evolving. And that's why stories like this are so cool is because you watch a person and you see them progress, right? It's one of the things you don't really see in comics all that often these days anymore. You see it with new characters, but Captain America is Captain America is Captain America. He's been the same character for like since he's been in existence since 1941. Sure, elements of him have changed, but if you go and look at Captain America in Avengers number 4, right, when he first showed up again under Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, running all the way up until now, he's basically the same character. Batman is basically the same character. Superman, basically the same character. They don't change. They don't really evolve. They don't become anything different or anything from what they are right now. That evolution already took place, right? That evolution already happened for the most part, and it happened in an exceedingly short amount of time, if it even really happened at all, right? Like how those characters were structured and designed when they first popped up is for the most part how they've always been. But then you follow characters like Huey, who's basically this guy who was thrown into an impossible situation when his girlfriend or his fiance was basically taken out by a superhero who wanted to gain some kind of revenge, albeit what he was being asked to do was pretty extreme, all the way up until now where he's disposing of a body is pretty intense. So that's kind of the cool thing, is that as the story progresses, his character will change even more. His character will grow and evolve even more, and he'll become something different than what he is right now. It's a cool change to see, you know, it's a cool kind of evolution for him. So again, The Boys is a pretty strong story, and this is one that I think really stands out the most, because I think what it really does is it highlights the evolution and the change of the characters more so than we've seen at any point up to this moment. So okay, so we are continuing on with our series on The Boys, and I dig doing this series, right? Like I dig doing this. I feel like we should cover Invincible since it's getting a Netflix series next year. I think we should do that. Like that would be pretty cool, right? Just like hammer out a whole bunch of Invincible videos. I really wish they would make a series about Irredeemable. That's a good one, the one by Mark Waid. Irredeemable centers on basically Superman, right? He's not really called Superman, but it's essentially Superman, and it's like he saves the day. It's like his first outing, I think, and like he saves the day and becomes corrupted by like all the praise he gets and goes crazy and like just starts killing all the superheroes. Dude, it's really good. Like it's like an amazing series. That's the thing, like Marvel and DC have some really good stuff, but if you want to get to like the really amazing stuff that's kind of off the beaten path, you got to go look at like creator-owned comics. Like those are some of the coolest things you're going to see. But in any event, this video on The Boys, we focus on the origin of the superheroes, right? Like this timeline, like Vought American's rise to power, right? So for those of you guys who are basically wondering how things got to this point, this is the one that will cover all that stuff. And what it does is it winds back to World War II, right? So it tells us that Vought American has been a company in the United States for a long time, like for a very long time. The issue with this is that Vought American was providing some really shoddy weaponry. The Vought American, like a lot of companies out there that put profits over quality of product, was basically cutting corners everywhere. That they were creating like really shoddy products, right? Like they were creating like playing something called the Grizzly, which basically didn't really work, right? Like the engines would give out if you went too fast, the guns wouldn't fire consistently, and they were implemented in World War II by Vought American as a relatively new product that could help win the war. And the result was that the US almost lost the war because of it, right? I mean, the war in the Pacific was kind of the turning tide, right? The Battle of Midway, you know, like island hopping, things like that. Like if we'd lost the Battle of Midway, Japan would have taken and we would have lost. Like we would have lost World War II. And so or at least the United States would have been defeated during World War II. I won't go as far as to say we would have lost entirely. It's interesting with this because what it shows is right off the bat, in the very beginnings, Vought American didn't really care about the quality of the product they made. They cared about the money they can make off that product. Not only that, it shows right off the bat that what Vought American was looking for was to gain a foothold and really gain like kind of dominance over military contracts. And so all this is really told from the perspective of the legend, right? Basically giving this information to Huey. Now, there is a kind of segment that goes on here with regards to Billy Butcher and to Homelander, but for the most part, it's really just kind of them having a stare down and not a lot comes out of it, right? I mean, but the meat and potatoes of this is really the history of like Vought American and how it all comes together. And so what you ended up getting here is basically this idea that Vought American got some measure of a foothold, not a big one, but got some measure of a foothold in various military applications, more or less, you know, implementing their various schemes and different things along those lines. Like they got a huge hand in all of that. And the reason why is because they knew all the right people, right? They had people in all the right places. And so while technically they should never have had the opportunity to implement a lot of these really crappy products, they did, because they knew people who were not really presidents or vice presidents of the White House, but they knew people in like the Pentagon, they knew people in Congress, and they could basically get signatures on products that they were making in order to implement them in the military industrial complex. Following that went directly into Vietnam. And where their initial outing in World War II was kind of like, okay, so it didn't really go the way we'd hoped, but like, hey, look, we can make it work this time, all right? Everything will work, everything will be okay. What you ended up having was this scenario where a portion of troops were like outnumbered by like Viet Cong forces. And the concern was these guys are all going to be taken out. But the response was, well, we're using Vought American weapons, right? So like, you know, we've got all these arms and armament, like there's no way these guys can take us all out. And the result was that because yet again, Vought American was creating really, really shoddy products, these products failed when they were needed. And so what it meant was that like 1,000 soldiers were all killed. Like they all died in this massive confrontation that went on between the US and Viet Cong forces. And so following this, what it led to is for a time after Vietnam and like the catastrophic failure of Vought American, essentially, what happened was Vought American basically just sort of vanished for like 3 years. They were gone. And then suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, a meteor falls from the sky, it crash lands in Heartland, America, and there's a superpowered person there, right? And so following that, this kid basically aged up, super fast. It's like this Superman story, more or less. And so when this kid's paraded out by Vought American, he's everything people want him to be, right? Very Superman-esque. For example, there was a really, really good article that not really a good article, well, there was a good article, but Mark Waid had an interview in it, and he said one of the reasons why Superman has always been so popular is because he's everything to everyone. He's a champion of the oppressed in whatever era the oppressed are currently in, right? Like he's always their champion fighting on their behalf in comic books, more or less. This guy coming out here, he was loved by everyone, right? Like he was a humble guy, so he didn't really present himself as an imposing figure that somehow made men feel emasculated, right? Because I guess their confidence is tied directly into how they perceive other men around them. He didn't really offend any, like at least when it came to women, because of the fact that he was slightly vulnerable, what it meant is they had romance. They were like, well, here's a vulnerable guy, and maybe I can sort of slowly chip away and figure out what goes on with him and figure out how he works, and that kind of a thing. When it came to people who were right-wing, people who were conservative, they loved him because he was powerful. For people who were on the left, he was intelligent, right? So they loved the fact that he was a smart guy. So it was basically one of these things that was like everything to everyone, right? Like he was literally what everybody wanted him to be. And the result was that he immediately became exceedingly popular. Following that, there were 6 other people who popped up. And so what the legend basically says is like, as far as the world was concerned, these were just superpowered beings who seemingly came out of nowhere. And Vought American, who previously had less than stellar success when it came to weapons manufacturing, is now having huge success as a marketing company, so it's like people never really tied the two together. But the reality is that Vought American created these guys, right? Because Vought American looked at their ability to create guns and like tanks and arms and armament, things like that, and they couldn't do it in an effective way that could generate a profit margin, right? Like they were cutting too many corners. And so they said, well, let's get into genetic engineering. Let's get into manipulating genes. Now, in terms of how that happens, we end up figuring that out later on, but they developed Compound V. And the result was that developing Compound V allowed them to modify a human being in the fetus and then in turn give birth to a superpowered being. And it's kind of a funny thing because Huey asked the question, why did they only create 7? And the legend says, well, like literally the injection you got from Billy Butcher that enhanced your abilities, that gave you what you have right now, that's just one injection, and that costs $19 billion. Imagine how much it costs to make one of these guys. And so that kind of makes sense, right? If you're talking about, something that would cost upwards to possibly even like $1 trillion in order to engineer a human being from the time it's a fetus to the time that it's born to develop superpowers, and then to make those superpowers controllable so that it's not just Cyclops, right? Where like Homelander opens his eyes and everything in front of him gets totally eradicated. In order to avoid something like that, you're talking about a massive feat in genetic engineering. It would be almost unfeasible to be able to mass produce that on a huge scale. At the same time, the genius behind that is it allows them to do it in such a way to where the number remains controllable. It's much easier to control 7 superheroes than it is 700 superheroes. And so in response to that came what were basically a handful of different groups, right? You ended up getting groups called the Young Americans, you ended up getting Payback, you ended up getting Teenage Kicks, you ended up getting G-Men, but the 7 were the only ones who really had any major backing of Vought American behind them. The other ones who were there were just the result of experimentation, that kind of a thing, either accidents or something along those lines, but they weren't really bred to be the absolute best. The 7 were bred to be the best, right? The absolute best of what any superhero could be, with Homelander being the best of them, right? So he's the best version of a character. What's kind of cool about this whole thing is you get a guy named Johann Vogelbaum, at least I think is how you pronounce it, and it's very Captain America-esque, right? For those of you guys who are familiar with Captain America's history, Abraham Erskine was a guy who was discovered to basically create a super soldier serum. He was taken from Germany by Nick Fury and the Howling Commandos, brought to the United States, and he became part of Project Rebirth. This basically this same process happens here, insofar that Johann Vogelbaum did not want to create super soldiers for the Germans, and so he was basically brought to the United States and started creating Compound V for Vought American instead. The crazy thing about this is he didn't really know what the intention of Vought American was. For the most part, it seemed like they intended to keep him in the dark. They didn't really seem to, didn't really intend to tell him what the extensive nature of it was. The issue with this is that once Vogelbaum began to realize that the purpose behind Vought American creating superhumans basically was nefarious, insofar that it wasn't really for the purpose of protecting the world so much as like acquiring profit and really for like nefarious means, he ended up basically, off it himself more or less, didn't really want to be boxed into a corner. corner or anything. But then that gets into the role of the legend himself. And this gets in the role of comic books. And it's the absolute smartest thing that possibly could have been done by Vaughn American. And the reason why is because in any given particular circumstance, not just the modern day, but over the course of the history of humanity, the nature of people is that people will believe what they want to believe. That people wanted to believe that superheroes were good guys. People wanted to believe that superheroes were there to protect them. And so in order for Vaughn American to feed the people what they wanted to believe, they created comic books. And the entire basis behind these comic book stories was to basically feed people the narrative they wanted to hear. Now, this is pretty bad. Like it's a really crappy thing to do. And the reason why is because for the most part, the American people can't really be trusted when it comes to things. Like the average person can't really be trusted with things, especially if what they want to believe flies in the face of what's good for them. And so because of that, like if people say like, well, we really want to destroy the country using nuclear bombs, well, that's not beneficial for society. So you can't put that kind of trust in the hands of people. You take that trust away from them and say what you want will lead to the destruction of society. So we're taking that away from you, right? Because you're an idiot, basically. You know, like you want to goose up yourself into your own oblivion. We can't trust you with that, you know? And so you can't always put trust in the hands of the people. But when you look at this and you say, okay, what you have here is them feeding the narrative that heroes are good guys, no wonder the world turned out the way that it did. Because what you had is you had a scenario where you had a company, a weapons manufacturing company that was producing biological weapons in the form of superheroes. And then people refusing to believe that there could have been a nefarious purpose there or even doing any investigation automatically assumed they're here to help us. And so because they wanted to assume that, they wanted to believe that. And so in turn, Vaughn American fed them what they wanted to believe. And then really just kind of people stuck their head in the sand and everything just sort of ended up where it is right now. It really is intriguing there because it's one half the fault of people and then the other half the fault of a company. At the end of the day, when it comes down to like who really bears responsibility there, who do you point the finger at? At the end of the day, I would point the finger at the people, right? I would say it's the people's fault. They could have done their own investigation. They could have done any number of things. They could have found the facts if they wanted to because the facts were there. It's interesting because what the legend would do is comb through all these different stories. And what he would do is he would take a scenario that happened in the real world and then he would change the outcome of that scenario to reflect what people wanted to see. And so there's this one situation where it's like, okay, he goes out to the middle of nowhere, out in some state somewhere, you know, and he ends up fighting against some villain, and where like he basically just like flies through the villain and like punches a hole through that guy and just kills him, you know, beheads him in the most gruesome way. The comic book story plays out much differently. Oh, well, we're fighting yet again, you know, and so on, you know, you can't defeat me this time. And it takes what's basically a careless superhero who has no real regard for the lives of the people who he's essentially facing off against and paints him as a guy who's a good guy. He's fighting the good fight, you know, all that kind of stuff. Very patriotic, you know, in that sense. And it's interesting the way that it's depicted because that's just not really the way the superheroes function, but it's the way they're depicted to function, so it's what people assume to be true. And so the question after that was, if Vaughn American has essentially engineered superheroes and is using them as a means to attain power, then the question becomes, what's the next step? How do you get Vaughn American from a company that's engineering superheroes to a company that has a foothold and has control in the United States? And so what they end up doing is they end up basically getting a former businessman to attain the position of the vice president of the United States to work on their behalf. The problem with this is that what Vaughn American is doing has not gone unnoticed. And that's why I said, you know, in my argument with the people, you could point the finger at the people and say it's your fault because you allowed this to happen by just ignoring the reality of the situation and believing what you want to believe. When you had other companies, other corporations looking at this and saying, okay, so like Vaughn American is basically engineering superheroes. Vaughn American is creating superheroes and then using that as a means to basically say, hey, look, we can use this to safeguard the United States. Just give us weapons contracts, US government, and everything will be okay. That other companies were trying to fight against them to keep that from happening. Now, other companies weren't doing this because it was the right thing to do. Other companies were doing this because they saw Vaughn American as a challenge to their rule. Why do you need tanks? And why do you need guns? And why do you need bullets and things like that if all you have to do is send Homelander in and instill such an extreme amount of fear in the enemy that they'll be terrified to attack the United States or any property that belongs to the United States, lest Homelander go in, kill all the soldiers and all their families, right? So you could use that as a weapon against the enemy. You don't need to send in US forces. And so if you're Lockheed Martin and your entire platform is based on the process of like creating missiles or creating this or creating that or something along those lines, you know, or you're Boeing and you create like military craft, you know, military planes that go out and do things. I don't know if Boeing really does that. You know, if you're one of those guys who are weapons manufacturers, you're literally like, okay, so our survival's at risk here. And so fighting for survival, what they did is they ended up getting like the president of the United States elected. Like over this period of time, over this short period of time, because of this mad race to ensure survival in the military industrial complex, companies were dumping money into Congress. It reached a point where like 2/3 of Congress and the president and the vice president were bought and paid for by companies, right? So like America is exceedingly corrupt at this point in time when the story takes place. And so as a result of that, you basically had Vic the Veep, who was working on behalf of Von American, albeit the guy was an idiot and basically just took orders. Then you have the president of the United States working on behalf of everybody else in the military industrial complex. And that's the reason why, so long as the president is in office, nothing from Von American will get passed in terms of weapons contracts, and the president won't let it happen. Any bill presented by Congress will basically be vetoed by the president. And where you could look at that and you could say, okay, but like a 2/3 majority vote could overrule the presidential veto. Congress is split, right? I mean, like half belongs to all these companies and half belongs to Von American, and that's just 2/3 of Congress, not even the other third. There's no real way to ensure a presidential veto is overturned in Congress itself. And so as a result of that, there's this massive moment that comes along, right? Where Von American's kind of in a position where they have the vice president there and they say, okay, fine, then let's use the court of public opinion. Let's use public opinion to force the president's hand, right? Like let's use that as a means to control him, right? Because at the end of the day, Congress exists to ensure its position, right? Like any congressman, congresswoman, or any senator basically serves the purpose of trying to secure re-election. It's what they do. That's their goal. And so as a result of that, if in the face of public opinion, the public says, if you do not impeach the sitting president, then in turn, we're going to kick you out of office, Congress is going to impeach the sitting president. If they believe there's a credible threat to losing their position, if they don't impeach the president, then they're basically going to be outed. And so in order to try to force the president's hand to either step down or force Congress to impeach him, what they end up doing is crafting public opinion in such a way so that when 9/11 basically goes down in this comic, it doesn't go down exactly the same way it did here in the States. Instead, the way things happen is like, hijackers had taken one of the planes, they were supposed to crash it into one of the towers, jets were sent in to respond and to take these passenger liners down, and then out of nowhere, they were told, stand down, like back down. And so the result of this is that seemingly under the direction of the vice president, which begs the question, what was the president doing? Under the direction of the vice president, you end up having all these fighter jets which stand down and the 7 respond. The issue with this is the 7 had no idea what they were doing. These guys aren't trained, and that's the biggest issue here. They don't go through like hostage rescue training. They don't know how to talk people down. They don't know any of that stuff. They're people who were basically engineered to have superpowers, and then like seemingly overnight, they were elevated to what a lot of people praise as like God status, basically. I mean, that's one of the things that's said here is when Von American goes as far as to poll the American people and to say, would you support electing like Homelander to the position of president? People were like, no, because it'd be like electing Jesus to the office of the presidency. It's just too much power in the hands of a person who's too powerful. What stops him from never giving that power up, So because of that, people were just kind of like, okay, when the 7 fly in here and the 7 get in there, it's a total show. And that's exactly what it is. Like they get in there, they have no clue what they're doing, right? Like they're in there like, okay, so we're going to open the doors and we're going to take out these hostages. It's at this point, probably not 30,000 feet, probably something more to like, 15, 20,000 feet in the air. They rip open one of the doors of the airplane. Some kids yanked out, like people are being sucked out left and right. They get in there, everything goes to pop. But instead of it just being Queen Maeve and being Homelander, you've also got like Marathon Man. You've got a handful of people here. You've got Lamplighter. Things are kind of popping off and things are going nuts. And so when they get in there, like Homelander, totally overwhelmed by like all the screaming and the crying and the panicking, sort of loses his mind. He gets in there, he takes out some of the terrorist guys and then destroys the flight system in the process. He looks at Queen Maeve, he's like, I thought you had a plan. She's like, well, no, I thought you had a plan. Like nobody really knows what anybody's supposed to do. None of this was planned out. And so with the plane essentially in a position to where it's going to go crashing down, the question is like, are you going to save them? And the response is, there's nothing we can do. Like Homelander's just like, forget about it. Like whatever, who cares? It's a total disregard. He's like, whatever, man, let's just go. Like Marathon Man lashes onto him. He's basically a stand-in for the Flash. Marathon Man grabs him and ends up, kind of flying with him. And then it's like, look, dude, the plane's going to hit the city. And so then you end up having like Homelander who flies into the plane, ends up like breaking it in half, and the plane crashes into the Brooklyn Bridge and takes out the Brooklyn Bridge. Marathon Man is killed in the process. And it's just like the whole thing is just a total cluster. Because what you ended up having is you had these guys who were totally untrained. They don't know how to handle these things, right? There's a reason why specialized teams are trained in such a way to where they basically go through and they practice routines like this over and over and over again so that when things like this happen, they can respond accordingly. This is like grabbing a handful of cops off the street and then just throwing them into a situation. Of course they're not going to know what to do. Like, of course they're not going to know how to handle it because they haven't been trained for it. And so in the aftermath of this, there were 2 things that went down. One, you had the American people who were mad that an attack happened on their soil. soil, you had the American people who were asking questions like, how could this attack have happened? And then in turn, you had the American people angry, wanting like somebody to pay for it. The issue with this is that if the American people had learned that one, the government was asleep at the wheel, which led to the attack happen in the first place, and two, that the plane crashing into the Brooklyn Bridge was the result of the 7 screwing up, the American people would have turned on the government and fought American. And so as a result of that, working in tandem, what ended up happening is basically a finger was pointed at Pakistan. The government said, well, those are the ones to blame. Let's go get them. And they took the American people's eyes off of them. The American people bought into it, hook, line, and sinker, and basically looked directly at Pakistan and said, let's go get them. And then at the same time, Vought American used Victory Comics, used their comic book arm as a means to sweep it all under the rug and to say, well, the 7 did everything they could. There's nothing they could have done here. They did their best. By God, they fought the good fight. And that's basically, that's really what happened here. And the American people bought into it as well. And so as a result of that, seemingly a lot of hands came out squeaky clean that otherwise should not have here. And so following that, what you ended up getting into was basically the launch of the Boys, the creation of the Boys organization. Now, what the legend basically tells Huey is that the formation of the Boys originally came by a guy named Greg D. Mallory. And Greg D. Mallory fought during World War II and had a vendetta against everything that was going on with the idea of the superheroes and so on and so forth. But the issue with this was that he initially walked away with the first iteration of the Boys. And the reason why is because he was a guy who would dig up information and look for weaknesses when it came to the Boys making their move. They were a lot more heavy-handed. Like they would strike hard and fast. Well, the problem with this is that if you strike in that way, you're going to get an equal response to that. And so as a result, with Homelander and them realizing that they're being screwed around with, that somebody's messing with them, and then ultimately rooting it back to Greg D. Mallory, Lamplighter goes through and kills Greg D. Mallory's granddaughters. And so as a response to that, because the battle came so close to home, Mallory backed off. Mallory basically walked away from the Boys after experiencing this kind of crushing sensation the way that he did. And the Boys essentially seem to have disbanded, or at the very least, taken less of a heavy-handed approach. And that's the reason why now, when Billy Butcher launches his missions, he doesn't do it so heavy-handedly. He doesn't go in guns blazing, launching this full-on attack against all the various characters. Instead, it's espionage, subterfuge. It's using a very secretive hand to basically say, hey, look, like, just so you know, we're watching you and we're making moves against you, but we're not doing it in such a heavy-handed way. It's grabbing information. That's really what's really the big thing that goes on with the Boys at the moment. And it's the reason why Homelander and company don't just show up and kill them all, is because there's safeguards in place. With all the information the Boys have gathered, if they all basically die, that information would be let out to the media, and the whole world would really see what the 7 are actually like in terms of video footage and all that kind of stuff. And no longer would the American people be able to kind of just ignore the reality of the situation. They would have to take their head out of the sand and then look around and realize, okay, so yeah, things aren't really what we thought they were. It's essentially how things would go down. At the same time, if the Boys made a hard move against the 7, the 7 would take him out. We basically have an armistice, right? We've got a ceasefire, albeit grudgingly, but we've got a ceasefire going on. Neither one of us are launching that hard of an attack against the other. And so what they ended up doing, in order to kind of set things in stone, in order to sort of keep things kind of locked up, a sort of treaty was signed more or less in the form of like a sacrifice, in the form of a character that was going to be executed. And that's the reason why Lamplighter, for those of you guys who have been following this, that's why Lamplighter went missing, is because the official story was, well, we don't know where Lamplighter is. Lamplighter's taking a break, essentially. Lamplighter is taking a break from being part of the 7. Meet our new member, Starlight. When the reality was, Lamplighter was sacrificed. It was basically one of these things where the Boys were like, if you do not give us somebody, we're dumping everything out there. And so in response to this, the 7 said, okay, fine. Lamplighter is the one that killed the granddaughters of Greg D. Mallory. You guys get to have Lamplighter, and Lamplighter was killed by the Boys. And that was kind of the ceasefire that was basically agreed upon between the two groups, because the bloodshed was so extreme. And that was the reality of it. Both groups had so much to lose. They had so much to lose here that it was kind of like, okay, let's create a ceasefire. Let's kind of keep things, sort of on the back burner at the moment. And so that's one of the questions that's asked here by Huey is, well, then what's your involvement in all this? Like, what led you to become the person that you are right now? Why are you divulging all this? And what we end up learning is that basically Legend has a vendetta against Vought American that stems all the way back to the Vietnam War, that he lost a son there, that he lost a son due to like their malfunctioning weapons and their willingness to cut corners and so on and so forth. And he's always held a vendetta against them. Once they started manufacturing superheroes and he started realizing how far down the rabbit hole it went, when he was working with the company, he was basically stockpiling information. Once everything came to a head and it was like, okay, so now they're creating superheroes and I'm crafting the narrative for these superheroes, working for this company, Victory Comics, so on and so forth. It was stockpiling information to the side and using that information and passing it to the Boys later on, which is how he became involved in their organization in the first place. It's actually really interesting and it's really, really intriguing here. And so because we've covered so much in this short amount of time, I'm going to cover the other half of this in next week's video, right? Everything that was going on with regards to Starlight and so on and so forth. This is a lot of origin story to cover. It's certainly one of the most packed stories that Garth Ennis did when it came to the Boys, dumping like a ton of information in there, right? So Okay, so we are picking back up again with The Boys. Yes, we are covering The Boys yet again. For all of you guys who love it, as always, the uncensored version will go on Patreon and the censored version will come out here on YouTube. What I'm also gonna start doing is I'm gonna start uploading videos that YouTube would normally demonetize because of their policies. I'm gonna upload those videos onto Patreon. Those will strictly go up there. And then we'll kind of go forward with Comics Explained as normal. Having said that, The Boys, I really dig this one. This one's a lot of exposition. It's one of these weird things where like Garth Ennis basically gives us like the whole mission they're going on, and then it's just a bunch of crazy things that happen in between. But all of this really picks up with a couple of situations going on. The first one is, of course, you pick up with Billy Butcher talking with, the CIA, with Susan directly in some cafe, more or less, some restaurant. But then at the same time, or at least before that, really leading into like this mission, you had a chick named Silver Kincaid, and she had the ability to control pressure or gravity. It's not explicitly defined here. It's just something going on with that. But she basically walked out to a corner on a street, asked, "Where's Uncle Paul?" and then basically killed herself. It's kind of crazy because it looks like she used pressure to kind of cave herself in, but regardless of the situation, she basically ended up dying. And so the question that goes on here is why? Like, what led to this? What was going on behind the scenes? What caused her to do this? Remember, The Boys basically function where any kind of abnormal activity that deals with superheroes is always really assigned to them by virtue of the CIA. It's the nature of their team and it's the role that they play. And so what we end up doing is learning about this group called the G-Men. Now, the reality is that the G-Men were basically designed to kind of be like a parody of the X-Men. It's really what they are, right? They're a parody of the X-Men themselves, largely because of the fact that the group is basically led by a guy named John Godolkin, who's really like a stand-in for Charles Xavier, albeit far more sinister than anything else. But what you also have is basically G-Force, G-Wiz, and G-Style. Now, these are kind of under the G-Men, right? So it's almost like you have X-Men, then you have X-Force, X-Factor, different things like that is really kind of how this compares in terms of the groups and how they work with one another. But the big question that's being asked here is what's the deal with John Godolkin, right? Like, how does this guy function and what's going on with his character? The problem with this is that there's not really a lot of information coming out when it comes to the G-Men, right? They're not really a super clandestine group so much as a group where like people just don't really spill the beans, right? So the only way for the Boys to really learn anything about their organization is to send one of their guys in. They basically send in Huey, who's disguised as one of the G-Men. The other thing about this, which is hilarious, is the Seven keep getting crank calls. And it's one of the funniest things. Homelander gets this call where it's like, "Are there any walls there?" And it's like, "No, look, like I think you've got the wrong number." And it's like, "Then how does the roof stay up?" It's corny as hell, but it's hilarious. Like it's funny to see that happen. Because he's absolutely losing his mind. From there, that's when you basically start getting into G-Wiz, you start getting into the G-Men. Now, the idea behind this is Huey joining in as part of their group. This guy has no clue what in the world he was getting into here, right? The guy's got no earthly clue. Now, while all that's going on, you've also got Mother's Milk, who's kind of investigating from the other side. He's really focusing more on Silver Kincaid, more so than anything else. But the hope is that by investigating her, that will basically lead into maybe some trails, some breadcrumbs or something like that. They can kind of get him some information on the G-Men, and of course he and Huey can basically compare notes and see where the whole organization stands. But the problem with the G-Men is, or at least with these guys, these G-Wiz guys, is they're kind of all over the place, right? Like they're kind of bonkers insofar as the groups just sort of like let their whims and wants carry them abroad, right? It's a crazy life of like debauchery is really what it is. But that's when you also end up learning this group were the ones who were prank calling Homelander. And they got the number from like the directory, right? Is really kind of where they got this from, making all these crank calls and so on and so forth. But the big gist behind this, and really one of the big things that comes out of this, is what you have going on here is that in response to the death of Silver Kincaid, you basically got this big memorial going on with regards to all the various G-Men groups that exist out there. Now, the nature of the G-Men, and really kind of feeding into the fact that it's like a parody on the X-Men and the X-Men related universe, there's a whole bunch of different groups here, right? So you basically got the G-Brits, you've got the G-Nomads, you've got the G-Coast, G-Style, and G-Wiz. You have a whole bunch of these different organizations, these different functions that are kind of out there with regards to them, going out and doing their own thing. Something else that really seems to come out of this is that Vaughn American is aware of who the G-Men are, of everything that goes on with G-Men. They're aware of Godolkin and so on and so forth. The issue with this is that the death of Silver Kincaid, it'll drive people to start asking questions, which is exactly what's going on now. But remember, when it comes to Vaughn American, their charter, first and foremost, is make as much money as you can and don't let anybody interrupt the flow of money, right? Like the spice must flow, for those of you guys who know the reference from Dune. But still, there's a lot that goes on here with these different G-Men organizations. And so Huey getting in there and Huey basically pretending to be one of their members really passes like the initial test. And so of course, eventually he's brought before John Godolkin. And that's what the question is asked, like, why do you want to join this? And it's like, well, I've always wanted to be a superhero, which is really kind of like a pretty cut and dry answer. And it's one that's usually accepted, right? Because when it comes to the idea of the G-Men, or even with the idea of Vaughn American, the only thing that's really concerned about is, are you bankable? Do you have power? powers? And are you a person that can be marketed in such a way to where you can generate large amounts of revenue? That's the #1 overriding factor when it comes to VOD Americans' interactions with the entirety of the superhero community. If you're not marketable, they don't care about you. If you are marketable, then they definitely care about you, right? And there's a whole host of things that go into it. In addition to that, there's small little things that kind of pop up here and there that basically tell you something's not right? Because if you look at this on the surface, it's like, okay, it's just a bunch of crazy guys who basically do all kinds of stuff. It seems part and parcel to like what Huey and all them have seen as part of the superhero community, right? There's the front public face, the marketing face of the superhero community. Then there's everything else, then there's all kinds of other stuff that goes on behind the scenes. And so looking at this, it's like, okay, it's basically just people who are a little bonkers and crazy, but for the most part, Huey sees them as relatively good guys, right? I mean, they're not going out and killing people, but what ends up happening here is in the middle of this, you end up having Huey who basically goes to the restroom only to be met by Nubia, who's just kind of there and just saying, kill me, over and over again, and scaring the absolute daylights out of Huey. Now, of course, Nubia is basically a play on the character of Storm, but when Huey starts to freak out and lose his mind, everybody else comes running in and is like, no, dude, that's the only thing she ever says. Just chill, relax, it'll be cool. And of course, there's a kind of hidden thing here where Gadalkin is like, well, we've tried to stop her nighttime and, excursions. We'll go ahead and put her back and, we'll put her back where she's supposed to be. The idea is that she's almost kind of like a dirty little secret when it comes to the G-Men. It's almost kind of like no one's supposed to know what's going on with this character. Nobody's supposed to know what's going on with her. The other half of this is that where Mother's Milk is kind of tracing down this notion of Silver Kincaid, right? This idea that she was an orphan and she was ultimately rescued or at least taken from some kind of an orphan home and basically brought to become part of the G-Men. One of the things he learns is that there's no history of her living in that location, right? There's no history of her being there. Instead, it's just kind of like, this girl seemingly just kind of appeared in the G-Men out of nowhere, and nobody really has any definitive answers as to how she got there or where she's from. The other half of this, and the reason why the G-Men are in reality kind of becoming a liability to VOD American, is it really comes by way of some statements that are offered, from Critter while they're having their morning brunch. And one of the things that Critter says here is that the G-Men concept, the ideology, has basically expanded to around like 7 or 8 teams, and you have like 6 or 7 people per team. And so the problem with this is that it creates a scenario where the more people that are out there, the more people can say something. And the reason why is it's simple numbers, right? It's much easier to control what can or cannot be said. It's much easier to control the narrative when you're talking about like 6 people, right? Because, it's just kind of like, hey, look, like I'll off all of you guys or something like that. But you can't really manage, something. I mean, if we're talking about at max, you're talking about seven people and there's 8 teams, you're talking about 56 people. One of those folks is bound to say something. So there's a lot of security issues that go on there with regards to this organization. So again, that's one of the interesting things about the G-Men is we're kind of given this depiction where you have this loose affiliation, not even really loose affiliation, but this affiliation of teams that are out there all under the banner of G-Men with no real oversight outside of like one guy, basically, and it's just kind of like, okay, so like, how do you control a group like this? How do you keep this group under wraps? How do you keep them contained and controlled? And we'll actually find out that their allegiance to Gadalkin is really like second to none, but there's a pretty nefarious reason as to why that is. But one of the things that I also want to do is I want to focus here on the whole scenario with Huey and his girl. And the reason why is because with Anna and all the things that go on, what Huey's been doing is basically lying about his existence the entire time. He's been lying about the role that he plays, where he's basically been saying, well, I'm basically a guy who investigates insurance fraud, something along those lines. The problem with this is that these lies and deceit that Huey is coming out with, at some point along the line, they're going to have to come out. Like either he's going to slip or somebody's going to dump some information or something along those lines. And when the hits the fan, what's going to happen? Like, how's this going to play out? How's she going to respond? Is she going to lose her mind and kill him? But it's one of these crazy things where it's like Huey is becoming more and more comfortable being one of the boys than when he first started out. The boys exist by way of deceit. They exist by way of lies, manipulation. Huey was a little put off by that. He was like, I don't really know if that's the life for me. I don't really know if I can be the kind of person that can engage in those kinds of actions. But notice, it's becoming much easier for him as time goes on. It's becoming a lot easier for him to manipulate these things as time goes on. And so it's kind of a crazy scenario that you see unfold here in terms of the character progression of Huey, albeit in somewhat of a negative way. Now, following this, and this is one of the reasons why Mother Milk is so cool, is because what he's been doing is tracking down every conceivable lead he can find in terms of what's been going on with Silver Kincaid. And what he does is he basically locates a guy named Mr. Wilhelm, who basically had this younger brother named Paul, who ended up traveling out and going all the way to like a motel in Arizona and essentially offing himself. And the question is why? And this is one of the reasons why Mother Milk is so cool, right? Because Mother Milk, it's very easy to look at him as kind of being like the strong guy of the boys, right? Kind of like the muscle behind the group, and then just kind of chalk him up and just say, okay, so like, this guy doesn't have a whole lot going for him. But the guy's one heck of an investigator. And what he basically learned here, at least, talking to Mr. Wilhelm, what he learns is that at some point along the line, Paul had a niece. And the result to this was that this little girl, her name was Grace, he took her out for ice cream. And of course, once they got ice cream together, it was an amazing time. And because of his experience with with her, Paul was looking forward to the idea of having a daughter himself. Of course, realizing he forgot his change, he went back into the ice cream store, and when he came out, Grace was gone, and nobody had seen anything, right? That was the only response anybody ever really gave the sheriff's office. It was like, we didn't see anything, we don't know what went on, we have no idea what happened here. This girl basically just vanished, right? She just disappeared up in smoke. And that was the biggest problem, is that try as they might, assuming that the sheriff's office gave it their all, there was nothing they could do to locate this girl. Nobody knew where she went to, nobody knew anything about her, nobody saw who took her or anything along those lines. There was no description of a vehicle, nothing. And so as a result of that, kind of driven by guilt, driven by all of this, Paul ended up driving out into a motel in Arizona and basically just offing himself, right? It was the only way he seemed to be able to cope with what was going on here. But that's when things begin to click for Mother's Milk, because when he hears that, when he's like, well, this guy Paul was her uncle, that's when it harkens back to what she said on the street corner, where's Uncle Paul? That's the cool, like it's one of these really, really cool moments here, because it's like, it all kind of clicks into place. And so what Mother's Milk ends up doing is kind of piecing together this narrative, piecing together this story that somewhere along the line that Uncle Paul had taken Grace to get ice cream, he went back inside, and Grace was kidnapped, presumably by John Godolkin. That kind of seems, I don't know who else it would be. I mean, he's literally the guy who's like the villain of the comic so far, or at least, in this one particular story. And she basically vanished, but because of the fact that Uncle Paul was her uncle, presumably she went through all these different experiences. Who really knows what happened, although we'll find out later on at the end of the story. And that's who she was looking for. Where's Uncle Paul? Like, I need an Uncle Paul. It's kind of a crazy thing, but there's actually a lot more going on to her character insofar as why she was the way she was. But there's this really, really cool conversation that takes place between Huey and Billy Butcher, right? Because Huey kind of finds these small little moments to basically break away and essentially report back. Of course, all these bits of information are kind of dumped out there, and of course he's planted the various monitoring devices and these bugs and so on and so forth. But what he basically says is like, look, they're not inherently bad guys. Like these are not bad guys. They're not villains, right? They're not like heroes that don't care about people or anything like that. Like they're just kind of guys who are there and they care about each other. But I don't think that we should really be going in the direction of like, let's take these guys out, right? Because we know that Billy Butcher doesn't really much care about any of the superheroes. It's about just like taking these guys out because they're all basically various threats. If they can't be used to achieve a goal, they can be removed from the landscape. That's kind of Billy Butcher's stance on things. But the idea behind what he was telling him is, look, man, like they're not inherently bad people. So like if we're gonna make a move on John Godolkin and we're gonna take this guy out, at the very least, what we can do is remove these guys from the equation and try to help them become like better people, right? It's a pretty cool thing. And it's good to see that Huey hasn't fallen so far down this path that he sees all superheroes as being like irredeemable in the same fashion as Billy Butcher. So again, like while Vaught American is making moves and essentially saying these G-men have become too extreme, they've become too much of a liability, Huey is basically taken by some of the guys from the G-men, kind of brought out to not really the middle of nowhere so much as someplace sort of off the beaten path from where the reunion's going on, I guess the memorial's going on. They drag him out of the car and they basically say, we know what's going on about you, right? Like we've been told that you're not looking to join the G-men, that you're a spy. So it's one of these instances right off the bat where Huey doesn't really get busted like immediately, but he gets busted pretty quickly. And it's kind of a funny thing here because what this really shows, and it's one of the big moments that goes on when it comes to the nature of the boys comic, as well as like even the superheroes themselves, is that for all the pomp and circumstance of Billy Butcher, kind of pointing the finger at superheroes and saying they're not really trained to be these kind of guys, they don't really know what they're doing, the same kind of goes for the boys. They're capable, and having some influence in the CIA, things like that, does benefit them, but they're by no means perfect. And the fact that Huey got busted in this way really kind of shows, hey, these guys aren't necessarily perfect. Now, of course, Godolkin had a hand in figuring all this stuff out, but where Huey is about to basically bite the bullet, right? These guys are going to take Huey out, they're going to kill him. Suddenly he's rescued by the female as well as Frenchie, and then the rest of the boys basically join in. And what they end up doing is saving one of these members of the G-men, not really for the purpose of like making his life better, but to basically say, spill the beans, tell us what's going on here. And what we end up learning is that Godolkin had been going out and kidnapping young kids. And so what he would do is once these kids were kidnapped, they would constantly inject them like once a week with Compound V, the serum that gives people superpowers. And one of two things would happen. Either they would develop powers or they would die. And that was just the way it was. And so as a result of that, for those individuals who lived, who ended up kind of going on and basically developing abilities, they would in turn be incorporated into the G-men and then basically go forward doing the bidding of John Godolkin. The reason why Vaught American allowed this to go on for so long is because the G-men produced a ton of money, right? I mean, they were basically viewed as like cast-offs, as people whose, by virtue of their power manifesting had like a kind of a different appearance or something like that, but they were viewed as like the underdog, and people love an underdog. And so they basically generated a ton of money for Vaught American, which is why Vaught American sort of let it go on. And so they were basically raised with this ideology of never tell anybody what happens to you, and you'll be able to continue living this amazing life. And when you're a little kid and you're as easily manipulable as the kids that are shown in here, and you're basically given every opportunity to do whatever it is that you want, it's pretty screwed up. Like it's pretty dark and it's pretty twisted. And so as a result of that, what you end up basically getting is this notion of these kids going forward and basically swearing absolute allegiance to John Godolkin, basically saying like, we're never gonna rat this guy out, we're never gonna turn on this guy. And, once you end up having like Billy Butcher and all of his forces, or I guess really him and just the boys, who end up going to confront all these various superheroes, none of it makes a difference, because seemingly out of nowhere, you have all these soldiers, all these henchmen for Vought American who come running in here with Stinger missiles, with helicopters, flamethrowers, and just torch everything. They torch and eliminate everyone, like every single member of these G-men. It's literally just like a great big huge sanitation project. They sanitize everything. They eliminate all of them, like all of them are gone. And the reason why is because now there's no more liability. There's no more having to worry about other people talking. And what it really does is it points to this idea that nothing is beyond Vought American. They'll do whatever they need to in order to make sure that their assets, their profits are kept in line, that nobody gets in the way, that nobody stops the flow of money. And they're willing to cut off some money. They're willing to cut off the financial flow from the G-men so long as nobody gets in the way, right? And here's kind of the crazy thing about it. Because Vought American approaches this from a marketing standpoint, what they could really do here is they could spin the narrative to say any number of things. Some extreme group out there, whatever the case is, they went through and took out all the G-men. And so that way, Vought American kind of paints them as like martyrs, more or less. And so that way, it'll increase the sales of their comic books, and Vought American will continue making money. Okay, so continuing on with our video series on The Boys, this one, it's part of The Boys, but it's actually kind of a mini series. It stands on its own apart from everything else. It doesn't really even stand on its own, right? It kind of ties into everything, which really sort of begs the question, why was it released as a mini series in the first place? You could probably skip over it, but I wouldn't suggest it. And the reason why is because this is probably the most extreme example of how the superheroes function in the heroes universe, right? So what ends up happening here is initially you pick up in the beginning with basically Homelander addressing, the media, standing out in front of the Capitol and saying, all right, guys, so things are getting ready to pop off, right? Like there's some alien invaders who are coming to Earth and they're going to attack us and all kinds of crazy stuff's going to happen. So me and my cohorts, we're all going to go into space. We're all going to fight these guys. We're going to be gone for a few days, but don't worry, we will save the world and everything will be fine. And so it's kind of like, okay, cool. So like they're going to go fight aliens. This is going to be interesting. But what you end up finding out here is that like none of that stuff's true. There are a couple things that go on, and there are a couple things we need to draw attention to, really most notably the actions of the boys. Now the boys being here are actually tracking down Vic the Veep, right? And specifically, they're looking for a particular guy. And we'll actually find out who that guy is here in a second. But the crazy thing about this is that in the middle of all this, Homelander kind of comes to this realization. And what he realizes here is that he can pretty much do anything. And there's really nothing anybody can do to stop him. And this revelation kind of comes from a couple different places. But one of the big things it comes from is when he basically flies out into the sky totally naked and then comes across this Trans-Pacific airliner, right? The 747 making its way from Sydney over to America. And then he blasts the things with his heat vision, literally destroys the pilots in the cockpit, and the whole thing goes crashing down and it explodes. And it's basically like, I can do that, right? And it's the nature of Homelander, right? Like it's the reality of the superhero era that they're living in at the moment. Is what you're dealing with here is you're dealing with this scenario where you basically have these superheroes who don't really have any traditional weaknesses, right? There's no like Superman with kryptonite. There's no Green Lantern with the color yellow. That doesn't really exist here. All these superpowered beings who have no real weakness whatsoever. Vought American has positioned itself in a place to where it's kind of like the gateway, right? The access point whereby these heroes go from just being individuals who have powers, who gain their abilities from Vought American, to individuals who now have access to like money and drugs and women and all these various things. And so because of that, it gets kind of crazy because what you end up doing is picking up with the arrival of Vic the Veep himself. Now remember, Vic the Veep is the vice president of the United States, but he's a Vought American stooge, right? Like he was specifically put into the position of becoming vice president because he can essentially fly under the radar, right? I mean, when was the last time you cared about anything the vice president did? Nobody cares what the vice president does. He's basically a yes man, and there's really nothing more to it than that. His role is to just say yes to things, right? To do what Vought American wants him to do and to really do nothing more. That's why they chose him, is because he's just kind of a simple-minded cretin. He's very basic here. And so as a result of all that, you suddenly have Huey who basically gets a phone call from Starlight. And here's the irony about all this, is neither of them is being truly honest with the other about what they do for a living. Huey, of course, we know is part of the boys, but the cover story he gave her was that he was like an insurance analyst, basically, right? I mean, people, a guy who discovers fraud, different things like that. And that's really the only role that he plays. But it's ironic here because they're both in the same location. They just can't really tell the other that they're essentially there, or at least any could, but technically, like, Herogasm is supposed to be undercover, right? It's supposed to be kept under wraps and no one's supposed to know about it, which kind of makes sense. But in the middle of all this, suddenly, like, Huey is met by the arrival of Black Noir. Now, here's a crazy thing about all this. Huey kind of snuck off a little bit in order to achieve this. At the same time, the rest of the boys are kind of preparing this particular operation, which we'll talk about here in a second. But like in the middle of all that, Huey, while he's talking to Annie and essentially like standing in, in a sewer system kind of more or less, is like snatched up by Black Noir, who basically with him, more or less, against Huey's will, which is kind of extreme there. But at the same time, what you also getting is as soon as that happens, not really what happens with Huey, but as soon as this one guy who basically looks like the Thing, Ben Grimm, comes crashing down into the pool, then that's when the operation starts. And the reason why is because this guy was designed to be a distraction. Now, in reality, he really is a stand-in for the Thing, just like all the other members of his team are a stand-in for the Fantastic Four, is really what they're designed to be. But the idea behind this operation is to use that as a distraction, get out, snatch somebody up, and we don't really know exactly who this person is supposed to be. Huey, for the most part, goes missing, right? I mean, experiencing this heinous situation, he's just kind of cowering in fear, just terrified by this whole scenario. And so ultimately, Billy Butcher's not able to find him quite readily. Instead, Huey's just sort of there and just kind of out doing his own thing. But all this basically comes to a head when you end up having Huey, who basically comes to, who essentially wakes up and then goes out there, finally ends up, meeting with Billy Butcher, only for Billy to kind of, chastise him a little bit, say, hey man, what are you doing? All this kind of crazy stuff. But for us to find out the person they were going after was a Secret Service agent by the name of Michael Lucero. Now, this guy is exceedingly important. And the reason why this is important, the reason why I chose to do this one is because this builds off what we saw with the origin of the superheroes, right? And with regards to I guess, the superpowered beings with regards to the Boys comic. And the reason for that is because while they're interrogating Michael Lucero, he basically spills the beans, right? He spills the beans on essentially everything that's going on. And what he ends up saying here is that Vaughn American positioning Vic the Veep to basically kind of ensure that they would eventually control the White House was not enough, right? They had to put him in there, then they had to orchestrate a series of events or have a hand in series of events that could basically position him so that either the president could be deemed incapable of doing his job, whatever the case is, Vic the Veep would ensure the popularity of Vaughn American. And so if you guys recall from our video where we were talking about the origin of superheroes, one of the things that Vaughn American wanted to do was they basically wanted to show that superheroes could be credible defense against whatever threats happen to be out there on Earth and to get them involved in the military-industrial complex. And so what ended up happening is with this guy, Michael Lucero, his idea was that he always wanted to join the Secret Service. But ultimately what ended up happening is when he joined up, he was assigned to Vic the Veep. But this basically goes into the events of 9/11. And the reason why this is important is because what we talked about in the origin of superheroes is that something happened in the war room. And Dakota Bob, who's the sitting president at the time, was the one who was basically orchestrating the orders and taking control of the situation in the whole 9 yards. The issue with this is that with Vic the Veep being there, the idea of Un-American was to position superheroes so they could be, shown as like a credible defense mechanism against other threats outside the United States. And so in order to ensure that this happened, knowing that Dakota Bob was avidly against the idea of bringing superheroes into the defense system of the United States, that what ended up happening basically was Vic the Veep essentially knocked out Dakota Bob with a fire extinguisher. And when that happened, like literally nobody really saw it happen, right? Things happened so fast, nobody really saw it all go down. All they saw was that Dakota Bob was essentially knocked unconscious. And because Vic the Veep was the vice president, essentially he was the next person in charge. And that's when Vic the Veep basically told everybody, stand down, have all the jets and everything stand down, do not intercept any of these planes that are coming in through 9/11. And like that was it. That's the only order that they got. And because of the fact that the military for the most part has to follow the direction of the commander-in-chief or his immediate successor, in this case the vice president, the military had to stand down. This opened the doorway for the 7 to show up and to basically try to stop the 9/11 hijacking. Now, we knew that kind of went bonkers. It kind of flew to the wayside and really went sideways in a multitude of different ways. If you're unsure about that, feel free to check out the previous videos on it. It didn't really work out for Vaughn American exactly as they planned, but it worked out for them nonetheless. It was basically a display to the general public. Superheroes can be more than just comic book characters, right? They can essentially protect the United States from various threats. And so as a result of that, one of the other things that Michael Lucero says is there is a organization called Red River. Now, Red River is designed to be the Boys stand-in for Blackwater, which was essentially like this mercenary team that had its hands in some pretty nefarious actions at the very beginnings of the Iraq and Afghan war. But the idea behind this is that Red River is essentially kind of like a independent contracting mercenary organization that was created by and usually always works for Vaughn American, but can be licensed out to the government at times. And so as a result of this, in order to ensure that things went the way they wanted to, what Vaughn American started doing was positioning members of Red River to become Secret Service agents, to basically work on their behalf as Secret Service agents. What this shows is that Vaughn American has been systematically over the years getting its fingers into the White House and trying to find a way to control the federal government as it exists. And the result of this is that really the president at the time, Dakota Bob, made it exceedingly easy. And the reason why he made it easy is because there was a lot of legislation that was introduced by Congress and was ultimately passed by him that essentially allowed this kind of piecemealing of congressional oversight, right? Basically, like members of Congress could receive far more campaign donations, different things like that, which basically allowed different companies to buy the government in a variety of different ways to make sure bills were passed and things. And so while it wasn't the intention of Dakota Bob to explicitly service Vaughn American, ultimately he did. Like ultimately he ended up kind of opening the doorway and making it possible for Vaughn American to get their foot in and just kind of go from there. And so what it does following this is it kind of picks up up with the tail end of this, right? You have what's called the Soupies, which is basically just like the superhero award ceremony that kind of goes on here. And it's kind of a crazy thing because you sort of see this great big huge gathering of all these various guys who are here. But Michael Lucero being released by the boys really serves the purpose of allowing him to kind of continue his mission to figure out which members of the Secret Service agency are like Red River agents and which ones are legitimately loyal to whoever they're protecting, right? Because the role of the Secret Service is they're not really loyal to the president, they're not really loyal to the vice president, they're loyal to the position, regardless of who's holding that position, right? So their job is to protect the president or the vice president. It doesn't matter who the president or the vice president is at the time. And so as a result of that, it's really kind of working in the benefit of Vought American. The problem with this is that in the middle of this whole Soupies award, Homelander basically gets up and begins a process of saying like, hey, look, here's what I did. Like I came to this realization that there's really nothing stopping us out there. We could do pretty much anything we want to. But before he spills the beans on it all and basically says, I shot down a transatlantic airliner because I could, and there's nothing anybody can do to stop me, Vought American basically walks in, right? Like one of their guys essentially walks in to look at everything that's going on, and that basically shuts down Homelander. And the reason why is because even if Homelander wanted to make the move, and even if he wanted to basically say, we can conquer everything, we can tear everything down, and to really incite all these superheroes to become kind of like their own vigilantes, right? To take the law into their own hands and to do whatever it is that they want to do in absence of whatever it is that Vought American or the government wants them to do, he can't really make that move at the moment, because if he did, Vought American would pull everything out from under them. Right now, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It's more politics than anything else. But if you're someone like Homelander who's essentially unstoppable, yes, you're one person, but how stoppable are you in the face of like 100 superheroes all trying to fight you at the same time? But ultimately, while all this is going down with regards to everything, with Homelander almost on the verge of like making his decree and basically rallying all the superheroes to kind of rise up against humanity, more or less, just kind of say, look, we're going to do whatever we want to do. There's nothing you can do to stop us. You also end up having Michael Lucero, who makes his move on the various agents who are out there that are part of Red River alongside the boys. And so as a result of this, a kind of shootout ensues, right? I mean, ultimately, Michael Lucero shot and killed in the process. But what this basically means is that the involvement of Vought American in the goings on of the federal government is far more deep reaching than we ever thought they were. Our idea was that they positioned a vice president in there, right? A vice presidential stooge, a guy who would just do whatever they told him to. And then ultimately it would all just kind of come to a head. What Vought American has been planning is the death of the president, to where they can off Dakota Bob. And when that goes down, then in turn, Vic the Veep will take his place. He'll serve out the rest of Dakota Bob's presidency and then run for election and then have another 8 years possibly under his purview, and essentially Vought American controlling everything. That's the plan. That's the idea as Vought American wants to see it go down, which is a huge moment. It's a big thing to basically do here. Like the idea of taking out a sitting president, replacing it with your own puppet, and then in turn controlling the United States. Like that's a pretty significant thing to go down there, because what it could do if Vought American so chose to do that is by bringing the superheroes in and then in turn saying like they're part of the defense system now, they can in turn use the superheroes to totally conquer the United States, right? And then like basically make themselves a kind of dictatorship, so to speak. And so it's kind of bonkers to see this whole thing play out, because that's kind of the question is, if this is the big revelation that comes out of everything that was learned from Michael Lucero, and the question is, how do the boys stop this? Okay, so we are picking up with the boys, and here's the thing. Technically, the next story that takes place after the one that we just did is called the Self-Preservation Society. But what I want to do is I want to sidetrack that for a second, and I want to go over this origin of Mother's Milk. And the reason why is because we can kind of do this, right? The origin of Mother's Milk, it doesn't really take place alongside anything. It's just a totally self-contained story. So it's not like we're really missing anything by not covering the Self-Preservation Society. We'll do that in the next video. But a lot of you guys have really expressed a lot of curiosity about Mother's Milk, especially why they call him that and so on. And so I thought it'd be kind of fun to go ahead and cover this. And so what this does is this initially picks up on a bridge with Mother's Milk speaking to Huey. And this is one of the cool things, because what he does is really start to spill the beans about his life. And this is kind of a cool thing, because the reality is that over the course of the boys series so far, while Huey's been fighting alongside them, for the most part, he doesn't know anything about them. And it's something that didn't really occur to me until we got to this story. This is kind of interesting. He doesn't really know the origin of any of the members of the boys, right? He doesn't really know how they all met. He doesn't know how they all got started. All he knows is that there was a guy named Mallory that seemed to essentially unite them at some point in the past. And then everything with the boys' first outing in terms of their crusade all went belly up. And now this is the second kind of coming together of the team. And so it's a cool idea, because what you end up doing is picking up with Mother's Milk, essentially talking about his youthful days. And what he says is that when he was younger, when he was a little baby, of course, like any child, he was nursed by his mother. The problem with this, or the difference here, is that under normal circumstances, eventually eventually you're weaned off of nursing, right? And then eventually you start getting to the process where you start eating solid foods, different things like that kind of graduates you into being a child, where you're just eating like your peas and your, so on and so forth, and doing what you're supposed to do. For the mother's milk, that didn't happen. Instead, what ended up taking place here is that when the attempt was made to wean him off breast milk, that he started to sort of shrivel up and become exceedingly weak. And so this was done about 2 or 3 times. The first time it was kind of like, okay, we're not really sure what's going on. And so of course he started nursing again, and he was right back to being as good as he ever was. And then the attempt was made to nurse him off a second time, and the exact same thing happened. He ended up shriveling up. Each time there was an attempt made to nurse him off, he came closer and closer to dying. And so eventually his mother started to realize that in order for mother's milk to continue thriving, that he has to basically nurse her. Like he has to consume her breast milk. And that's why they call him mother's milk, is because in order for him to continue living, he constantly has to consume the breast milk of his mother. Now, this is an interesting thing because 1, it's kind of a darker tone with regards to how a superhero functions, but 2, it puts a shelf life on him. And the reason why is because, in reality, a mother can only nurse for so long, and then her breast will stop producing milk, which really kind of begs the question, how is she producing so much? And we'll actually find out an answer to that question here in a little while. But the other part is, once she's dead and gone, assuming there's no surplus of her breast milk stored up somewhere, he's gonna die. So basically he'll die earlier than pretty much everybody else. At least that seems to be the case. And so as a result of that, the reality of him nursing from his mom at such an old age, more or less, having supposed to have been graduated off of that, was a secret that was kind of kept by him, his mother, and his father, but his brother Michael never knew, right? He was never told. It was something that was kind of kept very close in. At one point along the line, his mother worked at a factory. The problem was that this factory was owned by Vought American. And during this point in time, this, produce section of this factory, basically, that was designed to can things, was essentially used by Vought American as a means to experiment and try to create superheroes. What this meant was that Compound V, the substance that creates superheroes in the Boys series, had basically permeated this entire place. It infected the water supply, it infected the air, the whole 9 yards. The problem is that Vought American, being a corporation, did what corporations do, and it cut corners. It didn't tell anybody about that or anything along those lines, because like most corporations, it doesn't really concern itself with the goings on of people. It's just interested in making money. And so as a result of that, what you ended up having was all these different women who were infected, like 300 some odd women who were working in this factory who were infected with Compound V. Of all the women who were infected, only a few of them actually ended up going forward without any ill side effects, right? The mother of Mother's Milk was infected, but she basically ended up passing that on to him and his brother. And of course, that's why he has to nurse. For all the other mothers who were there, they developed things like cancer, right? Their organs started shrinking up and going away. They were experiencing these horrific side effects, basically. Their bodies were literally falling apart. And that's why the substance is so incredibly dangerous, because even though it's used by Vought American to basically be fed to babies in order to attempt to develop superpowers, the possible side effects and what can happen there usually outweigh the possible successes. Despite the fact that it's refined, despite the fact that it's perfected, it could still cause all kinds of problems. When you look at that refined version of Compound V, and then you in turn talk about these 300 some odd women and God only knows how many others who were exposed to an unrefined version, well, God only knows what kind of effects it was going to have. And ultimately ended up killing most of them. And so as a result of that, what you ended up having was the father of Mother's Milk who was brought into the equation. But at the time, he was basically busted for selling weed, it seems like, to some Columbia professor, and he was thrown in jail for a pretty significant amount of time. Ultimately, he only served 4 years because of the fact that he educated himself and then basically launched his own appeal. And so as a result of that, he was basically, only given a 4-year sentence, and then he ultimately ended up meeting the mom of Mother's Milk. And so following that, his father basically went forward and said, we have to find a way to hold Vought American accountable for what it is that they've done. Now, here's the interesting thing behind this, and it's a tactic that a lot of exceedingly wealthy people or corporations use. The reality is that when the average Joe decides to file a lawsuit, essentially on their own, against some major corporation, all the corporation really has to do is wait them out, right? All they have to do is just basically say, well, we need a continuance, and just kind of keep filing and filing and filing, so that eventually the person filing the lawsuit, all their money runs out, and so they can't continue their case anymore. And usually that's much cheaper than a payout. And usually places do that because they're guilty, and they know, if it went in front of a jury, whether it's because this person filing the lawsuit was pulling at the jury's heartstrings or whatever the case is, the corporation would ultimately be found at fault, and they would have to pay out a lot more than they would if they just basically stretched this person out and called it a day. That's why class action lawsuits are so effective, because suddenly you have a lot of people contributing to a legal case. And so because you have all this money kind of flowing into the case itself, it starts to pick up a lot of attention from the press, different things like that. And so the result is that it's very difficult for a corporation to kind of push them out. Instead, corporations kind of have to go forward with this suit and then try to prepare the best defense they can, and then the legal system determines the rest. The issue with this is that for the father of Mother's Milk, a lot of the women out there, a lot of the individuals who have been impacted by this unintentional consumption of the unrefined version of Compound V were either too far gone to be able to do anything, meaning their bodies were too far falling apart. Maybe their minds were gone, they had kind of gone insane, or they developed Alzheimer or dementia or something like that. Others were too scared. Some just couldn't afford it. It ended up really just being Mother's Milk's father. He was really the only one that was able to do anything with this. At the same time, while he did hire a lawyer, the lawyer wasn't really the best, right? He really couldn't afford a super high-end lawyer. And that's the reason why the father ended up doing most of the work on his own. And so eventually, after like 8 or 9 attempts to basically bring this to court and to have a judge preside over it, ultimately he ended up being successful. The payout was not substantial, right? It's not like he got like millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. In reality, it was a drop of the hat for Vaught American. There was really nothing there. But notice this. This is what really set in motion the absolute hatred that Mother's Milk has for Vaught American, insofar as when the lawyers were leaving, it was like, well, you win some, you lose some. That in reality, like people's entire lives had been destroyed and turned upside down. But for Vaught American, it was like, well, you win some court cases, you lose some court cases. And that was it. They didn't really care. It didn't matter to them. And that's what really struck a chord with Mother's Milk, is the complete lack of concern for the average individual on behalf of a corporation. So long as the financial loss they sustained was not like, detrimental, then who cares what happened to these people? And so as a result of that, this began the process. Now, it wasn't really the tipping point. The tipping point that came with this really came by way of his brother Michael. And the reason why was because with Mother's Milk's mother being infected with Compound V, this was passed on to both Mother's Milk and his brother Michael. And so ultimately, Michael's powers ended up manifesting, but they ended up doing that when he was wearing his football helmet, playing outside on the street. And because he started growing so astronomically fast because of Compound V, he basically grew to the point where literally his helmet essentially crushed his head and it ended up killing him. And so his brother basically died. And so as a result of that, the father of Mother's Milk went back and said, okay, let's get back to work again. The problem with this, he didn't really have the heart for it anymore. The judicial system is a very slow and a very screwed up system insofar as it basically takes forever to get anything done, right? It's a system that's really designed to not benefit the average American. And so because of that, when you have a scenario like this unfolding, you're talking about the exceedingly wealthy who are able to gain the system versus the smaller guy who's not. And so what this meant was that going back into court again with no real light at the end of the tunnel, right? Like no guarantee he would even be successful, especially when you're talking about, all these multiple illnesses versus the son of a guy dying. This basically caused him to have a heart attack and he ended up dying. He ended up just basically passing away at his desk. On top of all that, the mother of Mother's Milk was already struggling, right? She was dealing with depression. She's dealing with all these major issues. She'd lost her husband. She lost one of her sons. She didn't really have a desire to keep going anymore. And where Mother's Milk had tried the best he could in order to bring somebody on board that could take care of her, ultimately she had essentially just kind of given up. She just sort of just walked away from it all because the life that she lived up to this point had taken so much out of her. And so as a result of that, what you ended up having was Mother's Milk basically saying, okay, then Vaught American's gonna have to find a way to pay. And if we can't make Vaught American pay through the legal system, then we'll use unconventional means. And so following that, this is ultimately when Mother's Milk ended up joining the military. And it's kind of a crazy thing because he was joining the military and, engaging in these various fights, different things like that. It's one of these scenarios where he essentially joined the army because it was the only real way for him to make money that in turn could pay off a lot of the debts that his mother owed. But the funny thing about this is that in the middle of this boxing match, suddenly his powers manifest. And when they do, he literally punches a guy's head off. It's like he goes straight up Johnny Cage and just uppercuts this guy's head off, which is absolutely bonkers because of course, regardless of whether or not it was intentional, he killed somebody. So that means he is now he's out of the military, right? Like he's out of the army. The funny thing is that this is when Billy Butcher comes in. Now remember, this seems to be in the original iteration of the boys, especially because we have Mallory here, who's basically the one leading the team. Remember, he led the original variation of the boys. And so what this does is it brings in Billy Butcher, who basically says, I've looked over your entire life and your entire file. And where Mother's Milk initially looks at this as a guy who's basically screwing with him, speaking ill of his mother and so on and so forth, the reality of what Billy Butcher is presenting here is, I have a way for you to be able to get revenge that you've wanted, right? Like you want Vaught American to pay. Vaught American is essentially using the system that was designed to benefit them against you and your family. So I can help you skirt all that and basically get the justice you deserve without having to worry about all the nonsensical nature of the judicial system, right? Without having to worry about like courts and things like that, which are trying to impede your progress. And so as a result of that, he officially ends up joining Billy Butcher and ultimately becomes part of the boys. And so following that, what you get is this scenario where Billy Butcher does the same thing he did with Huey, right? And it's one of the things that Billy Butcher does insofar as it's one thing to come along and to say, hey, I can help you make your life better, right? Like I can help you get what it is that you want to achieve. You have to believe me, and then actually implementing a good faith effort. And that's really what this is, right? It's an act in good faith of Billy Butcher basically telling, Mother's Milk, we can track down your wife and your child, essentially. Like we can track down what's going on with these two people that you haven't really been able to find. And so it gets kind of nuts because with Mother's Milk joining up with Billy as well as Mallory and going on this crusade against Vought American, what he began to realize was the same thing that Huey realized, that nothing he believed about superheroes was true, that you had superheroes who were engaging in these insane actions of debauchery and all kinds of nonsensical stuff. And so with that in mind, he really didn't feel any remorse towards taking these superheroes out, that in his mind, Vought American had engineered this circumstance whereby people were given incredible power and then given no real oversight. The only rule they were given was don't do anything that disrupts the flow of money. And so it really kind of paints a darker picture of people, that if you put people in a circumstance where they can do or say pretty much anything they want to with no recourse to their actions whatsoever, they will bend to their darker sides. They will basically bend down and become the worst version of themselves. Following that goes into the whole incident of the Brooklyn Bridge, basically like 9/11 more or less as it went down. Now we talked about that in the previous videos, right? 9/11 was going down, and as a result of that, Vought American, or at least the vice president, ended up stepping in when he knocked out the president of the United States and said, call off the planes. This allowed Vought American to bring their superheroes in, the Seven, who ended up screwing up the entire situation and taking out a bridge. Mother's Milk was there during the whole thing, right? So what he saw here was not the act of terrorists. What he saw here was the negligence of Vought American. The Vought American just kind of threw their superheroes in there with no training whatsoever. They were painfully ill-equipped for that. They had no business doing that. And so what it meant was that there was mass casualty here, right? Like reaching out to a woman who was screaming about her children, and then this woman basically being ripped in half by tension lines was a horrifying situation. But looking at that and looking at the situation and saying all this could have been averted had Vought American been stopped in the past, so they've been kept from being allowed to operate without any kind of purview whatsoever. If they were brought down, then things, while they wouldn't necessarily be the best thing ever, it would certainly make the world a better place. But that's the whole idea behind Mother's Milk. That's the origin of his story. It's amazing, right? It's really, really cool. It's dark, but it's really, really cool. Okay, so a lot of you guys really seem to enjoy the origin of Mother's Milk, so I figured we would go ahead and record the other origins, right? Record the origin of the female, and then record the origin of Frenchie. Eventually, we'll talk about Billy Butcher here after a little while, but this origin of the female is actually pretty solid. Like it's really, really, really good. So originally, her great-grandfather resided in Hiroshima at the time that the atomic bombs dropped. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, this is one of the creepiest things about the atomic explosions in Japan at the end of World War II. Is what you have are called the ghosts of Hiroshima, and I think you have ghosts of Nagasaki as well. But the idea here is that when the bomb dropped, those individuals who weren't at ground zero, right, who weren't at like the immediate explosion point. It's kind of crazy. Atomic bombs don't actually explode on the ground; they explode above ground. But for those individuals who weren't at like ground zero, right, who weren't initially like immediately incinerated in the blast, and who were caught in essentially the shock waves, their residual images, more or less, what they were doing at the time, was imprinted onto the walls of various structures and things around them, at least those that still stood. And so as a result of that, they're called the shadows of Hiroshima, because what you essentially have are individuals, and you see exactly what they were doing when the bombs dropped. It's like they never left. It's a pretty creepy concept. It's a very, very spooky and a very creepy concept. As far as I'm aware, it's a really, really culturally sensitive topic, right? So it's not something you kind of like poke fun at and make fun of or anything like that. But following that, her grandfather had actually taken up really kind of the job of more or less sea fishing, right? Like trying to attain different things, different artifacts, so on and so forth. But what ended up happening here is his foot got caught in a clam, and ultimately he ended up drowning. And it kind of followed the same suit, right? Like all the men in her family, leading all the way to her father, were essentially just products of death, right? Like a sense of bad luck. And the reason why is because then her father in turn was crushed by a woman at least by a German woman in a sumo match, more or less. And so it's always kind of following her, right? Like death had always followed the men in her family. But for her mom, she was basically one of these individuals who just kind of always seemed to have things go her way. And what this does is it almost kind of sets up this dichotomy, right? This idea of one side has good luck, one side has bad luck. And you always kind of notice that in comic books. So those of you guys who are familiar with this, in comic books, you always have these kind of juxtaposing positions in terms of good guys, bad guys, good luck, bad luck, different things like that. There are some things in the world of comics that are absolute. And so it's sort of interesting to kind of see that play out, even if more in like a metaphysical way with regards to the story itself. But her mom was a woman who was what she referred to as simply just stupid lucky, right? Like she would just kind of be in things and things would just kind of work out her way. And it wasn't as if she really worked hard for anything. It just sort of happened for her, which is sort of intriguing there. But ultimately, the female ended up sneaking away from her mom, kind of making her way through this facility. Now, this facility, this office her mom works in, is essentially kind of a spin-off of Vought American. It's explicitly stated that it's not actually Vought American, And that's an important thing to remember, because this, the entire idea of Vought American creating superheroes is designed to hit it home to like the super soldier program, right? Captain America basically ends up dying, quote unquote, or at least he's frozen in ice during World War II, but everybody thought he was dead. Dr. Abraham Hershkind, the one who created the super soldier serum, died. And so everybody tried to create their own version. With Vought American rising to power, when we saw the origin of Vought in terms of how they got to where they were, when Vought American rose to power, then the idea was you had all these other companies and all these other countries who were trying to duplicate them. Well, we've talked about that before. When it comes to trends, when it comes to finding success, if you find success in something, everybody else will copy you in an attempt to find the same level of success. Some will fail, some may come close, but none of them will ever truly be that original product. And that's what you're seeing here with Vought American, is that you have all these companies trying to duplicate Vought American, but at the end of the day, none of them are actually Vought American. None of them have really achieved the same kind of success that Vought American has. But the idea here is that what you ended up having was this kind of spin-off substance of Compound V, right? Which is initially, at least as it's indicated, seems to have been a kind of failure, a kind of waste of sorts. But what ends up going on is the female basically ends up entering into this little small container, this small thing, and ultimately is exposed to Compound V. And when that happens, she immediately kills the scientist, right? She immediately kills this guy, and then in turn, she's rounded up and captured. And the reason why is because with exposure, it really appears as though she's the first true successful test subject in Tokyo, Japan, that can be used as a means to create more of these various superhumans. Over time, she would basically escape. She really seemed to take a kind of interest in ripping people's faces off, which is kind of wild. That's kind of a crazy thing, going all Hannibal Lecter on people. But she really seemed to kind of develop an interest in that. But the funny thing about this is that she's not nearly as inhuman as she seems, right? She really talks about how she was going out into the world and she didn't really understand these various concepts, right? Because she was so young by the time she was taken by this Tokyo organization. And this organization never really took the time to educate her, right? It didn't really see a reason for it, because the reality was that she was meant to be a weapon, not a well-educated individual, a productive member of society. And so in a lot of ways, she didn't grasp these concepts like kids playing together. She didn't grasp things like, birthdays and celebrations and so on and so forth. They were foreign to her. In a lot of ways, she's almost kind of reminiscent of X-23 from Marvel Comics, in the sense that she was born and raised in a world of violence, and it's all she really knew. And so ultimately, she would make her escape, and then she would be recaptured, and it would kind of go through that process over and over and over again. They would grab her, they would tranquilize her, they would basically bathe her, they would clothe her, and in her mind, these were all things that she should have been doing on her own. And so as a result of this, she ends up escaping one final time, and of course, this Tokyo organization sends guys after her. Now, here's the funny thing about this, and initially I was reading this, and I was like, what in the heck is going on here? As they go through there, basically one of these guys, really seems to kind of be caught up in the idea of it, and ends up just running off like all of these like lines from Aliens, right? From James Cameron's Aliens, which is the best of the Alien movies. It's even better than the original, and I don't care what anybody says. It is better than the original, right? By like a million times. It's infinitely better than the original. I don't care what you say. It's just the way that it is. So the way this plays out is literally this guy's just like going through and running off these things, right? One of the guys like, dude, that's a really cool shotgun. He's like, yeah, I keep it handy just for close encounters. Of course, that was said by Hicks, and literally, if you've ever seen Aliens, you get these little moments here and there, like they're coming out of the walls, everybody kind of freaking out. But the important thing to understand about this, and this is what's so cool, is that for the most part, this Tokyo organization didn't really train the female to become a kind of killer of sorts. At least that didn't really seem to be the case. Basically, what they would do is they would capture her, they would bring her in, they would test on her, different things like that. And so the result of this is that she is extremely prodigious when it comes to implementing conflict, right? Like being able to engage in subterfuge, espionage, sneaking around, different things like that. This entire group gets taken out like that. It's insane. Now the last two guys end up basically killing themselves because they just kind of spray bullets all over the place. The bullets ricochet off everything and just kind of cut through them like Swiss cheese. But the crazy thing about this is that when you have these two scientists who were there, then you have the arrival of like Billy Butcher and his guys. Now remember, this is back when the boys first formed, right? That's when these origin stories take place, when the group initially came together, before they brought Huey on board, right? Before the Reformation, which basically this story is the second iteration of the team. And so the result of that is that this girl going through and taking everybody out, it's really kind of this comment that's made by Mother's Milk. Why did they go in shooting? Why didn't they just like gas the place, knock her out, and then like capture her? And Billy Butcher's response is because they're idiots. Because they're stupid, because they think guns are the answer to everything. And so this is another instance of how smart Billy Butcher is. And while I do really bring that up a lot, I feel like that can't really be overstated, right? When you go through and you look at this, you're like, Billy Butcher's a guy who just does things, and he doesn't really come off as like a lumbering buffoon so much as a guy who's not super intelligent. And it's cool to see it done that way, and so ultimately what they end up doing is they end up bringing her on board. And of course, Frenchie is the one who steps up and says like, I volunteer to educate this this girl because she's a living, breathing human being, right? That's the general consensus from like Billy Butcher and everybody. She's a living, breathing human being. She's not going to be weaponized, right? They're not going to turn her into like a tool, a means to an end. Instead, they're basically going to educate her. They're going to give her the life that she deserves and then present her with a choice and say, do you want to join us or do you want to go out and do your own thing? And the result is that because she really came to view them as family, right? Because Frenchie really took to her insofar as educating her, treating her like a reasonable human being, treating her the way any normal human being should, she ended up latching on. She ended up basically seeing them as family of sorts. And so ultimately that led to her basically joining the team, especially when they kind of gave her all this information about her life, at least as most, the most that they have. And this is one of the other funny things about this is the question is asked by Huey, okay, what about the origin of Billy Butcher, right? Like, because technically the origin of Frenchie comes before this, but each one is individual, right? So we can kind of do them out of order if we want to. But the origin of Frenchie technically came before this. And so with Huey having heard all the various origins of these characters, then the question becomes, well, what's the origin of Billy Butcher? And that's when things get interesting, because then it, really you kind of have this statement that's made that essentially says, if there is an origin of Billy Butcher, if there is a story of how Billy Butcher came to who he was, then it's sealed, right? There's no real means of accessing it. And this is interesting because what it means is none of the members of the boys, at least as it seems at the moment, know the origin of Billy Butcher. They don't know where he came from. The funny thing about this is that what it shows is that they don't really need to know, right? Because even not knowing the origin of Billy Butcher, they still follow him, which means the cause that Billy Butcher is fighting for is just and true in their eyes, right? They see that what he's doing is a reasonable thing. And at the end of the day, that's really what matters most, right? It's not necessarily about your origin story. It's not necessarily about where you came from or what you believe in. It's about whether or not people can believe in you. It's about whether or not you're a person that people can look to and say, okay, so this person basically knows what they're doing. They have a general idea. They're fighting the good fight, at least as I see it, and kind of going forward from there. It's really cool. And it's subtle and it's small, but it's a great way to show what it is that Billy Butcher is about. So okay, so we are done with Thanksgiving week and we are back to our regularly scheduled programming. And as promised, we return with The Boys. And in this one, we're doing the origin of Frenchie. Now, here's a cool thing. Frenchie's origin story is actually really cool. Like, it's a really cool and enjoyable origin, if not probably one of the funniest. Because with everything that goes down, you're just kind of like, but really though? Like, it's it's pretty cool, right? So Frenchie ends up coming back from the war, right? The big war. And it's kind of a funny thing because he comes from a small town, right? He doesn't come from like this great big huge place, right? I mean, honestly, I'm not very knowledgeable about France geography. I took French in college and bombed it entirely. You know what really threw me off with French were the gender pronunciations, right? Like a coat in English is a coat. In French, it's like a coat is one word for a guy's coat and it's another word for a woman's coat. And it's just kind of like, all right, that sort of throws me off. But nonetheless, it's one of these things where it looks like he's from an exceedingly small town, a town where like everybody knows everybody else. And there's something kind of homey about that, right? There's something kind of homey about coming from a place where everybody knows your name, where basically everybody knows who you are. I don't mean to invoke Cheers, but like where everybody knows who you are, right? There's something kind of comforting about that. Now, the funny thing is, of course, with Frenchie having left, being greeted by his mom and his dad, the first question he asks here is really, whatever happened to Marie? And the cool thing is that we end up learning that in his younger days, Frenchie was in love with a young girl named Marie. And for the most part, it was like a summer of passion, right? Now, the nature of being like young and in love is that it really is usually just a passion-fueled thing, right? I mean, I can't really think of very many 17-year-old people that I know that I grew up with who stayed with the first woman that they were with, right? I mean, it doesn't really happen too much. It's just kind of a really, it shows like a summer fling is really what it was. Now, and ultimately he ends up finding out that what had happened is that when he left, basically he came face to face with Mr. Steal Your Girl. What he had in his younger days is he had a schoolmate, a kind of a rival schoolmate, basically a guy that he used to get into arguments with or fights with all the time, that was named Black Pierre. Or really, it's really just Pierre, but he called him Black Pierre. Now, here's the funny thing about this, is we're not really given like the full totality of the experience between these two guys when they were younger. We're only given it from the perspective of Frenchie. Really, it just kind of looks like Frenchie was a dick and just like bullying this kid all the time. So in reality, if that was the case, I don't really feel bad for Frenchie, right? Like the guy who was being bullied came out on top. He was like, yeah, man, you bullied me all the time. You gave me a hard time all the time. So you went to the war, you gave me grief, I took your girl. Like, what do you want me to tell you, man? That's just the way the game gets played. And it's kind of messed up too, because he's just like, hey man, like I jacked your girl. Like, she's mine now. So that's basically it, and just rides off laughing at him. Now, here's the worst thing about it all, is that basically she hitched her horse to a guy who's riding around on a bike. Let's just kind of take note of this for a second, right? Frenchie is being talked trash to by a guy who stole his girl, and this guy's riding off with his girl on a bicycle, right? So let's just kind of take that in Let's take that in for a second. It's kind of pitiful, but ultimately Frenchie drops into a really bad place. Now, here's the thing about this. This is one of the reasons why I think this is so cool. Here's the thing about this. This is probably the most relatable thing ever. Every single person, for those of you guys who have never really been in like a committed relationship or never really, devoted your heart to somebody before, whether it's a kind of a passionate short-term fling or whether it is something serious, then when the time comes when it ends, everybody goes to this point, right? Everybody goes to this moment where it's just like, you feel like the world is ending, right? Like everything you know and love has come crashing down around you. And everybody needs that, right? Everybody needs that kind of release, where you just sort of just kind of spill your heart out there. Now, maybe spilling your heart out comes in the form of the drink, which is dangerous because it can lead you down a really dark path. Other times just going and working out, but you got to find a way to release that, to kind of cope with your frustration, your anger, and your sadness of the situation. And it's interesting to see how Frenchie does this insofar as he just kind of wallows in his sorrow. Now, of course, everybody does this, but you can't do it forever, right? Otherwise, you just end up being the guy who just feels bad for himself all the time, and that's basically it. But his father ends up coming to him and basically saying, you've got to get revenge on Black Pierre. You've got to fight back, and you got to get your girl back. Now, in my personal philosophy, I don't really do that, right? I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, if she really cared about him that much, she would go back to him. She would just leave the guy she's with and go back to him. But Frenchie doesn't really matter that much to her because she didn't make that choice, right? She stayed with the guy she was with. And so it's kind of a smart move by Frenchie to kind of say, no, this is not really the game that I play. Now, it's not Frenchie being a sourpuss here, right? It's not him being a wimp. His argument is, I don't like violence. And having been in the war and having seen the full brunt and the full totality of just how terrible human violence can be, it's a rightful stance to take. It's a rightful situation to be like, I've seen the worst of humanity and I do not want to go back to that place again. And so what this basically does is lead to the festival of the Saints of Haha, I guess is really what this is. My French is terrible. This is probably the coolest festival ever because what these guys do is they basically do jousts, right? But they do jousts where they're riding their bicycles and they have like these gigantic baguettes and then basically just like charge at each other with these things. That would be amazing to see. The real question is, how stale are these baguettes, right? Because there comes a point where things get so stale, they just kind of crumble. So I guess it's got to be just before that point where it really is like getting hit with a stick, because stale bread can hurt, man. Like it really, really can. But in the middle of all this, Black Pierre is really kind of like the champ, kind of like well, not really the champ, but he's kind of one of the top guys here. And the issue is that the father of Frenchie really kind of views him as a coward because he won't fight for what's his, right? He won't stand up and say like, that's mine and I'm going to go fight for it, right? And again, this is when things get kind of crazy when it comes to the notion of love and it comes to the notion of romance, when it comes to the notion of, hey, but she's a grown adult though. So like she can kind of make her own choices and that kind of thing. The issue here is that it's not really just about Marie anymore. It's really more of the family honor insofar that what you had is you had Black Pierre who essentially took something from Frenchie, left him in a vulnerable state, made him look weak, and then Frenchie is doing nothing to correct that. And so what it does is it makes Frenchie's family look weak. And so as a result of that, his father shows up and basically challenges Black Pierre to a baguette joust, which is kind of hard to take serious, but at the same time, it's amazing. And ultimately, in the middle of all this, what ends up happening is, of course, Frenchie tries to stop him and says, hey, look, man, you're old, your heart can't handle this. And ultimately, you end up having Black Pierre, who more or less cheats, ends up like ruining the bicycle and really kind of tripping up Frenchie's father, which sends him flipping over and basically kills him. And so in response to that, Frenchie loses his mind because in his mind, he's basically lost it all now, right? Because he's like, his mom died shortly after from despair. So he essentially, like, this guy stole his girl and then killed his dad, and then his mom died because of his dad's death, right? Black Pierre cost him everything. And so it's kind of crazy because at that point, it's like, all right, well, now it just comes down to general principle, right? Like now it comes down to, okay, this guy stole my girl, that sucks, like I can find a new one, whatever, but like he killed my dad now, and like that's a problem. So like that's one of those things where you're kind of like, okay, so Black Pierre needs to come to an understanding about his place in the bigger picture. Black Pierre needs to be reminded where he resides in the great sphere of things, and I am going to do that. That's basically what Frenchie says, that at that point, having lost everything that was valuable to him, he ultimately ends up just kind of walking away from his village, right? Like just sort of going out and roaming the world, but not before taking his revenge on Black Pierre by basically stringing him up and running what looks like basically a rope through his mouth and out of his backside. And then in turn, giving the finger to Marie, leaving her hanging and saying like when she came back and said, please take me back, he was like, not a chance. Peace. And ultimately ended up bailing. And then from there, just started roaming from place to place. Now, this is when Billy Butcher comes into play. And this is kind of a funny thing that really kind of has to be asked here is, how is it that Billy Butcher really seems to keep running into these circumstances where he keeps finding these various guys, where he's always kind of like in the right place at the right time? Because what ends up going on here is that Frenchie's in this bar and basically like while he's hanging out in this location, some American guy runs up on him and is like, where he basically knocks over the drink of Frenchie looking for a fight. The response of Frenchie is, buy me a new one. And of course, this American guy is like, nah, man, consider it payback for us saving your backside during World War II. And it's kind of crazy because this guy basically champions the actions of America during during World War II. It's like, look how great we are, but was never actually there, right? Like it's basically taking credit for an event that he was never really part of. And so as a response to that, Frenchie's like, okay, well then fine. Then, much like Black Pierre, I'll help you understand your place in the bigger picture, and basically instigates an entire bar fight. And takes on all these guys by himself. And that's what Billy Butcher was looking for. Billy Butcher was looking for a guy who wasn't necessarily broken, but a guy who had basically been pushed to his limits, a man with nothing to lose. And that's one of the things that really makes a guy the most dangerous. When a man has nothing to lose, he's not afraid of anything. He has no fear there because there's nothing else for him to lose anymore, right? I mean, he's not afraid of losing his family. He's not afraid of losing his friends because he doesn't really have any or anything like that. It's basically just him in the world by himself. And so ultimately, French is a guy who can take all comers. And that's really what it is. That's really why Billy Butcher wanted him, is because he's a man at his wit's end and doesn't really, is really kind of like, at his limit. And at that point, that's what he wants. He wants a guy on his side who will do whatever it takes to win, because ultimately he doesn't have to worry about repercussions for anything except for himself. And so it's one of those things where Frenchie's attitude is kind of, so long as they don't catch me, I don't really care what happens, right? They can't do anything to me. They can't take anything from me because I have nothing left to take. It's really one of the reasons why I would argue Frenchie is probably the most dangerous of all the boys. Okay, so we are continuing on with our discussion on the boys. Yes, we are. As always, if you guys want to see the uncensored version, make sure you go check out my Patreon, patreon.com/comicsexplained. I've also got my monthly comic book review show that's on there, and I've got the versus videos. So those of you guys who are curious about the versus videos and you want to know whether it's worth it or not, the last one we did, I think, was Franklin Richards versus Dr. Manhattan, and I think the next one we're probably going to do is Franklin Richards versus Matthew Malloy. You guys really seem to love like the super OP characters versus the super OP characters, so like I think we're going to stick with those for a while. But yeah, so continuing on with the boys, this basically picks up initially with really kind of like the aftermath of everything with like Herogasm and all the stuff that we'd covered up to this point. Keep in mind, chronologically, it does kind of take place before the origin stories, but one of the things we talked about there with the origins is that they weren't really tied into any existing story. They were just kind of self-contained, so we could have done those pretty much whenever. We probably should have done them in the beginning, to be honest. But what this does is it basically deals with the boys essentially showing up and targeting one of the superhero teams. Now, again, this is the boys kind of continuing to send out a message, right? Sort of keep the superheroes on their toes, but to also be one of those things where it's like, we're not a group to mess around with. Understand the message that's coming to you. And so what it does is it basically shows these guys roughed up quite readily. I mean, there's really not a whole lot Garth Ennis does here because they're not really designed to be the main draw. It's really just designed to show us the boys in their most pure form, smashing heads in with baseball bats, the females ripping off another chick's face. I mean, it's pretty gruesome and it's pretty extreme, but it's just designed for the purpose of sending a message. That's really all it's designed to do. And this is the reason why the boys are so dangerous, right? We talked about this before on multiple occasions when we've discussed the nature of the boys, right? I mean, they are a clandestine team in so much as they're hard to find, but they are well known by the Seven, right? They've had dealings in the past and things like that. Homelander knows exactly who these guys are. And so it's one of these things, because the question that people kind of ask, and it's something easy to forget, but one of the questions people ask is, why don't they just kill the boys? And again, it all really kind of comes down to the information they have. And we'll talk about that here in a little bit once we get to that appropriate section. But what it does is it jumps over to kind of like the marketing side of Vought American. Now remember, unlike the TV show, Vought American isn't really as on the nose in the comic as they are in the TV show. In the TV show, you kind of get like Vought American right there front and center, and you pretty much see them for what they are. In the comics, they're kind of like this clandestine organization that exists out there, and they're just the ones that are essentially in charge of the money when it comes to the various superheroes. The ones that write their stories, they construct how their comics are going to function, all that kind of stuff. They're really like the marketing side of things. But for the most part, up to this point, we don't really know much about them, their inner workings, how it all functions, or anything like that. So that's something that I wanted to kind of point out. A lot of you guys have asked questions over the course of the videos, like, why aren't you covering what goes on with Vought American? Because we don't really know, right? The comics, Vought American functions differently, or at least is shown differently in the comics than it is in the TV show. And I just kind of wanted to point that out for some of you guys who were asking that question. But one of the big things that goes on here is that Vought American has really sort of come in with the notion of saying, hey, like, we're going to basically assign new costumes to everybody, right? Like, everybody gets new costumes, everybody gets new outfits, and everybody gets new origins. This is explicitly in response to the fact that the boys took out the G-Men. If you guys remember our last video on that, the boys had basically taken the team out. And the result is that with the G-Men essentially being gone here, kind of like the X-Men more or less as they function in the boys, the result is that because they were the highest selling team, now the Seven kind of have to make up for those lack of sales by having like their origin stories relaunched and having like new outfits, things like that. Basically, it's kind of like, Garth Ennis's way of saying, this is Vought American's way of kind of providing new number ones in comic book form, right? For most of you guys who have been reading comics for a while, you know that new number ones always sell more than anything that's not a number one, that new origin stories always perform well, and VOD American's well aware of that, both in terms of the superhero comics as they're being sold within the story, as well as how the public perceives superheroes, right? So when VOD American comes out and says, hey everybody, like we've got updated origins for everyone, and the seven go out there and they basically parade and they tell their news story or some part of their story that nobody knew before, it's very titillating. And a lot of people are really interested in that kind of stuff, right? They want to know as much about the superheroes as they possibly can. And so that's kind of the basis behind this. The issue that you run into here is that a lot of, not really all of them, but for the most part, the ones who have been part of the seven for a little while are kind of like, okay, it's business as usual. We're going to change costumes. Like they sort of just go with the flow, right? Because the one rule they have there is don't mess with the money. VOD American is the one that pays their bills. VOD American is the one that gives them a place to live. And at any moment, VOD American could immediately take one of these superheroes off the seven, throw them into some kind of secondary team, and then that's it, right? Some tertiary team that exists out there, and their entire career, so to speak, as a superhero would be over. And even Homelander himself is kind of getting tired of VOD American, right? He's kind of getting irritated by it, and actually considers killing some of them. The result is that if that happened, VOD American would just pull the plug, and the superheroes would be screwed, right? They would just kind of be left hanging, and whatever would happen would happen. And so from there, what it does is it sort of transitions over to the female, who's basically given a tip, who's essentially told by her handlers, here's a target we need you to take care of. Now, remember, this is an important role to understand when it comes to the female, that much like Mother's Milk, much like Huey, the Frenchie, and even Billy Butcher himself, that while they are part of the boys, and they do go on their missions to take out superheroes, they do also have a life on the side, right? They have other things that they engage in and so on and so forth. Huey's got his relationship with Starlight, and whatever goes on with these various characters, the female is a hitman for the mob, right? That's her job. She just basically kills people for the mob. And so the result is that the mob essentially tasked her with going to this location and then taking out, whoever this target happens to be, only for us to find out that it's actually Stormfront. Now, we will get an explanation on who Stormfront is. I will provide that to you guys in this video, but in the interim, at the moment, basically Stormfront absolutely wrecks the female, like literally tears her apart and essentially just like beats her unconscious. And so his ability to take on and to basically take out the female leads to her essentially, being pummeled into a coma and basically being taken out. Now, from that point, it goes directly into Starlight. Starlight, of course, having her meeting with VOD American, they're basically going around, around the offices more or less of the seven saying, hey, here's your new origin story, here's your new costume, so on and so forth. They run up on Starlight. And this is one of the most controversial parts, because what they basically do is they say, hey, look, like we're going to give you a new costume and everything, but you're also going to get a new origin story, right? Your costume is going to be a lot more sultry, because women who are drawn in very like sexually revealing clothes are very attractive to young boys who read comics, right? So we're going to have you wear this outfit. You're going to be very, very revealing in your physical appearance. And it's kind of a crazy thing to sort of come out with, because when she really turns against it and says, no, I don't want to have anything to do with this, the response of the VOD American guys is, yeah, but like that's what sells though. And it's one of these things where VOD American doesn't really care about who the superheroes are as people. VOD American cares about making money, right? It's the only thing they care about is money. And so because of that, VOD American is just one of these things where it's like, I mean, sure, you may disagree with it, but either you can be on board with it or you can get the boot and be replaced on the seven. And that's one of the things that Starlight's really been struggling with over time as part of the seven, is kind of like, how far is she willing to go, right? I mean, we've seen how far she's willing to go. And in comparison to what she did at the beginning of the story, having a sultry costume like that doesn't really seem to compare to that. It's a pretty morality shaking thing to have done, because what it does is it really forces her to come to the reality yet again that in terms of VOD American, she doesn't really matter, right? She's just a means to produce money. And really, it may be that where she came from, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. But as far as VOD American's concerned, the squeaky wheel gets replaced. And that's really kind of how she's understanding, really coming to terms with her role within the seven itself. The other big part of this, and this is kind of a significant thing here, is that where you end up having the boys who are just sort of cutting up and they're having a conversation and so on and so forth, the Frenchie basically comes in with this sad face and then in turn tells them that the female's been taken out. Now, this is kind of a cool thing. It's one of the reasons why Mother's Milk is such an important character here, is because when they go to the hospital where the Frenchie took the female, and they're in turn kind of like, all right, let's figure out what's going on, and they're talking about the revenge they're going to get, Mother's Milk starts looking around and says, I got a question for you guys. And they say, okay. And they say, you guys notice that this is a hospital, right? And their response is like, yeah. It's like, but you don't really see anybody else here. You see a couple nurses downstairs and there's a doctor kind of roaming around, but there's not like a hospital full of medical staff, which is what you would expect. Like, if you go downstairs and you go to look for those two nurses that we saw when they came in, what do you think the chances are they're actually going to be there? And this is one of the coolest things, because what this shows is it's a setup. That VOD American, when they were talking to Homelander earlier, and Homelander was like, look, you guys do your thing, just don't hurt the dog of Billy Butcher, because if you do, all hell's gonna break loose. It's the one thing you don't touch that belongs to Billy Butcher. And then what VOD American essentially done was basically go to Stormfront, kind of initiate this whole thing, was they went to Stormfront, and then in turn, Stormfront took out the female, and then of course, Frenchie brought the female to this location location believing it was a hospital, only to turn around and find out that it's basically just one great big huge trap that's been set up. And then immediately Payback, the group that Homefront is a part of, comes flying in, and this great big huge fight breaks out. Now, this is where things get a little crazy here, is because what these guys Payback begin to realize is that by messing with the boys, and explicitly Billy Butcher, that they've bit off more than they can chew. Quite literally, because literally Billy Butcher bites off a guy's nose. He bites off Soldier Boy's nose, which is kind of wild. The issue here is you're talking about some pretty powerful heavy hitters, and so the boys are taking as much damage as Payback itself. And of course, you have Stormfront on the scene, meaning that they really kind of like have this really solid heavy hitter on their side. The boys end up having to retreat. Now, Billy Butcher basically takes off alongside Huey for the purpose of drawing the superheroes out. Crimson Countess, of course, ends up following Billy Butcher, and then once she actually gets out to an alleyway only to see the dog where she goes to attack it, Billy Butcher comes up behind her and strangles her, and that's when everybody begins to panic because they realize Billy Butcher killed the Crimson Countess. And then from there, one of the guys who's able to kind of establish this telepathic link through Crimson Countess herself ends up getting this kind of phrase basically that comes through Billy Butcher where he says like, you guys are next. And so essentially like it's kind of a crazy moment here, and it's one of the reasons why Billy Butcher is so awesome, because on the surface you would look at this and you would say, okay, so like basically you have the Frenchie and you have Huey who are loading up mother's milk into the back of an ambulance. All three of those guys are going to take off, and Huey's like, Billy Butcher's in there, it's 5-on-1, and Frenchie turns around and says, yeah, they're stuck in there with him. I almost kind of feel bad for him, right? It's like that scene from The Watchmen, with Rorschach, where he's like, I'm not stuck in here with you. You guys are locked in here with me. This fight's only going to end one way, and I promise it's not going to go the way that you think. And it's one of the coolest things, because from there, Billy Butcher basically just starts like going through and taking out each one of these guys piecemeal. And that's the cool thing about it. And it's the reason why Billy Butcher is such a great character, right? Because Billy Butcher is more than capable of being able to handle himself. And it's kind of this thing that you haven't really seen up to this point, right? I mean, you've seen him fight and you've seen him do well and so on and so forth, but for the most part, it almost kind of seemed like Billy Butcher had this sort of skill set about him that you could kind of feel was there, but didn't really have any indication or didn't really see it actually play out. And it was always kind of the question, what happens if like Billy Butcher's the last man standing? If he's like a cornered dog, like how badly is he going to lash out? And he does it in spectacular fashion. The first thing he does is grind up glass. After that, he starts going after all the various guys. And it's kind of crazy here because the first person to try to track him down is Stormfront. Billy Butcher basically grabs shards of glass, throws them in his eyes, and blinds the one eye he has left, or at least, appears to blind it, and then in turn starts going through and using guerrilla warfare tactics to take each one of these guys out. Now, this is why Billy Butcher is so smart, because the stupid thing to do would be to like go in against all of them head on, right? Like that's guaranteed death. It's a suicide run because you are really talking about like all these guys facing off against Billy Butcher, some of whom have powers and some of whom don't. They would tear him apart. But when he goes through and basically starts playing shadow games, when he starts intimidating them, trying to instill fear in them, being in the darkness, not really being able to be seen, but talking to them, and they in turn begin to kind of get nervous, it basically starts to break their willpower down, break down their confidence. It's a genius move. It's very Batman-esque, right? It's what Batman does. And so all these guys start kind of getting taken out. Like two of these guys end up making their way through the construction site, and when they turn a corner, there's a third guy there who basically been bashed through the head with a pickaxe, and it's just like just sitting there, right? So it's just like there's nowhere they can go that's safe, right? The fact that this guy died and they didn't even really know until they turned a corner and saw it, it's kind of a crazy moment here, right? Like Billy Butcher runs up on the second guy, runs up on Soldier Boy with a shovel, and then just like cracks his head, basically like cracks him over the head with it. Each one of these guys basically starts getting taken out, and where they're begging for their life, he doesn't care. He's just kind of like, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Each one of you guys is going to fall here. Each one of you guys is going to pay the price. And it's kind of a crazy thing because from there, the only person who seems to have been left standing is the guy who basically took off, which is Stormfront himself. And that's when Huey asked the question, what's the deal with Stormfront? And this is the cool thing about it. This is when we get that history. That what we learned is that with Vought American messing around with Compound V, which has been around since World War II, that what had happened is that during the days of the Nazis, they basically, the Germans had taken Compound V and then in turn used it. And Stormfront was the only real successful subject that they had. The only real person who was able to actually utilize Compound V and become any measure with superpowers. The issue is he literally grew up in that German World War II environment and adopted all their mindsets. Now, ultimately, with the fall of Germany, with the Cold War initiating, different things like that, and ultimately Vought American kind of rising to prominence as this supplier of superheroes and really the only major source of real Compound V that was out there, Stormfront was essentially handed over to Vought American and became a part of the various superhero teams that are out there. But the issue is that when they look at that, the explanation given to Huey is this guy is no joke. Taking this guy on is no small thing. And that's really one of the things that boys realize is that if they're going to take on Stormfront, they can't play softball, right? Like they got to be in it to win it. Any shake in confidence, any shake in resolve could potentially get all of them killed. And so what they end up doing is basically launching this attack, and ultimately like pretty much all of them all of them seem to fall except for Billy Butcher. And that's kind of the cool thing here, is because Billy Butcher is this guy with this huge amount of resolve, right? Like this desire to take out superheroes. It's the thing that drives him. And so, he's able to hold his own against one of the more powerful guys out there, which is huge. It's a big deal. Following that, you end up having Mother's Milk, who gets back up. You have Frenchie, who gets back up, and they jump back into the fight again. And it basically just kind of dissolves down into like this 3-on-1 situation. And they're almost kind of taunting him, right? About like the Germans during World War II. And yeah, like, you guys had the upper hand at first, and then the world turned against you and all of you fell, right? Like it's kind of a cool little thing there, because what you end up getting here is basically Voss from the Glorious 5-Year Plan, and basically fights alongside the boys to take out, to basically eliminate Stormfront. But that's basically it. The whole thing essentially wraps up insofar as like once he's done and gone, like he's essentially defeated here, right? Like there is no more payback. The team is basically destroyed and eliminated. Not only that, the guy who appeared to have been running Vought American died of a heart attack in the sauna, right? So this member of Vought American, who's been spending time with Homelander and talking to him, appears to be the guy who's going to be running the show now, which is kind of a big deal, because the question becomes, what role is he going to play? And so with the female still in a coma, ultimately while everybody's recovering and Huey starts snacking on a piece of candy, suddenly she wakes up, right? It's like suddenly she comes to. And so where all the boys begin to kind of celebrate the fact that the female's back now, that she's not permanently stuck in a coma, that Billy Butcher basically leaves and says, okay, I got to take care of some business, only for us to find out that Billy Butcher kept Soldier Boy alive. He's got it chained up in a room. He walks in there with a giant like butcher's knife and is like, tell me who it was that sent you. Like, tell me who it was that sent you to take us out. And what this means is that, like, if Soldier Boy doesn't give the right answers, Billy Butcher's going to torture him all to pieces. But the big takeaway from all this is that unlike circumstances before, where Billy Butcher was kind of like, all right, look, like, let's do our thing and let's intimidate the superheroes, now he's pissed. And here's a question you have to ask. If all the things that the boys were able to achieve before was because Billy Butcher was just of the mindset of, let's remind these superheroes who's boss, what in the world is going to happen now that the guy's actually pissed off? Okay, so we are continuing on with our discussion on The Boys, and as always, if you want to see the uncensored version full of swear words and everything, make sure you guys go check out patreon.com/comicsexplained. Costs like $1 a month, so it's not a great big huge expensive thing, and we're going to do Punisher Max after this, which, believe it or not, is even more hardcore than The Boys. But what this does is this picks up with the group with a superhero group that kind of sucks. They're called Super Duper, and it's kind of funny, right? Because it's like, in reality, Super Duper is just kind of like, I mean, they mean well, right? Like, and it's kind of interesting because it's like, they're the only really good superheroes that we've seen so far, which I guess really sort of shines into light the nature of the Boys comic, that like, when you do encounter a team of superheroes where all they want to do are good things, that like, you can't really take them seriously because they're kind of goofy. Like, one of the guys has Tourette's, and he just yells out like, and it's just, it's kind of messed up. It's kind of screwed up in terms of him just like dropping swear words all the time, but the team does the best they can, right? The big thing that goes on here, and the reason why they matter, is because what ends up happening is Billy Butcher goes to meet with the Legend. Now, as you guys know from our discussion so far, the Legend is the guy who really kind of gives them the scoop on like the targets that need to be tracked down, or kind of insider information, and he's sort of the intelligence house that allows the boys to function in the capacity that they do. But in the events that have kind of transpired so far, Billy Butcher had ultimately ended up discovering that Huey was basically kissing Starlight, and the two of them were in a relationship with each other. It's the first time Billy Butcher learned that he was dating one of the superheroes. And so the result is that it changes Billy Butcher's entire perception of Huey, because what he starts to do is look back on all these situations that Huey was in, and the way it looks is that where Huey had in reality seemed to escape by the skin of his teeth, that what it looked like is that Huey was put into the boys by Vought American to essentially be a mole, to be a spy, and that all the scenarios that unfolded where he basically should have died because he was unprepared for the various fights or what have you, that essentially the heroes are going light on him because their secret mission was don't kill Huey. And so basically it looks like Huey is a Vought American spy, and that's what he pitches to the Legend, and the Legend immediately calls it and says, no, there's no way that's possibly true, right? Like, this seems like a lot of nonsense. One of the things he says here is, have you ever considered the possibility that Huey doesn't know who Starlight is, that he doesn't know that she's part of the Seven, that he just sees her as a girl? Now, the story as it's been depicted so far lends itself to that, right? Like, there were two people who just randomly met in a park and struck up a conversation and started going from there. But the stance of Billy Butcher is, because of the nature of the boys and what they do, it would be an insanely high coincidence if Huey, who's a part of a group that tracks down superheroes and either kills them or forces them to divulge information or uses them for their own cause, would somehow be unaware of who Starlight is as a member of the Seven. But remember, Starlight wears a mask for the most part. She doesn't really go out there with her face being seen by the entire world. And so because that is kind of intriguing, right? It's kind of interesting because it looks this, like, in reality, it seems like a massive coincidence, but there's also the possibility that Huey really is a mole for Vought American that's spying on the boys. It's cool. Like, it's a really interesting concept that's sort of just thrown in there. The other half of this is that the team Super Duper is kind of a team that's just sort of there for the sake of the nostalgia, right? They're kind of like the science fiction team, like from the future, you know, that kind of a thing. They're almost like the Legion of Superheroes to a degree from DC Comics, but the way that this plays out is that their leader is essentially gone, right? He's been taken out, and he's basically being replaced by a pretty hardcore guy. And I don't mean hardcore insofar as he's like hyper violent. Well, I mean, I guess he kind of is, but hardcore in the sense like he doesn't really care about anything, right? So we'll cover that more once we get into it. But this guy's name is of course Malchemical. And so in response to the fact that Billy Butcher believes Huey might be a spy for Vought American, what he ends up doing is actually sending Huey to basically go and spy on Super Duper, and to in turn install these various little, you know, monitoring and spying devices and so on and so forth. And that's kind of the issue, is it's like Super Duper's a team that can't really be taken seriously. So why is Huey being sent to spy on him in the first place? And that's what Huey asks, right? Like, this mission is stupid. This team is ridiculous. They can't really be taken seriously. They don't do anything nefarious. They never have. So there's no reason for us to spy on them, right? But in turn, Billy Butcher's like, this is your assignment. Go and carry it out. And it's one of these things where while the boys usually disagree, or they can disagree with what it is that Billy Butcher wants them to do, at the end of the day, he's the leader of the team. And so they essentially carry out these various missions here. And so it's kind of intriguing because, of course, what this does is it leads to really kind of returning to the Super Duper team. And they're just kind of characters who are a little bit goofy, right? Like, one of the characters, for example, she has the ability to phase through things, but like her powers don't really work that well, right? Like, they kind of work occasionally. And so she goes to phase through a wall and walks into it. And that's why she's got like a black eye and a broken nose, is because her powers don't really work consistently. They just kind of go on and do their thing. And that's why it's messed up, because then you basically jump into the introduction of Malchemical, and the guy immediately starts treating him like shit, right? Like, that's the first thing that happens. He starts treating him like crap. Like, he's making fun of the guy who has Tourette's and just like yells out swear words, basically just kind of poking fun at him, laughing at his disability, different things like that. The guy's basically a total jerk. And when you have like Aunt Sis, who's there as kind of like the leader of the team, really more of like a mother for the team, kind of encouraging them and saying, hey, like, you guys can do this, and you guys are capable and all that kind of stuff. And in a lot of ways is really sort of the emotional linchpin for the team. Like, Malchemical doesn't really take her seriously. He's like, you know, you're adorable, you know, but like, this team is basically a bunch of goofballs. Like, I don't even know why you really waste your time on them. Like, they're all really just kind of ridiculous. And so what you end up having is the team that goes on patrol. Now, admittedly, this is kind of silly, right? Like, when they go on patrol, it is kind of laughable because, I mean, they're doing good things, but like, their patrol is like they're going around their neighborhood and there's literally a cat stuck in a tree. And so one of them, who has the ability to shapeshift, basically like taps into the tree and then in turn just like scares the cat off. And the idea is for one of them to essentially lay down on the ground, this great big huge, you know, overweight kid lay down on the ground, and the cat will like jump down and it'll land on him as a safe landing, and then the cat will be okay. The team is silly, is really what it is. Like, it's sort of this kind of goofball team, but at the same time, you can't help but feel bad for them, right? Because like, they're trying their best. But the big thing, or really at least one of the big things that comes out of this is really like mother's milk. Now, this is important because what this shows is that just because Billy Butcher is leading the team does not mean they follow Billy Butcher with like some sort of religious fervor, right? Like, Mother's Milk sits down and says, okay, so like, he's talking to Frenchie and he's like, here's the problem here. Super Duper is a team that can't really be taken seriously. And the whole pitch by Billy Butcher is Malchemical's being moved to become the leader of the team. So maybe like Super Duper is going to be moved up in the ranks and they're going to become like a more serious contender. And that's why he sent Huey to spy on them and to make sure, you know, to see if that was going to be the case. But the reality is they were a team that's incapable of really doing anything meaningful. So there's no way Vought American would invest the time or money to move them into like a more serious position, because they're not meant to be taken seriously. They're there just for the sake of sales, and that's it. They just play their role, they do their part, and they'll never be anything more than that. And Frenchie's like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. And so he's like, if that's the case, why would he send Huey to spy on that team? Like, there's something else going on here. Like, Billy Butcher's doing something else. None of this really seems to make any sense. And so that's the issue, is because at the end of the day, like, it's one of these things where Billy Butcher seems to have his own scheme, and Mother's Milk's trying to figure out what's going on, because the reality is that Malchemical is a character that's not to be trifled with, right? Like, he's crazy, he's just a horrible guy and exceedingly dangerous. And if Huey was sent on what amounts to a suicide run, then ultimately it could get him killed. And so essentially the way that Mother's Milk sees this, Billy Butcher's got his own agenda, who even knows what it is, and he's literally sent Huey into the lion's den, and Huey could die. And that doesn't sit right with Mother's Milk. It's one of these cool things where basically the members of the boys look out for each other, especially when they're being sent on a mission that's questionable by Billy Butcher. And so what you end up getting is kind of transitioning back to Malchemical into Super Duper. Malchemical really just kind of starts teasing Aunt Sis and making fun of her and saying, look, like, why do you really even care about these guys? Like, I get that what you're trying to do is a good thing, and that's adorable, but in reality, like, this team is and like you're dumb for leading it. Like this team's not really a serious thing. The other half of this is that Aunt Sis really looks at it and says like, you're being sent here as a punishment for us, right? Because like I guess for whatever reason we're not making enough money, or we're not doing something that Vaughn American deems to be worthwhile, and so you're basically being sent here as a punishment for us. And so it's one of these things where it's kind of like, you stay away, right? Like if you're going to be the leader of the team, that's fine. Vaughn American put you here. There's nothing we can do to stop it, but like leave us alone and quit being a and just let us do our thing, because you're not doing anything but like tearing down these guys who are just trying to do the right thing. And it's a good point to make, right? Because that's really all Mal Chemical's doing. Like you have these guys, and sure, they've got their downsides, and they are for the most part a team of people who are essentially inept, but it doesn't take away from the fact that they're trying to do great things. And why tear that down? It's a really good point to make. The issue with this is that like where you end up having one of the guys who's just kind of sitting there, really the character of Bobby, you know, the overweight kid who's just sitting there and just like shoveling ice cream in his mouth. Black Hole's like, well, I can consume all kinds of matter. So he basically takes in like a spoon and a bowl and the whole 9 yards and starts choking on the spoon. And this is where things get interesting, because Huey watches this unfold, and Huey could have easily taken the stance of saying like, well, one less superhero in the world, if this guy chokes to death, whatever. But remember, Huey's a good guy, and there's a lot more humanity to Huey than we see in like really in like Billy Butcher himself. And so Huey, of course, knowing how CPR works, knowing that was part of his training course with regards to the boys, so that if any of them ever struggled or they need to be resuscitated, he'd be the one to be able to help them out. He jumps in, basically cuts the throat of Black Hole so he can breathe, and then in turn basically says, somebody call an ambulance, you know, incident, essentially saves the life of this guy, all of which is being witnessed by Billy Butcher, and all of which Billy Butcher is construing in his own mind as evidence of the fact that Huey is basically working for Vaughn American. And that's where things get kind of crazy. It's because from there, you basically end up dealing with Bobby, who's sort of just doing his thing and being goofy and jumping down the road, and lands on the car of Huey, absolutely smashes the car, and then everything begins to pop off. Because what ends up happening is, of course, they bring Huey in order to get Huey some medical attention, you know, Huey basically being a friend of Super Duper at this point. And then in turn, like Mal Chemical comes in, he's like, who in the heck is this guy? You know, and Huey starts planting, you know, various spy devices around there, different things like that. But the result is that Huey's kind of welcomed into the team. Mal Chemical's just kind of in and out, right? He's a guy who doesn't really take the team seriously, doesn't really care. He's just kind of doing his own thing. Huey's officially like welcomed into the team, like, hey, you know, like we're glad to have you on board, and you know, you're a friend of the team, and that kind of a thing. And that's when stuff gets kind of nuts, because what you have is you have Bobby who sits down with Aunt Sis, and then like the two of them start talking about like their own secrets and different things like that, right? You know, they're really dark moments and so on. And of course, Huey's kind of continuing to spy on the team. And Aunt Sis basically reveals that she's got a fear of giant underpants. And the reason why is because when she was a little kid, when she was an itty bitty baby, she was staying with her aunt, and basically like on a windy day, her aunt's underpants blew off the clothesline, landed on her, and basically like scared the crap out of her. Well, what you end up finding out here is this is not Bobby. This is Mal Chemical masquerading as Bobby, who basically has the secrets of this chick. And so what ends up going down here is that when this whole thing sort of transpires, that basically like Aunt Cisco's walking into a room looking for Mal Chemical, and he's like a giant pair of underwear and like descends on this chick and just starts tormenting her like it's giant underwear, you know, just like tormenting the hell out of this woman. Everybody comes running, everybody comes screaming. He in turn starts tormenting the rest of the team, and then he basically lays it on the line and says, here's the deal, like here's what's going to happen from this point going forward. Like I'm doing my thing, from this point on. You guys are going to do whatever I tell you to. None of you are going to call Vaughn American. None of you are going to tell anybody what's going on. If you don't, I'll just kill you guys, and we'll sweep it under the rug and call it a day, and we'll say you guys died in some accident, and nobody's going to care. You guys don't really make enough money for Vaughn American anyway, so they'll just replace you with somebody else, or whatever the case is. But lays down the hammer and immediately just like continues the path of tormenting them. Now, while all this goes on, this is a very important thing here. While all this goes on, Mother's Milk has been investigating the whole situation with like Huey and so on and so forth. And what he does is basically track down the main contact for the Seven with Vaughn American, and immediately corners him and is like, what's going on with Huey? Like, why did you put him in our group as like, you know, some kind of spy? And the response of Vaughn American, from what he says, Huey's not a spy, right? He doesn't work for them. He's like, I don't care what you guys do to him. Like, he's not our man. And so in response to that, Mother's Milk basically has a confirmation he needs, and then calls up Billy Butcher and is like, what have you done? Like, you sent this guy on a suicide mission to monitor some stupid team with one of the most dangerous characters, one of the most dangerous superheroes that's out there, because you believe that he's a spy for Vaughn American. You sent this guy on the, you know, into the lion's den on a suicide mission because you're being stupid, because you're being paranoid, and you're getting carried away with your own nonsense. And that's when Billy Butcher basically says, yeah, but like I saw the guy making out with Starlight, you know, and that's when Mother's Milk kind of gets the other half of the equation. And that's what was going on here, is both sides were basically operating with only half the information. Mother's Milk only ever had half the story, and Billy Butcher only ever had half the story. But neither one really seemed to go into and investigate what was going on with the whole scenario. They just ran with what they had and called it a day. From there, like Mal Chemical sort of goes nuts and says, here's what's going to happen. Like things start getting insane. Now, of course, Huey pops up here and basically says like, this is not going to happen. But basically like Huey jumps in and says, this is not going to happen. The problem with this is Mal Chemical's way above his league, right? Like Mal Chemical starts like shifting into a gaseous form and then turns his arms into like these super sharp tentacles and just starts like cutting Huey to shreds. Things are popping off fast, but this is the ingenuity of Billy Butcher. And this really shows the inexperience of Huey here, because Billy Butcher looks at this and says, okay, it sounds like Mother's Milk is right? Like Huey is not an agent working for Vought American. And so instead he basically walks in there and says, fine, like if Mal Chemical is gonna set himself into a gaseous form, then we'll just set it on fire. So he literally just lights a lighter to the guy and lights his up. Which is hilarious because he just turns into this giant ball of fire and just like burns to death. And it's kind of nuts. But then from there, like he grabs Huey and they basically end up departing. Now, of course, it's not initially without an initial skirmish of sorts between Billy Butcher and Super Duper, because of course, one of them starts popping off with his Tourette syndrome, and Billy initially takes it as an offense. Of course, Huey ends up being the one to save him and says, look, they can't help it. It's the guy's thing. You know, he's got Tourette syndrome. There's nothing you can really do about that. But once you get back to their base of operations, everything pops off between Billy Butcher and Mother's Milk. And that's the cool thing, is because Mother's Milk is not a guy who just follows, right? He's not just like a follower here, right? The guy does what he needs to do. Like he goes through and says, look, like here's how things really are. I'm not just gonna idly sit by and let like Billy Butcher send one of us on a suicide mission. That's ridiculous. Like it's silly to believe that that's gonna be the case. And so as a result of that, what you basically end up getting here is ultimately Billy Butcher backing down. And it's like, okay, look, it was my mistake, right? Like I screwed up. I didn't trust our guys. And that's kind of the big issue here, is that ultimately Billy Butcher doesn't really trust Huey, and in reality, I would say he doesn't trust anybody. He doesn't trust any of those guys, and that's kind of a big deal, right? For him to just kind of work alongside these guys and not really trust any of them, especially, you know, since he's known them that long. And so ultimately, like what he tells Mother's Milk is, okay, look, Huey can't know about this, right? Huey can't know that I basically sent him on a suicide mission because I thought he was a spy for Vought American, right? Because if Huey learned that, he would bail on the team, and if he did, who knows what information he could basically reveal to Vought American if he so chose. But the reality of this, and really, Billy Butcher isn't entirely wrong. Huey is kind of a liability, right? Like he's somewhat of a liability for the team. Insofar as, you know, with him being in a relationship with Starlight, she could sway him to the side. Like it could be that he's just revealing facts, not really paying attention to what he's saying. You know, things could slip out. There's a lot of stuff that could come from him associating with the superhero community in a romantic way that could ultimately sabotage everything the boys are doing. And so that's kind of the crazy thing, is because with that being the case, of course, Mother's Milk basically leaves, and then it switches over to Homelander. And this is when Homelander really begins to snap here, right? Because kind of a back thing going on, sort of I guess a side plot taking place in this, is that over the course of time, that what we've seen with Homelander is he's become more and more extreme, where Homelander was really somewhat of a company man, right? Like kind of falling rank and file with what Vought American wanted him to do. As time has passed, he's really begun to kind of get carried away with his own power and really kind of come to the realization that Vought American can't really stop him, right? The Vought American can't really do anything to keep him from going on a warpath. And that's what he kind of realizes here. He sits down and he says, you know what I can do? I can do pretty much anything. And it's about time that I get started. And that's what you're going to start seeing going forward, is Homelander systematically losing his mind, going more and more crazy and doing all kinds of insane things, and ultimately getting to the point where he just sort of loses his mind and becomes really the answer to the question, what would happen if Superman just became this insane villain? Okay, so we are continuing on with The Boys, and in this one we are covering the story arc of Believe, and this is probably one of the coolest story arcs throughout the entirety of The Boys. I absolutely love this one, because what this does is it kind of hits home with regards to like all the various things that Vought American does, right? So initially it picks up with Homelander basically meeting with the representative, or I guess really the guy who's running Vought American now, and ultimately it's just kind of like, okay, so like, you know, here's the agenda for everything going on with the Believe event. Now, Homelander hates this, right? Like he hates the Believe event, and up to this point it really makes sense. You know, not even so far in terms of what the Believe event is about, but in the sense that Homelander just doesn't like dealing with people, right? He just doesn't really like the general public. Now, of course, once Starlight shows up, well, then it's kind of like, okay, you've got to do the Believe event as well. Now, the reality behind this, in terms of really why the Believe event really exists in the first place, is that it's a Christian themed event, right? It's designed to tie into not just Homeland America, but the percentage of America's population in excess of 65% that is historically believed in Christianity. And so with that being like a huge percentage, in order to kind of satisfy that audience base and ensure that the boat doesn't get rocked too much, and it can ensure those sales continue on. The Believe event is done to really basically say that, like, hey, the superheroes out there, they identify with God's ideology. And of course, that really sort of rallies the Christian fan base, which in turn leads to higher sales. So at the end of the day, it's always about making money. But with Starlight, given everything that she's experienced, right, and everything that's gone down here, she doesn't really want to be a part of it. And it's kind of interesting because what she says is like, I'm not really a person who identifies with Christianity anymore. Now, in terms of whether or not that's truly the case, I would doubt it. I think it's really more the fact that her faith has been shaken because of everything that she's experienced, right? Because Starlight, when she was first brought to us in the boys' comics, was really just kind of like this wide-eyed girl from Heartland America who didn't really see the world for what it was. I'd say she's really having more of a crisis of faith and probably a full-on existential crisis because she doesn't know where she fits into all of this. And so the result of that is she basically tells the Vought American rep, I'm not doing this. But again, at the end of the day, it's yes, you are. Like, this is going to happen. This guy basically pulls the strings and he knows he has the upper hand on the superheroes. They do what they're told because if they don't, they'll lose this lifestyle, right? The money will stop flowing. And so at the end of the day, it's one of these things where it's like, well, but I have to insist though. This is not really in question. It's not really a debatable point. If anything, you telling me that you're not going to do it is just grandstanding, right? Like, it's you following these higher moral principles or whatever you want to refer to it as, but like, you're going to do it, right? So like, let's just stop kidding ourselves and let's do this, right? And even Queen Maeve says the same thing, right? When it's one of these things, well, you know, like, is the Vought American contract under some kind of review? It's basically this guy's way of saying, if you don't do it, then we are going to pull the plug, right? But again, it's not in so many words. It's not this super heavy-handed approach. And Queen Maeve basically chimes in and says, essentially, he's going to pull the plug if you guys don't do this. So you guys are going to do it, you know? So it's like, it's one of these things where like, we know this is going to happen. And again, it's a pretty cool moment there. And so what this does is it switches over to this really sensitive moment when it comes to the Homelander, in the sense that like A-Train is just kind of making his way through the Seven's watchtower and just hears like some guy crying, right? And so like, once he, you know, goes and basically tracks it down, he ends up finding Homelander just kind of sitting in this hole crying to himself. And the first thing A-Train does is bail, basically take off and act like he didn't see anything. Homelander is the most powerful of all the members of the Seven, right? And he's got a pretty short fuse. Not only that, it would be embarrassing if A-Train went running off and said, hey guys, you won't believe what I saw. Homelander was crying in this little hole because he feels like he's not in control of his own life and destiny and so on and so forth. It'd be largely humiliating, and then Homelander would probably kill A-Train, right? And so as a result, it's in A-Train's best interest to basically keep his mouth shut. And so from this point, we transition to a conversation between Huey and Annie. And this is actually a really, really cool conversation because one of the things to keep in mind here is up to this point, Annie doesn't really know the story of Robin, right? Like, she doesn't really know how deep this goes with regards to Huey. Now, also keep in mind, like, Starlight doesn't know what Huey does, right? She doesn't know he's part of the boys. He's basically just been telling her this entire time that like he works for an insurance company and he's basically sent all over the world and they're all sent all over to these different locations for insurance claims and different things like that and so on and so forth, which is just kind of a throwaway thing. Now, it's kind of ironic because the two of them have basically been lying to each other the entire time, right? Like, Huey lies about the fact that he's working for the boys and Annie lies about the fact that she's a superhero. And so it's kind of interesting because Annie pops up and really makes a statement. The last time you said you loved me was when we were at Penn Station. I told you I love you this morning and you never said anything back. And that's kind of a big deal. One of the things I've learned over the years is that for women, the notion of saying like, I love you is not really something that you just sort of throw away. When that stops happening, when a person stops saying, I love you, well, then it just starts sending up red flags, right? Oh my God, like this relationship's on its way out the door and all these different things, you know, and I think it's for men as well, you know, for people in general. It's one of these things where it's like, oh God, this relationship's coming to an end. And so as a result of that, Huey really kind of jumps in real quick and says, well, it's not because I'm having second thoughts. It's because we're getting really, really serious. And the last time that I was in a relationship as serious as this, I lost the person that I loved, i.e. Robin. And that's when he basically starts spilling the beans and talking about everything that's going on with regards to the fact, you know, where he doesn't really seem to name her directly. He goes on to basically say like, there was this woman that I was in love with and ultimately, you know, she was killed by a superhero and different things like that. Essentially everything that we saw unfold at the very beginning of the story. And it's interesting because what he's doing is kind of confiding to her in a way that he hadn't really done before, right? Like letting her in to this very sensitive part of his life. Not only that, like once he starts going through and naming names, what he says is that like the person that basically killed his girlfriend was A-Train. Now, if you remember back to the very beginning of the story, it wasn't like A-Train just ran up on her and just punched her really hard or anything like that. She died as part of collateral damage. But it's a cool thing because when he basically reveals this, Annie begins to kind of have not really a moment of panic, but she gets sick because A-Train's one of the guys in the Seven that she essentially when she became an early member of the team, when she first joined up. And so with that being the case, she does the only thing that she really feels is the right thing to do, which is to spill the beans and to basically reveal the fact that she's a superhero to Huey, to basically say like, I'm an individual with superpowers. Now there is both a kind of a benefit and a drawback to this. The benefit is of course, Annie's opening up and she's telling Huey the truth. The drawback to this, and what's kind of ironic about it, is she basically tells Huey, not knowing that he's part of the boys, you don't know what these superheroes are like. You have no idea what these guys are like. Like all I ever wanted to do was be a superhero when I was a little kid. And in reality, again, that's kind of the nature of the boys' landscape, is how these kids are raised, right? Those individuals who have been exposed to Compound V and are kind of brought up with this ideology that superheroes are the greatest thing ever. It's almost like a religious cult. Believe in this thing, right? Like, believe that superheroes are great, because if you do, you could be one of them too, that kind of a thing. And so it's always been a core part of her life. The result of this is that once she actually got into it, as we said before, it proved to be totally different. The problem is that while she's going through all this and she's talking about her experiences with superheroes, and while she doesn't really name names as far as to say like Homelander's done this, Queen Maeve has done that, A-Train's done this, The Deep has done that, while she doesn't really go as far as to really run these things out and talk about these various things, what Huey's picturing in his mind is all the horrible things that he's seen with the superhero community. And ultimately it kind of bookends with this idea that the purpose of the boys is to either challenge these superheroes, or if it comes down to a knockdown drag out fight, to kill them. And given the fact that he's killed various superheroes out there, the possibility exists, even if Huey's not really willing to recognize it, that things could pop off and he may end up having to fight Annie. And so in this moment of panic, he runs. He basically bails out. And so then you kind of get this little bit of a funny moment here, right? Where you've got the female who's hanging out with the Frenchie when they're at the Believe event, and they're really just there as spies, right? To kind of keep an eye on things and to see if they can somehow, overhear a meeting of the various superheroes who were there, get some tidbit or factoid of information. And as the female's walking around, some kid just like snatches up her sucker, right? Because this kid's being raised by an absentee mom. And as a result of this, the female has like this vision where she goes on a warpath, right? Like tears the face off this kid, so she helps him to understand his place in the bigger picture, and then just goes on a warpath, destroys the whole city of New York, and is sitting on like this pile of bones, and it's kind of hilarious because it's like, this kid stole my sucker, now everyone's gonna die. Which of course is funny, because which one of us have not experienced that moment, right? Like you're walking along and then you drop your ice cream cone and you're like, everyone's gonna die. Just experience this extreme rage, or something like that. It's one of these funny little moments. And so because of that, Frenchie's like, okay, so like you need to back off. So he buys all the balloons at the Believe event and then puts the female in them to keep her in disguise, to keep her hidden. And then of course this kind of sends her floating along and then carries her along the way. And so what this does is this jumps over to basically the sidekick 12 and Oh Father. Now of course, again, this is not like some group that exists out there and Oh Father's just kind of like, hey, like, we're like a religious superhero team. They are, but again, they're VOD American guys. But something that I want you to notice here is that when it comes to Oh Father, he's very much aware of everything that goes on, but it's kind of ironic, right? Because with almost any kind of religious system, the religion is where the money is. And so that's when it comes to that, when it comes to the character of Oh Father, he's kind of got the perfect gig. So long as he keeps people believing in the correlation between superheroes and God, then like the religious money keeps flowing, and then in turn, VOD American keeps making that money, right? So at the end of the day, like when he's talking to Homelander, it's just kind of like, yeah, man, like Homelander asked the question, like, do you really believe, like, how do you feel about this whole thing with VOD American trying to position superheroes, in a spot where they can basically go on and be part of the defense system of the United States? And the response of Oh Father is like, you really believe that's gonna like, that's not gonna happen. That's never gonna happen, right? Like that's like literally like VOD American backed the wrong horse, right? Like appointing a goofball like Vic the Veep to be the one to carry out their goals and so on and so forth. They backed the wrong candidate, they backed the wrong horse. VOD American's going about it all the wrong way. This basically shows that Oh Father is just kind of like, I just do my job, right? Like that's really what it is, right? He's a guy that just clocks in at 8 a.m., clocks out at 4:30 p.m. and he's done. And that's basically it, right? Like his day is over. And that's essentially it. He doesn't really care about the politics of it all. He doesn't really care about VOD American. He just collects his check and goes home and plays his part just like everybody else. And it's kind of interesting. It's kind of hard to explain, in terms of how that feels in comparison to everything else. And maybe it's just the differences between the two. The differences between Homelander insofar as he's up there in the ivory tower as part of the Seven, and then you've got, Oh Father who's down there on the ground with the various superheroes. Now it's also kind of ironic too, because given his ties to VOD American, and given how Believe is kind of this centric event that takes place every year with regards to Christianity and superheroes, that Oh Father really kind of doesn't really have his hands in everything so much as he knows everybody. And that's really what Homelander asks, like if an event, quote unquote, were to take place that would force the hand of the government to basically side with us, right? Like if things popped off more or less, how many people do you think we'd be able to get to our side? And it's kind of one of these things where it's like, are you talking about the idea of like rising up against the government or against the people, or like what is this, right? Because Homelander's being very, very cloak and dagger, right? He's not really spilling the beans here. And so, Oh Father kind of picking up on what Homelander's laying down is like, well, I don't know, maybe like 60 or 65%. And from Homelander, it's like, those odds are good enough. So what he basically says is like, bring everybody together. Once this whole Believe event is done, gather all the people that you think will be on our side and bring them together, right? Like bring them to our cause and we can go from there. The other part of this is that once Annie actually gets up on stage and starts talking and really kind of espouses this ideology that like God is the only way, and almost kind of like this intolerance. Anything that's not a belief in God is inherently wrong. This sort of intolerance tolerant perspective, begins to really kind of draw the attention of O-Father and Homelander insofar as O-Father asks, like, what's the deal with this chick? Like, what's going on with her? And Homelander's like, well, she's a believer. She believes in the idea of superheroes, and she believes in goodness and all that kind of good, all that kind of stuff. Like, she's really just wide-eyed and really kind of naive in a lot of different ways. At least she was. Of course, she's gained a lot of experience from everything that's going on here, but it's kind of interesting because one of the things they kind of agree on is she can't really be trusted, right? Like, Starlight can't really be trusted as a person who would rally to the side of the superhero community because she doesn't want to be part of the superhero community. And this really sort of hits home when you have her talking directly to Homelander. And it's kind of interesting because they sort of share this moment of solidarity, right? Like this moment of her basically confiding in him. And their common ground, of course, is in their disdain for Vought American, right? Because Vought American is the one who pulls the strings and the superheroes aren't really in control of their own lives. And it's kind of crazy because when that goes on, it's just kind of like Homelander saying, like, I can appreciate the way that you stood up to Vought American. And Starlight's like, well, I mean, it doesn't really matter because it ended, it resulted in me being here. But Homelander's like, that's not the point. The point isn't whether or not you had to do it. The point is that you basically showed Vought American, we're not here to do everything that you tell us to. We can say no sometimes. And that's kind of a funny thing there because the reality of these superheroes, given the power that they have, is that if they chose to conquer the United States, who's going to stop them, right? Like, the military is not going to be able to stop them. Vought American can't stop them, right? Like, nobody could stop them. They stop themselves. And that's basically it. But it's kind of funny because then Starlight basically says, well, I'm considering giving up on the Seven and basically quitting the superhero team and going about and doing my own thing. And then Homelander snaps back to being the dick that we all know he is. And he says, well, like, you're going to do that after all the hard work you put in getting onto the team in the first place? Which is kind of like, well, screw you then if that's how you're going to be. Which is kind of like, well, then you if that's how you're going to be. And she basically just storms off and leaves. And so it's just kind of like, well, damn, like, this guy's a dick. And so following that, what you basically get is this sort of coming together between Huey and Billy Butcher in a way that wasn't really there before, right? Because Huey basically goes through and just starts spilling the beans to Billy Butcher and saying, like, here's everything that's going on with me and Annie, like with me and Starlight. And it's one of these things where Billy Butcher kind of seems to have a lot of the answers or seems to know what's going on, but doesn't have all the details. And Huey opening up is really designed to say, hey, look, if I'm going to be part of the boys, then I'm going to tell you everything that's going on, right? To kind of try to build this trust between the two of us or something along those lines. And of course, he goes through and starts saying, like, this is how long we've been together and this is how we met and all that kind of stuff. So basically everything that we've seen in the story so far. But then Billy Butcher in turn, where Huey kind of has this moment where he believes that Billy doesn't trust him anymore, then Billy basically says, no, here's what's going on, right? Like, here's my end of the bargain, right? Like, here's me basically telling you what you didn't know before. And what he says is that when the question was kind of asked in the beginning, how do we have all this secret information and all this stuff on all these various superheroes? How are we able to monitor the Seven the way that we are? Billy Butcher's like, it's Queen Maeve. Queen Maeve is the spy that we have inside the Seven, which is a massive revelation because then the question is like, how did they manage to get their hands on Queen Maeve? And so what we end up learning is that at some point in the past, when Queen Maeve first joined the team, she basically kind of defected to a degree. And the reason why was because if you guys remember, the Legend was an employee of Vought American insofar as he basically worked for Victory Comics, worked for the direct arm, and then eventually basically parted ways with Vought American and became an information broker of sorts, working directly with the boys themselves after becoming, more or less an enemy of Vought American proper. And so because of that, Queen Maeve, having had a close tie to the Legend when he worked at Vought American as somebody she could confide in, basically came out and said, I want to see the Seven taken down. It wasn't done in so many words, right? It wasn't like she showed up with a bullhorn and was like, I want to kill Homelander and the Deep and A-Train, all these guys. It wasn't really anything like that. It was like just kind of looking at her, it was, okay, she wants these guys to suffer. But the real question wasn't really answered in terms of why. What happened that led her to want to take these guys out? And so as time progressed and as time began to pass, Billy Butcher, using his contacts, using his information that was given to him by the Legend, information given to him by Mallory, basically reveals that, like, at some point along the line, Queen Maeve ended up having sex, which we kind of knew, but basically these sexual escapades were captured in the form of photographs and then were like dispersed out for the guys of Vought American to see. And so because of that, she felt humiliated and felt embarrassed and wanted to enact her revenge accordingly. And so what ends up going on here is Billy Butcher basically sits Huey down and says, okay, man, like, I'm gonna go get some Chinese food, continue what you were doing, monitoring the tape, see if we can find any information or anything like that. And it's not really an innocuous thing, right? Like, it's a nefarious thing, because what Billy had done is he had sat Huey down to basically monitor the tape without Huey really knowing it at the time, to watch the tape, where Starlight basically ends up giving to the guys that she gave him to when she first joined the Seven. And Huey, watching all this go down, is absolutely destroyed, because as soon as that happens, of course, Billy Butcher comes back from getting Chinese, and it's just, where Huey asks, have you seen that? Billy Butcher's like, yeah, I basically have. Now, understand, it's not Billy Butcher doing it for the sake of just being mean. It's Billy Butcher doing it for the sake of showing Huey the kind of person that he's dealing with, or at least the kind of person Billy Butcher thinks Huey's dealing with. Because remember, from Billy Butcher's perspective, superheroes cannot be trusted. They cannot be trusted, and they should not be trusted, ever, ever, ever. They're inherently bad people. Even if they started out good, they always end up becoming bad. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's the stance of Billy Butcher with regards to the superhero community in the boys comics. And so what he says is like, the reality of this is, have you ever considered that she's just laughing at you? Under what circumstance would she have ever gotten with you previously? She's getting with you because one, either she doesn't believe she has any other opportunities, or two, she's damaged goods. She's screwed up. If she was a healthy, functioning, normal human being, she would never be with you. And so it's just kind of like, that's kind of screwed up, man. Like, that's kind of a dick thing to say, right? But at the same time, it's basically Billy Butcher's perspective. He's not coming from a place of vindictiveness. It's what he genuinely believes. And so it's like, once she basically got up to the 7, once she started doing her own thing, that, you know, her being screwed up is just kind of looking at a guy like you and just saying, well, you're just there, right? So her being with you is just satisfying some itch she needs to scratch. But that's basically it. Like, you're not really anything to her, and don't let yourself believe that you are. And so this really hits Huey home. Now, the reality is, it hits Huey hard because he's in a vulnerable position. And that's where things like that come into play, right? Is using that kind of line of logic, using that sort of distorted logic, and then using it on a person in a vulnerable position. Of course it's going to affect him. In any normal circumstance, he wouldn't really believe it, or he may incorporate it and then not necessarily run with it and apply it to everything else and then draw his own conclusions. But being in this emotionally crushed state, everything impacts him psychologically. And so because of that, Huey basically ends up running off to cry. And then when he comes back, you know, he's basically like, okay, I'm going to go take off for a minute. Now, of course, Billy Butcher knows that Huey's going to go confront Annie about it. Like, he knows he's going to go confront Starlight about it. So what he tells him is, don't tell her how it was that we saw this. If Huey goes and confronts her about it and just starts popping off at the mouth, and then in turn Starlight gets angry, well, then the question becomes, how in the world did they know that this was going on? Then it raises the question of, are they watching us? And if they are watching us, then one, where are these cameras? Two, who planted them there? And three, how much do they know, right? So basically it would blow open the boys' ability to monitor the 7, because it would essentially destroy their intelligence gathering as it exists up to this point. It would ruin pretty much everything. And so as a result of that, you end up kind of jumping back to the end of the Believe event. And at the end of this event, it was basically this idea that there was going to be a raffle, and those individuals who won, or at least the particular family who won, would get dinner with Homelander. And so of course the family who won is the Mueller family from Larchmont, New York. I think is how you pronounce that. And so it's kind of like, yay, you know, these guys win. It's like, you know, hey everybody, thanks for coming out. This was an awesome Believe event, you know, thanks for being part of this. And so basically, like, you know, as they begin to take off, Frenchie begins to have this realization of what's going on here, that it's like yes, they're all leaving, like yes, they're all flying into the air, but Homelander keeps flying higher and higher. That the reality is that Homelander should be flying to a particular direction. Given that he's flying a car, these are people who are not acclimated for like superhero antics, you know, that their bodies aren't super durable. They're like flying them directly up into the sky like that. Homelander's going to do something. And so what you do is you jump directly back to Huey and Annie, and everything pops off. The first thing he does is call her a and then after that, just starts laying into her. And all he's doing is taking everything that Billy Butcher told him, combining it with all these negative emotions, and pouring it out directly on Annie. There's not really 1 ounce of rational thought that's coming out of Huey at the moment. It's just anger and hurt. That's really all it is. Because what he does is he looks at her and says, like, he thinks about what Billy Butcher says, and that she never would have had anything to do with him under any normal circumstance, that all he's experienced is heartbreak and suffering. And he's like, yeah, like, you are screwed up. You are damaged goods. Like, you're a messed up person. All you've been doing is laughing at me behind my back. I don't matter to you. Like, I'm not relevant to you. And where Annie tries to stop and explain and say, look, it's not like that. It happened before we met. And where she is right insofar as, like, one, it did happen before they met, and two, like, it's something that she's been struggling with. The other part of the reality here is it's a choice that Annie made. She could either engage in some lewd sexual activities and achieve her dream, or she could just go back to not engaging in those lewd activities. And when that moral question was presented to her, she chose to basically take the path of engaging in lewd sexual activities. She made that choice. And so because she made that choice, what it does is it reflects what really matters most to her moral viewpoints or being a superhero. And she chose to be a superhero. Her moral viewpoints didn't really seem to matter. And so because of that, it really does shine her in a negative light. And Huey, recognizing that, seeing how that tape unfolded, looks at her and really kind of, again, builds on what Billy Butcher says, or sort of recalls what Billy Butcher said. She's nothing like what he thought she was. She's a totally different person. Now, that's where Huey's wrong, right? Because Huey, like the person that he spent his time with, is a true person. The reality is that when it comes to any kind of relationship, yes, you have the honeymoon phase. Yes, you have that phase where there's the person as they appear to be. And then as that honeymoon phase begins to go away, the person as they really are begins to manifest. It begins to show up, and you see them for the kind of person they are. The test of any real relationship, of any tried and true relationship that's designed to last any real measure of time, is once you move away from the illusion of who you think a person is, and you look at them for who they truly are you still in love with them, then the relationship is solid and strong. But if after that illusion basically begins, after it's removed and you look at that person for who they are and you don't feel like you're in love with them anymore, then you were in love with the idea of them. That's the truth of it. And when Huey looks at that and says like, yes, like when he previously looked at that and said, I look at her for who she was, with her being a superhero, that doesn't really change anything. This, in Huey's mind, changes everything. Because what it says is the secret she was hiding wasn't just that she was a superhero. The secret she's hiding is that she doesn't, like, her moral compass doesn't really matter. It's not really relevant. And so it's just pain and suffering and hurt. And so because of that, he basically kind of cusses her out and then ends the relationship and walks off. Basically says like, we're not together anymore. Like, we're done here. Now the reality, and one of the funny things about this is Huey sort of muses to himself and is like, yes, he knows he's making the wrong choice, right? He knows he's making the wrong decision here. And so because of that, he just kind of continues on. He sticks to his guns and keeps on leaving and leaves Starlight in this emotionally crushed position, which is ultimately, I imagine, going to turn into rage. Not only that, what you do is you jump back to Homelander, and Homelander basically flying the Mueller family through the sky, where they're like screaming, they're like, please, like, take us back down to the ground. Like, we appreciate the sightseeing tour, but like, we're freezing up here and all that kind of stuff. Homelander's just kind of like, everything that you know about belief is utter nonsense. Everything you know about superheroes is utter nonsense. None of this stuff is real. None of this stuff is what you think it is. You have this perception of superheroes that we do great things and we act in accordance and all this kind of these superhero antics and so on and so forth, but none of it's real, right? It's all a bunch of bullshit. That's really all it is. It's designed to make money, and it's designed to scam idiots like you out of your money. And you're stupid enough to fall for it because you're not really reading between the lines. You're just kind of going with the world the way you would hope it would be, not the way that it really is. And so what he does is he says, if you're looking to the sky for a God up there listening, there isn't one. The only man in the sky is me. And he basically drops the car, like literally just drops the family to their deaths. And where all the other superheroes who were following him basically show up and they follow suit. Then he says, let's talk. Okay, so we are getting back into The Boys by Garth Ennis, and this is kind of a funny situation, right? Because this is the miniseries Highland Laddie, and I was going through when I was reading this, because of course Huey is from Scotland, he was using Scottish phrases or Scottish slang, like to ken, T-O and then K-E-N, and like I had to use context to figure out that means to know, and I was like, huh, that's interesting. Like, I guess ken means no, and I guess it's their slang words. If any of you guys here are from Scotland, like, throw some slang words in the comments and let us know what it means. It kind of throws me off a little bit, so I'm trying to understand your language. Trying to understand your slang, and hopefully I can if you guys help me out a little bit. But if you guys remember in the last video that we did, essentially Huey had walked away from Annie, right? Huey had learned that Annie had basically given to Homelander, A-Train, and then to Black Noir in order to get herself onto the Seven, and Huey just simply wasn't able to process it. And lashing out, saying some pretty horrible things, he essentially instigated a breakup and then walked away. And so what this does is it basically picks up with him traveling back home again, right? Going back to Scotland and revisiting his family, kind of getting back to his bases. And this is a cool little thing here, right? Because he spends time with his mom, he spends time with his dad. Now keep in mind, these are not his actual biological parents, right? Huey doesn't know who his biological parents are, and for the most part, he doesn't really care, right? I mean, these are the parents that raised him. But the issue with this is that he gets a little frustrated with how his parents treat him, insofar that his mom really kind of dotes on him and it kind of babies him to a degree. Now that'll become a little bit important later on down the line, but what he does is he basically picks up with a friend by the name of Deet, and then with a friend by the name of Bobby. Now I say Deet because he says that Deet is short for detergent, because apparently like he just never really used it, he just smelled all the time. But Bobby is a bit of a different story. From what seems to have gone on in the time that Huey's been away, which has been about 7 or 8 years, Bobby has basically started dressing up as a woman, so it kind of takes Huey by surprise a little bit, which is pretty interesting to see his reaction here. But if for him, it's kind of getting back to his roots, right? Now, this is something to notice here, how he relates with his friends, right? It's kind of like, hey, it's good to see you guys again. And it's almost one of these things where he's kind of nostalgic for days gone by, right? He's nostalgic for a time in his life, which really seemed to be a lot simpler. Now, in reality, and that's kind of the funny thing about nostalgia, the important thing to understand about nostalgia is just because you remember things being a certain way, doesn't mean they were that way. It just means that's how you remember it. When people always say, well, I wish I could go back to a time when I was younger and the world was a lot simpler. The world wasn't simpler when you were younger. You were just too young to understand how complicated it really was. And so that's really what's going on with Huey. For him, going back to a simpler time to a degree when he was a little kid, yes, things were simpler insofar of his responsibilities and his perceptions of the world. But the reality is the world was just as complicated as it ever was. He just didn't fully grasp it. He wasn't really exposed to it. And so spending time with Bobby and spending time with detergent, ultimately he kind of ends up going about doing his own thing and comes across a guy named Mr. Vigors who's basically painting a picture on a beach. And it's kind of a cool thing because the two of them start talking, and indeed like Huey starts talking about nostalgia. And one of the things that he says is he coming back here, he looks at his friends and it's kind of like he envies them to a degree, right? Because they've continued on. For them, things haven't changed. Everything's the same way that it was before. But for Huey, everything's changed. He's really starting to see the world for what it is, not the way he envisioned it to be, right? Not this kind of isolationist, sheltered mindset that he spent so much time having when he lived out in Scotland. And so as a result of that, is almost a little more, a little too much for him to grasp. But Mr. Vigor says the exact same thing. He says, look, your perception of this isn't really because of the way things are. It's because you're looking at the world the way you see it now, and you're looking at the world the way that it used to be. And for the people here, they'll continue on their normal lives, right? They'll continue on doing their normal thing, and the world won't really change for them because they haven't seen the same kind of things you have. But for you, the world has changed, and it's not a bad thing. You just have to learn how to put it in perspective. And so because of the fact that Mr. Vigors offers these little words of wisdom, these little tidbits to him, what he basically does is really kind of form a bit of a friendship with this guy, insofar as they kind of visit each other off and on, and they start talking about these little individual things that they have going on in their own lives. And really it's Huey kind of talking to Vigors and dumbing out a huge part of his life, right? One of the things he talks about is the frustration of his parents, that he loves his parents, but they baby him, right? They baby him in a lot of different ways. He talks about his friends, and even when he got a hard time from Detergent and Bobby, it was really more of them just giving him grief, busting his balls, because that's what friends do. Whereas being as part of the boys, there were times when he was just downright humiliated. But the reality is that Huey's kind of looking at it through the wrong perspective, right? He looks at it as though the boys are somehow have it out for him, or they're trying to screw him up, when in reality they consider him to be a friend, right? Hence the reason why Mother's Milk opened up with his origin, and the Frenchie and the female, why they gave the origins their stories to Huey, is because they view him in a lot of ways with some camaraderie, some brotherhood, that kind of a thing. And so again, it's one of these things where Huey kind of has to keep things in perspective, sort of get things lined up and focus on the world the way that it needs to be, or at least the way it is, in the right frame of mind. And so from here, you switch over to this small little thing, right, which will become important once you get to the end of the story. But you switch over to this small little thing with a guy by the name of Tupper. Now, Tupper is basically a drug supplier, right? And he kind of has an international scheme going on. And what he does is he basically mingles cocaine with Compound V and then sells it to people. And so it basically gives them a bit of a high, and also some of the effects of Compound V. Now, he's got a couple of guys who were basically in this part of Scotland who were kind of his suppliers, right? Or not really suppliers, his dealers, in the sense that he gives it to them, they basically deal it out, then they come back with the money. And these guys start to get a little big for their britches, right? They start saying things like, well, if it wasn't for us, you wouldn't be able to get these drugs out there, right? You wouldn't be able to get people to buy them for you or anything like that. So I think we deserve a little bigger cut than what we're currently getting right now. And so as a result of that, what he does is Tupper calls in his niece, a woman by the name of Sarah, she's a pretty hefty size, right? She's a pretty big woman who's also got an enormous pair of shears. And puts him up to one of the henchmen and goes to start cutting off his face. And these guys come to their senses pretty fast and like, okay, so like, we'll keep on doing what we're doing. We'll take a pay cut even, we'll keep on doing what we're doing. And yeah, like we'll call that a day, and that'll basically be it, right? They just kind of mind their own business from that point going forward. And so what it does is it switches over to this little bit of an origin about Huey. And what he does is he starts talking about his Aunt Mary. And what he says that his Aunt Mary was a small woman. She really seemed to show symptoms of like dementia or Alzheimer's or something like that, loss of appetite, things along those lines. But one night, Huey basically wakes up to like sudden screaming and some blood that's basically around different, one of the rooms of the house. And so for the most part, like his mom and his dad are like, stay quiet, don't wake up Huey, you're gonna scare the kid. Huey, already being awake, basically goes into the bathroom where there's all this blood. He looks into the toilet and he sees this 17-foot tapeworm. And so basically Aunt Mary had basically, been suffering from a tapeworm. Now, things like dementia and Alzheimer's, I don't believe are the byproduct of tapeworms. It's usually things like loss of appetite, diarrhea, vomiting, things along those lines. But the reason why this is important is because it set the stage for Huey essentially being squeamish, not really being able to handle those things. And where he's talking to this guy Vigors about this story, Huey's just kind of like, this is the reason why I've really always kind of had trouble with that kind of stuff. I've never really been a strong guy. That combined with the fact that he was always kind of babied by his parents meant that in reality, he was never really ready for the world. He was never really made to experience how tough life can really be sometimes. And so as a result of that, when he joined up on the boys, he basically ended up in this situation where it was a total 180, right? You had this sheltered kid from out in Scotland who always had his needs taken care of and never really had to worry about anything and had a couple girlfriends here and there, and that was basically it. To suddenly being in this world of violence, madness, and absolute chaos, which he was totally oblivious to up to that point in time. And so it was a huge shift, and one that he wasn't really ready for. And indeed, in a situation like that, you kind of have to be eased into it, right? You can't just be thrown into the deep end of the pool and expected to thrive there. It just doesn't work that way. And so of course, he basically lashes out at his mom. When he gets back home, he lashes out at his mom at the fact that she's kind of babying him a little bit. It really kind of drives him nuts. He goes to spend some more time with Detergent and Bobby, sort of hanging out with them. And then once he gets back home, he ends up finding out that Annie's there, that Annie basically tracked him down to his home in Scotland and came to visit him. And from there, things get really, really cool, because what you get here is this origin of Starlight, right? You get this origin of Annie. One of the things that had kind of gone on there in that huge fight between her and Huey is a lot of it was one-sided, right? It was Annie asking him, please stop saying these things. Let me explain. Let me tell you what was going on. Let me give you my side of the story. And Huey didn't want to hear it, right? He wanted to stay angry. He wanted to be upset, and he wanted to leave, right? So he ultimately ended up bailing out. Annie coming here is for the purpose of saying, fine, let's see if we can't find some common ground, and even if we can't, then let me tell you my story. Let me tell you where it all came from. So of course, what she tells us is that she was born in Des Moines, Iowa, and she was born with superpowers, which of course we knew that all these little kids are basically injected with compound V during the gestation phase when it comes to them, basically growing, as a fetus in the mother's womb. And then when they give birth, the kids come out with powers. Sometimes the powers manifest at birth, sometimes they don't. But Annie's powers manifested the day that she was born. She emitted this ultra bright light and blinded both of her parents in the process. And so following that, Vought American immediately became aware of what was going on with Annie, and then basically told their parents, look, like, we can make life easy for you. You guys sign these NDAs. We'll make sure that you guys have all your needs taken care of. We'll provide you with seeing eye dogs. All you have to do is give up your child. And that's exactly what they did. They basically signed away Annie, and Annie ended up going into a foster home, or at least ended up being taken by Vought American and kind of experimented on for 5 years, and then being sent to a foster home. But these foster homes didn't really exist for the purpose of like trying to give them a stable lifestyle, right? Trying to like take them in and give them a stable childhood so they could go on to become productive members of society. These foster homes were really more of like proving grounds insofar as they would go to these pageants for superheroes. And what would happen is they would dress her up in like a superhero costume. It was very much like those child pageants, right? Those travesties when parents march their kids out there, put them on display for the world, and kind of strip their childhood away. And so because of that, like when this whole thing went down, what you ended up getting was like this kind of performance, right? And Starlight played her part the way she was supposed to, right? She did her song, she did her dance, she flew around, she kind of lit up a little bit, but she couldn't do it super bright, otherwise she would blind everybody. But one of the other girls there started to lose control of her powers, right? Her powers weren't working the way that she was supposed to, and actually ended up melting her eyes out of her head, right? So not all of this went the way it was supposed to. And for those parents whose children proved to be superheroes, right? Proved to be people that Vought American could basically use to kind of go into superhero groups later on down the line and things like that, they were rewarded handsomely. For the parents of Starlight, they were basically given everything they needed from Vought American, financially and otherwise, to ensure that their daughter grew up and used her powers and learned how to use her abilities and everything along those lines. Whereas for the family of this young girl whose eyes burned out of their head, Vought American was just like done, kind of swept the whole thing under the rug, and that was the end of that. The parents were just kind of left there, right? So in a lot of ways, when it came to these foster families, the kids were meal tickets and really nothing more than that. And so following that, as the years went by, Starlight eventually found herself on the Young Americans. But one of the funny things about this is that the Young Americans were not really given any direction, right? And we knew about this when it came to superheroes. We knew about that from the origin of the superheroes, right? Insofar as they just went out there and did their thing. And that's really how Vought American treated the Young Americans, right? They're like, okay, so here's your superhero team. You guys are going to be together. You guys are going to do your thing. Here's your Vought American representative if you ever need to talk to them. Here's your liaison for the public eye, so on and so forth. Go be superheroes. And that was basically it. Now, the other part of this is that Huey actually asks a really good question. He says, if this was the case, and this is how you guys were being treated by Vought American, then why not leave? Even if you couldn't light yourself up, in a super bright light, that you could fly, that you had some measure of super hearing depending on your concentration, why not say, well, I can work for the hospital and I can fly people, right? I can get a person from an accident site back to the hospital faster than a helicopter can. Why didn't you ever do that? And the initial statement of Starlight is, it just never really crossed our minds, right? Like, we just wanted to be one of the superheroes, right? We were kind of caught up in the moment. And so the result is that when Vought American had them carry out these various campaigns of superheroes, at the end of the day, they didn't really allow them to work with EMTs, right? They didn't really allow them to do things like ferry people from accident sites to hospitals. And the reason why was because what it basically did is it reduced the liability for Vought American. Because superheroes were basically funded by Vought American, and Vought was like the entity that kind of kept them in the public eye, they didn't want to disrupt the flow of money. If Starlight was, picked somebody up and was going to fly them to the hospital, and that person became too heavy and like she dropped them and they died, well, then it would be a PR nightmare for Vought American, right? It'd be a public relations disaster. And so it would lead to problems. And so the idea was, don't do anything that can disrupt the flow of money. And so because of that, Starlight and the Young Americans, their job was to just be in the right places at the right times and look like they were doing things, or in some cases do things that seemed to be worthwhile. But what it did is it kept them in the public eye and it kept them looking good. And so in turn, it kept the flow of money going. The other part of this is that you had things where she was part of the whole believe system, right? The capes for Christ, kind of preaching this idea of Christianity and so on and so forth, all the while kind of feeling herself continually removed from it because she didn't really seem to believe in the ideas that she was espousing. But that's what she was supposed to do. That was the role she played. But understand, there's a huge difference between what's going on here and what's going on with the Seven. In a lot of ways, she was naive, right? She didn't really understand what was really going on with the whole superhero community. She didn't know how far down this rabbit hole went. It wasn't until she joined the Seven that she really began to realize that how dark and how screwed up things really are. And so at that point, Huey just kind of says, well, I mean, that's a sad story and everything and whatever, but like, it doesn't really change anything. And so the response of Starlight is, well, then tell me how you actually got this footage. And Huey's response is, well, somebody emailed it to me. And Starlight's like, yeah, I mean, you told me that, but it doesn't really make any sense, right? Somebody took some footage footage that happened to be of the girl that you were dating, which only you and I know that we were dating each other. Somebody took footage of that exact time period and then sent it to you. That means somebody had to know. But if you and I were the only ones who do know, then who else could have possibly known, and how could they have found out? Now, of course, we know as the reader, Billy Butcher gave it to Huey because Billy Butcher knows that Huey and Starlight are dating because Huey told him as much, right? But Starlight doesn't know the other side of that coin. She doesn't know the story of Huey. Huey is still telling lies, right? He's still lying to her. And so at that point, she's like, well, because that's what girls like me do. We do whatever we have to do in order to get ourselves ahead, right? That's all we do. And it's just kind of like, damn, she absolutely lays into this guy, and at that point, Huey, the idea of him really kind of starts to fall apart, right? This stance, this hard line stance that he took of no, we're over, we're done, that kind of thing. It all starts to fall to pieces, right? It all starts to go away. And it's one of these things where he basically apologizes and says, I never really meant to say any of that. I never should have said any of it. And Starlight says, I know, those aren't things that you would really say. Somebody fed you that, right? Somebody told you, or somebody put those thoughts in your head. Those aren't thoughts that you came to of your own accord. Somebody showed you this, or somebody told you a thing, and in your desperation and in your sadness, you believed it, and now you're just parroting what somebody else told you. And so it's kind of cool, because at that point, that's the truth of the reality, right? The truth of the scenario is that Billy Butcher put the idea in Huey's head. No woman like that would ever date you, because look how hot she is, and look how reasonably attractive you are, right? What could you possibly have to offer her? She could have anybody. Why would she have you? Just so she can spend time, quote unquote, with the commoners, so she could say, well, I did that too, I slummed it up with the regular guys too once, right? That's why she did all that. Billy Butcher is the one that gave him that footage and said, here you go, and put him in that vulnerable state in the first place, and then capitalized on it to kind of turn Huey, right? But it wasn't really done from a place of being vindictive. It was done from Billy Butcher's perspective of, you have to understand what superheroes are like, right? Billy Butcher does not believe in good superheroes. As far as he's aware, if a superhero goes the rest of their life without turning into a villain, it's because they just didn't live long enough. That's Billy Butcher's entire stance. And so following that, while Huey and Starlight are somewhat on better terms, in the sense that she allowed herself to kind of get all that frustration and all that anger that she felt, and to be allowed to tell her story, there's a kind of coldness there on behalf of Huey, insofar that she crashes in the guest bedroom, but when she gets up in the morning, Huey's there, she's like, well, I need to change and everything, and Huey's like, okay, I'll leave you to it. He treats her more like a friend as opposed to somebody he's romantically connected with. And so because of that, when he gets, back out of the house, and, he's talking to his dad, and Annie's talking to his dad and that kind of thing, and, his dad's like, well, hey, you should take Annie around town and show her what's going on. When that happens, Huey basically ends up taking her out and says, look, I've thought about everything that you said yesterday, and I've thought about the things that I said, and here's the deal. I get that everything that you did in terms of and whatnot, that was before you met me. Technically, it really isn't any of his business, and that's what he recognizes. But what he says is, I can't get past this. I cannot get past this idea that you basically gave guys and them in order to get onto a superhero team. I can't get past that. I can't get that out of my head. And because I cannot get that out of my head, I can't be with you anymore, right? I can't deal with this. I can't cope with this. And so because of that, when Annie asked the question, where does that leave us? Huey's like, there's nothing here anymore. We're not together anymore. We're done. We're over with. There's no romantic connection between the two of us. And so while they still kind of seem to maintain some measure of a friendship, what this does is it basically leads to them, heading back to the house, and then of course running into Mr. Viggers again. And this is kind of a cool little thing here, right? Because Viggers starts talking to Annie, and the two of them kind of get a little bit cordial with each other, and Viggers is like, well, it's interesting, of all the times that I've talked to Huey, he's never once brought you up, right? He's never mentioned you or anything like that. If I had met you, I never would have known you existed in the first place, which really kind of speaks volumes, right? The fact that Huey would cut somebody like that out of his life in such a way that there really does not seem to be any kind of attachment there anymore, right? There's no more romantic interest. As far as he's concerned, she's a friend and somebody that he used to date once, and that's it, if she's even really considered to be a friend at all. And so in the midst of this whole conversation, what ends up happening is basically Viggers tells Huey, well, hey, I ran into your friend Bobby earlier today, and basically he tried to get a hold of you by phone. He wasn't able to do it, but he gave me this message, told you to basically go meet him, at around 10 o'clock. So they do, once they end up meeting up there, of course, Bobby shows up there believing Huey summoned him there. So right off the bat, we kind of know it's some measure of a ruse that supposedly Huey had sent a text to Bobby saying, meet me here at this location at 10 o'clock. Now, when they get there, of course, what they end up witnessing is this guy Tupper and his various henchmen who are unloading drugs and planning to smuggle them throughout, or get them throughout the area of Scotland. But then they find out that Detergents basically join their group, right? Detergents join their team. And so where Bobby kind of screams out, oh my God, it's Detergent, that in turn brings the attention of wee Sarah, this big old hoss of a woman, who in turn kind of starts attacking the two of them. Now, of course, Bobby and Sarah get into a fight with each other, and then Bobby basically confronts Detergent and says, dude, you have any idea what you're doing? This is cocaine laced with V. Do you have any clue the effect this is going to have on people? Now, again, this hits at the idea that in this small little island of Scotland, there cut off from the world. So unless you were actually out there in the way that Huey was, none of them really understand the effects of what it is that they're doing. Spreading this compound V-laced cocaine all throughout this area of Scotland is going to cause nothing but problems. At that point, Tupper basically starts to freak out, pulls a gun, and ends up pulling the trigger. But of course, Detergent jumps in the way, shields Huey, and Detergent gets shot instead. And then seemingly somebody comes out of nowhere and basically takes out Sarah, cocks her over the head with a rock. And then we end up finding out, of course, that it's Mr. Viggers. So it's kind of like, okay, so Alistair Viggers, like there's more to this guy than initially seemed to be the case. Now, of course, this leads to Huey basically tracking this guy down, chasing down Tupper, who's sprayed in the mouth by a bird with all these little, this vomit and all that kind of stuff. Basically, he gets like bird vomit and puke and all this nasty garbage and stuff in his mouth, and basically just wants to be shot by the cops, right? When the cops show up, he's like, just shoot me now. This is a horrible experience, right? Which I kind of have to believe is true, right? Having a bird projectile vomit in your mouth is probably one of the most horrific experiences that anybody could ever endure. But of course, not only that, they go to visit Bobby in the hospital after it's all cleared up. Of course, Detergent had basically died, but they go to visit Bobby in the hospital, and Bobby's really just kind of like, hey, look, I mean, it could be worse. It could certainly be a worse experience. I mean, I'm kind of maimed a little bit, but I have my life, and that's kind of the important thing there. It could be a lot worse than this. So he's kind of seeing the bright side of things, right? Not really seeing the worst side of things. And so from there, you get this really cool conversation that goes on between Huey and Annie. And of course, Huey basically tells this story where he talks to her about the worst thing that he ever did, right? The worst thing that he's ever done throughout his entire life. Now, keep in mind, it's probably a true story, but it's certainly not the worst thing Huey's done. But what he talks about is how himself and Bobby and Detergent had come across this dog that was stuck on a rock out in this bog, this little body of water. And that initially they were kind of looking at it, wondering how it was that it got there. And then Bobby picked up a rock and threw it at the dog, and they started throwing rocks at it, seeing if they could hit it. Well, then suddenly, this dog starts to freak out. It ultimately falls off, starts to get carried away by the water, or at least, starts to kind of drown in the water. Huey runs, grabs it, picks it up, and then basically takes it back to the original owner. Now, we don't really see who the owner is. We just see that Huey basically gives the dog to the owner, and the owner gives him a bit of coin. And then Annie starts to laugh at him. She's like, if that's the worst thing you've ever done, then you have to understand, Huey, this idea of being this super hard ass, being cold to the world, not really caring about anybody or anything, and just kind of doing things your own way, that's not really a source of strength. If you believe it is, and somebody lied to your ass, is basically what she says. She's like, that's not really the case. Like being kind to people, letting people in, letting them understand you, how could you ever hope to have a truly intimate relationship if you never really let people see who you really are? At the end of the day, if you keep that part of yourself hidden away from everybody, well, then you and your entire relationship is predicated on fear. You're afraid they're going to leave, so you basically never give them a reason to leave, at least as far as you're concerned. But the reality is, not letting them see who you really are means you don't trust them. And if you don't trust them, then they're going to leave. So you're essentially setting yourself up for failure. And then all the while, you're going to point the finger at the fact that they left as a reason why they can't be trusted when you were the cause of the problem in the first place. And so it's interesting because Huey kind of has to come to grips with this fact that what Annie is asking of him in terms of having a real tried and true relationship, what she needs from him is something more than he seems to have been able to give before. That yes, she gave guys and a couple of guys in order to get herself on a superhero team, but that was before Huey met her, right? So unless Huey's looking to date a woman who's never been intimate with another guy before, good luck, right? He's gonna have to go find some girl who's had a life as sheltered as he has, and who's like a virgin in order to find that. There's a little bit of reality that has to come into play there, and so ultimately Huey has to kind of come to grips with this. And so as a result, when he gets back home, what he ends up doing is talking to his parents, and they say, of course, well, that guy Alistair Viggers stopped by for you, said he wasn't able to get a hold of you, but he went ahead and left this message for you, and basically it's a piece of paper with a phone number and the name Mallory. Now, for those of you guys who haven't really been following this, Mallory was one of the original members of the boys, the one who effectively quit, basically meaning that Alistair Viggers is not his real name. It is actually Mallory, the guy who originally put together the boys team, and whether or not he was spying on Huey is yet to be seen, but all we know is that Huey's basically been confiding in this guy the entire time. So it's kind of curious to see how all that unfolds. So what you end up getting in this kind of little tidbit here is Huey going about doing his thing, basically, heading out of Scotland alongside Annie, and then boarding this bus. But one of the things he doesn't tell his parents is, I love you. He doesn't say that to them. Instead, he still kind of views the idea, and he's still kind of angry at his parents because they baby him so much. But the reality is that other people out there have had these exceedingly hard lives. And if the biggest thing that Huey hates about his parents is the fact that they dote on him too much, that's not a bad thing to be upset about, right? There are people out there who would love to have that kind of relationship with their parents, but they don't, right? So it's nothing to be angry about. And Huey really kind of comes to grips with that when he starts breaking down and crying and saying that he should have told him he loved him, should have told him that he cared about him. He's never really told them that before, right? It's something that they've never really heard from him. And so because of that, he hasn't really appreciated them in the way that he was supposed to. And that, of course, will become a pretty significant plot point later on down in the story. Okay, we are back to covering the boys. Mariah's sitting in the next room surfing on her MacBook Air. I'll be honest, it's kind of weird recording audio in front of Mariah. Anyway, so we are covering The Boys. In a previous video, and I know it's been a little while since we covered The Boys because like we were moving and everything, but now that we're back into the swing of things, The Boys will return as it normally does every Tuesday. And actually, there's one thing that I want to add on here. So Locke Pressner said today's his birthday and he wanted a shout out, so happy birthday, Locke. And I actually was tagged in a tweet by the Page Crusader who had this really cool video called Page vs. Film Civil War. It reminds me of that old video series that I used to do called Film vs. Comics, whatever it is. Use that name, dude, if you want to. Just run with it. I'll probably never make those videos again. But in any event, the video was pretty solid. Make sure you guys go check out this channel down in the description. So yeah, The Boys. Okay, so in one of the previous videos, we had talked about how we got this kind of origin, right? But the origin only came from the perception of the legend insofar as how superheroes came into existence, so on and so forth. What this does is it gives us the same sort of scenario, but from the perspective of Greg Mallory. Now, for those of you guys who don't remember, Greg Mallory was the leader of The Boys before the current iteration picked up, right? So when The Boys series officially starts, the team had kind of been disbanded for some time, and Billy Butcher was going around and regathering the team and so on and so forth. Greg Mallory was the leader before that happened. And so for those of you guys who were unfamiliar, the way this played out is that the Boys had become a pretty heavy-hitting team, right? And we'll talk more about this as we sort of get through this, but the Boys had become super heavy-hitting, and the result is that they drew the wrong kind of attention. And so ultimately things popped off between themselves and the Seven, and then Lamplighter, who was a member of the Seven, killed Greg Mallory's granddaughter. But the result is that Greg Mallory kind of been hands-off ever since. And so in the last video that we did, basically Huey had taken off back home, and then Greg Mallory had been contacted by Mother's Milk to keep an eye on Huey. And that's why the two of them encountered each other in the first place. Now, that's kind of stated right off the bat. When Huey figures out that this guy is Greg Mallory, he asks, like, why are you keeping an eye on me? And he says, because Mother's Milk asked me to. But the big thing that comes out of this is he really kind of starts to paint this picture that Billy Butcher is not who Huey thinks he is, right? And by extension, us as the reader, that Billy Butcher is not who we think he is, right? Because we look at Billy Butcher and we see him as kind of a pretty extreme guy, right? The guy's not totally off his rocker, but he is still kind of extreme. But we also see him as a guy who's basically fighting the good fight. The picture that's being painted by Greg Mallory is that's not really the case, and that Billy Butcher is actually, for the most part, totally insane and off his rocker, which I guess we kind of knew. But the overall gist behind this is that with the conversation taking place between the two of them, the clock basically winds back to the Battle of the Bulge, right? Now, the Battle of the Bulge, for those of you guys who don't know your World War II history, the Battle of the Bulge was probably the third bloodiest conflict the United States had ever been involved in, and I believe was the bloodiest conflict of World War II involving the United States. But essentially, it was the last major offensive of the German army. It was basically the Germans going for broke, right? It's like, if we don't win this, then we lose the war. And that's exactly what happened. But during the Battle of the Bulge, at the time, Greg Mallory was a captain in the military. And so that's one of the things to remember here is that we do have these huge amounts of time, right? Because we are talking after 2001. And so this basically means that this guy was a captain in the military, and then 51 years later still looks pretty young. Now, the result of this is that really it's just a byproduct of taking compound V, is it basically slows your aging. But the fact remains that during this time, ultimately, Vought American had basically started rising to prominence. Now, if you guys remember during the previous origin video that we did, Vought American first started making a name for itself by producing weapons, producing tanks, arms and armament, different things like that. The problem is that they were your standard American corporation, right? So cutting as many corners as they could and trying to mass profits as fast as they could. The result is that they created a whole bunch of really shoddy products and had their weapons contracts pulled. And so as a result of that, they seemed to kind of go under and nobody really heard of them for quite some time. This is when they basically resurface and suddenly like they have superheroes out there. Now, what they do here is they present a group that's basically referred to as the Avenging Squad, right? Now, you would look at that and you would say, based on the name, they're more akin to the Avengers, and to a degree they kind of are, but given the time period, they're really more akin to the Invaders, right? So Namor the Submariner, Captain America, the original Human Torch, Jim Hammond, and Bucky Barnes is really kind of more of what they are, with a couple of Avengers concepts peppered in, right? Like the Crimson Countess, basically the Scarlet Witch. But nonetheless, the team is brought in for the purpose of saying, hey, look, this is the next stage in warfare. And Vought American has shown up here on the field, basically saying, we've got these superpowered individuals, right? They can run really fast, they're really strong, so on and so forth. So much so that a couple of them actually managed to lift up the back of a tank. Now, the funny thing about this is that where Greg Mallory looks at this, he says, okay, so like from like a face-on perspective, right? For like a surface view, yes, it looks cool, right? They look strong, they look capable, they look like they can do all kinds of stuff. Here's the real question here. Are they bulletproof? Can they withstand all kinds of different bombardment from artillery and so on and so forth? And while it is cool they're lifting one of our tanks, other tanks, German tanks, can weigh twice as much as these, right? So like if they're kind of struggling and it's all they can do to really lift up this one, as impressive as it is, what chance are they going to stand against Germans? And so as a result of that, what you also get is really the first indication that none of these guys are trained. Unlike Homelander, who was the first homegrown superhero, no pun intended, insofar that he was basically given compound V in the womb and then became the most powerful superhero on Earth. These individuals were basically injected. Now, it wasn't as though the injections worked right off the bat. That's one of the things that we've seen that Vought American would go through and they would inject 200 humans with Compound V. And those who didn't go through these heinous and terrible side effects, they went on to become superheroes basically, or at least superheroes as they're being managed and essentially paid for by Vought American. And so because these guys aren't really trained, what ends up happening is a couple of them basically decide to fly recon. And while it is kind of impressive they can fly, the big takeaway from this is you guys probably screwed up. And when the question is asked why, it's because if you guys just jumped into the air and then took off and did some recon work and basically looked for the Germans and then found them, then what makes you think the Germans didn't see you and say, what in the hell is that? There's people flying in the air. Let's see where they came from. And then leading them back here to this entire assortment of soldiers who at the moment are not prepared for conflict. And so if the Germans come showing up on their doorstep and they're ready to march and they're ready to fight and they open fire, these guys are going to get caught with their pants down. And that's exactly what happens. That the Germans sitting in the bushes immediately open fire. And what you get is this bloodbath that for all the glitz and glamour of the avenging squad and what they can do and how powerful and capable they are, they get shot all to pieces, right? One of them flies into the air, gets hit by the propeller of a plane, gets chopped to pieces. Another guy gets run over by a tank. I mean, it's an absolute massacre, right? Not only that, because these guys were caught unawares, they're all basically slaughtered, right? So Greg Mallory is the only survivor left, right? He's the only one left alive. And so the result of that is that when he's there and one of the guys has really been cut in half and asks for help, Greg Mallory takes out a grenade, throws it at the guy and walks away. And it's just kind of like, you guys are more of a problem than you're worth. And that's where Greg Mallory's hatred of superheroes began. I wouldn't really say hatred so much as his distrust and dislike of superheroes began, because what he did is he kept one of the pieces of evidence that somebody said, you know, Vought American consolidated, showing that Vought American had ties to the Battle of the Bulge. The issue is that in the aftermath of this, Vought American washed their hands of everything, right? And we knew that. We knew that's what they did. That Vought American, in the aftermath of the Battle of the Bulge and the way that a lot of things in World War II had gone south, they basically quit. They basically kind of walked away and said, okay, we're essentially done here. Now, one of the big things to come out of this, and really kind of tying into some real world history here, is that in the aftermath of World War II, we basically got the formation of the CIA. Now, it wasn't immediate. It wasn't really until the National Security Act of 1947 that was passed that basically created the National Security Council and the CIA. But during this whole set of events here, Greg Mallory was there when the CIA was in the process of being formed. But one of the things that had gone on is that there were particular individuals here who were aware of the danger, or at least the idea of Vought American creating superheroes and sending them out there. Now, when he basically kind of goes to this bit of an explanation about the spy game, he's really talking more about the United States and Russian involvement, right? Because after the end of World War II, you ended up going into the Cold War, right? And the Cold War was, the reason why it's called that is because there was no actual war between the United States and what it was at that point, the USSR, right? We didn't actually go to war with each other. Instead, what we got were a whole bunch of proxy conflicts, right? So the Soviet-Afghan War in the 1980s, the Vietnam War, there were a lot of these conflicts that were an attempt of the United States to expand its sphere of influence with capitalism and the USSR to expand its sphere of influence with communism. What this really shows us is the idea that the spy game was alive and well insofar as Greg Mallory, what basically became the CIA, the spy agency of the United States, sending people into Russia only to find them basically disappearing and vanishing and so on and so forth. All that's really kind of background stuff to say, here are the things that he did as part of the early days of the CIA. But seeing Vought American for what it was and believing that Vought American was exceedingly dangerous, this all comes to a head when he reads an article in the Washington Post about how what Vought American has basically done is created something called the Crime Fighters Incorporated, which would later on to become known as Payback. But essentially it was a recreation of the Avenging Squad. The idea that it was essentially like Soldier Boy, the Steel Knight, Ladio, Eagle, the Archer, Manbot, Buzzer, Crimson Countess, all the people who were there during World War II. And as soon as Greg Mallory saw this, what he basically realized is that Vought American used the Battle of the Bulge as a test bed. Can this work? And then realizing their mistakes, essentially clean slated the whole thing, wiped any evidence of their involvement aside from that one little piece of fabric that Greg Mallory has. So nobody really seemed to know that they were involved, at least nobody on the public face, and very few military officials actually knew. And so then when they suddenly show up here with the Crime Fighters Incorporated, there's no one there to say, hey, that was the same group during World War II and that was a total catastrophe. Nobody was there for that. And so the result is that it really sort of begins to piss him off, because it gets into the question of, if Vought American screwed up so disastrously in that regard, how are they going to screw up now, right? Like how bad are things going to get now? And so what he started doing was making phone calls, started getting a hold of people, and ultimately ended up coming across, these various instances when Vought American was still engaging in various arms and armament, things like that. Their guns were misfiring, so on and so forth, getting soldiers killed during the Vietnam War. And that was particularly important because if you guys recall the entire Vietnam conflict, that we ended up having the legend, that's where his first son died, and that's why he harbored a resentment towards Vought American, right? Because Vought American were the ones who were creating the weapons, their desire to cut corners, got his son killed, and he'd been working against the company ever since, which was a huge blow because he knew everything, right? He was part of Victory Comics, the comic book arm of Vought American, so he knew the true side of the stories and then the stories they were supposed to tell. But what he'd basically done is he had made Greg Mallory aware of a guy named Vogelbaum. Now, Vogelbaum, as you guys know, was the guy who created Compound V. And so the idea of Greg Mallory was, okay, if we're going to use the resources of the CIA to do this, we cannot make it look like the CIA is actually involved. And so in one of the most brilliant maneuvers ever, what he did is he leaked the identity of Vogelbaum to the corporate competitors of Vought American, knowing that if they couldn't get him to their side, they were going to kill him. And because of the fact that he couldn't be swayed to their side, they basically sent assassins in there, and then using the assassins, he tracked down the location of Vogelbaum, and then in turn basically killed all the assassins and then went to kill Vogelbaum himself, ultimately deciding that he couldn't do it. And so in order to use him as more of an asset than anything else, he kind of gave a couple of instructions, right? And this really comes off, hot off the heels of Dakota Bob, the vice president for George Herbert Walker Bush, who ultimately, of course, in the real war was president of the United States and was as well. The difference is that I believe Dan Quayle was the vice president under George H.W. Bush, but I'm not going to swear to that. But Dakota Bob ended up being vice president instead. And Dakota Bob, of course, ended up winning the presidency. But as the vice president, he was the one that essentially sanctioned all this stuff, right? Because nobody really looks at what the vice president's doing. Nobody really cares, right? The vice president, he's just an in-case guy, right? Like, in case something happens to the president, then the vice president will do some things. And like, he can basically sway the vote in Congress. And like, aside from that, nobody really cares what the vice president can or cannot do. But what this did is it allowed Greg Mallory to kind of operate to a degree of his own accord. And so working alongside Vogelbaum, what he said was, you're alive, the CIA knows you're alive, the government's going to try to use you. So make Compound V, do whatever it is you have to do in order for us to kind of continue this whole scheme going on. But when you make your Compound V, make sure it takes like 7 to 8 years to make one batch of it, and then make it just like ridiculously expensive, right? Like hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, if not in the billions, so the government simply just cannot afford it, right? Because the one thing that Greg Mallory wanted to avoid was the federal government launching its own version of what Vought American was doing. And so because of that, what ends up happening is with Vogelbaum working alongside him, he ultimately ends up taking an injection of Compound V, which of course is how he gets his initial dose, and then it goes directly into Billy Butcher's origin. And Billy Butcher is kind of given to us as, from Greg Mallory as a guy who was in his younger days. We're not really given a whole lot about his history, which is to say like his childhood and all that kind of stuff. Not in the same way we are with like Frenchie and the female and Mother's Milk or anything like that. But basically he was a guy who had a grudge. He held a grudge against the Seven because of the fact that his wife had been by his presumably Homelander, and then the child she gave birth to ended up killing her when it essentially clawed itself from the inside out. And so because of that, what Billy Butcher really showed here was a kind of ability to operate in the form of espionage and spy tactics, but to also be exceedingly effective, right? Like he was very, very good at what he did. But the initial charter of what it was that Billy Butcher was supposed to do, and the initial role of Greg Mallory, was that they were really going to more contain and control the various superhero threats, right? It was this idea of, yes, there are superheroes out there. We're basically going to find ways to make sure they don't deviate too far out of line. And if it really comes to it, then we'll kill them, right? But killing them is a last ditch effort. But it was really more of like a reconnaissance sort of organization, a reconnaissance block ops sweat work team, more or less, functioning as part of the CIA that really wouldn't have anything to do with anybody. From there, what it did is it essentially went into the post 9/11 landscape. And of course, as you guys know from the previous videos that we've done, when it came to 9/11, things went belly up. And the Seven, the various Air Force pilots who were going to shoot down some of the planes, they were called off, and the Seven stepped in only to screw the whole thing up, right? Like to bungle the whole thing, which resulted in the deaths of hundreds of people when it didn't necessarily need to. The idea was to use the Seven to show that they could, intervene in a time like this, in a crisis like this, and then kind of bring things to a peaceful solution insofar as grabbing the plane, bringing it back down to the ground, getting everybody evacuated, killing those individuals who were on board that were intending to inflict harm, and then call it a day. To demonstrate they could be as much a tried and true, credible threat to those individuals who are functioning against the interests of the United States, more or less, to bad guys, and then in turn also be like humanitarians. Because it didn't really work out, the dangers of the Seven were put in full force in showing that Vought American doesn't really care who they harm or how those individuals get harmed, so long as their own mission ends up continuing on. At the same time, because of Billy Butcher's animosity towards the Seven, building on top of what he'd seen the Seven engaging in, and the kind of recklessness that Vought American really seemed to display, kind of pushed Billy Butcher more and more to the edge, where Billy Butcher was really kind of recruiting the rest of the boys, and then the team itself began to evolve in such a way where it was, we're waging a war on the various superheroes who are out there. We'll kill them, if we can get away with it. Otherwise, we'll use them for information. But the boys team as it exists now is not what it was originally envisioned to be. And that's really the way Greg Mallory kind of laments and regrets the whole thing. That in his mind, what he did is exactly what the CIA has historically done, right? The CIA has usually created its own enemies, right? Osama bin Laden and the Soviet-Afghan War of the 1980s is a perfect example, right? Backing the Mujahideen, holy warriors, teaching them how to shoot, how to fight, giving them weapons, things like that. And then when the Soviet-Afghan War ended, then it turned into, okay, all these people that we basically armed and taught how to fight now want to attack attack us, right? So creating our own enemies over and over and over again. You know, the whole idea of the history between the United States and Iran is a result of the United States getting involved and creating its own enemies. It's what the US has historically almost always done. And so because of that, Greg Mallory kind of looks at that and says, I've essentially done the exact same thing. I've created a monster, is really how he looks at Billy Butcher. And so it's really a point where the boys cannot be contained and controlled anymore, right? They can't be reined back in. They're too far gone. And really what Greg Mallory kind of hits at here is this entire thing is heading on a collision course, right? Where he sends Billy Butcher out to eliminate Vogelbaum as kind of the last bit of information there. What this does is it shows the idea that there's a collision course, right? The boys are inexorably on a course to face off against the Seven, and there's going to be a lot of people who die, right? There's really no way around that because Billy Butcher doesn't want it any other way. This is Billy Butcher's own personal war, and he's using the boys as a means to fight it. As a result of that, you know, when Greg Mallory really kind of spills all these beans to Huey, really kind of tells Huey about all these different things, Huey calls him for what it is. And he says, I think this whole thing of like some veteran, this whole, you know, woe is me and I made some mistakes, you know, and things are beyond my control now. I think it's just an act. You know, he's like, I think you're a sham. I think you're a failure. I think you're a half measure, right? You're a guy who wanted to get involved in an experiment and you tried it and it didn't really work the way that you wanted it to. And the result is that, you know, it's a little beyond your control. And you just want to kind of scapegoat Billy Butcher when you could reel them back in and you could try to find a way to control them, but it's just too hard. It's just too damn hard. So you're just going to wash your hands of it and run away and call it a day, right? So he really kind of calls him a coward and a failure. And so what it does is it leads to Huey traveling back to Starlight and basically spilling the beans about everything and saying, I work for the CIA, I work for the boys. Our whole purpose in this whole situation is to track down superheroes. We've killed them. We've beat them within an inch of their lives. We've done all kinds of heinous things, but it's to basically push you guys and pressure you guys, put the screws to you guys to the point where you guys lash out and the world will see you for what you really are. But the problem is that with this being the case, when you corner a rabid animal like that, it gets violent. And that's exactly what's going to happen here, right? That's Huey's biggest fear, as a full-scale war is going to break out between the superheroes and humanity. That the superheroes are going to ally themselves with Homelander, and then in turn, because Homelander is going to see the boys as an extension of humanity, that Homelander is going to wage war against humanity, right? So it's going to be this massive global war between the superheroes and the militaries of the world, and everything is going to go to pot. And so the stance is we have to kind of basically try to find a way to stop that from happening. And so it's kind of interesting because it's the first time that you really get into like an actual directional plot for the story. The overall plot has been superheroes are bad and we have to contain them, you know, and that's basically been it. But now we have a forward direction, which is pretty legit. Okay, so we are covering The Boys, the new chapter of The Boys, and this is one of those issues, or I guess one of those parts of the story where it's as much about character development as it is about things sort of coming to a head, right? Because that's really what this has been. A lot of what we've seen with The Boys up to this point has been, here are the boys, here's what they're about, now they're on a collision course to eventually face off against the superheroes, right? It's kind of been one of these things that has sort of been building up to, or at least that seemed to be the case. And so what this does is it initially picks up with a guy by the name of Jack from Jupiter. Now, what you have here is you have Billy Butcher and you have Huey, who are basically just kind of, you know, going over these things. But Jack from Jupiter is a member of the Seven, right? He's one of these guys who almost looks something akin to Martian Manhunter. And what this does is it kind of introduces the idea that somewhere along the line, a transvestite prostitute had been beaten to death, right? And all indications point to it being Jack from Jupiter. And the reason why is because where you follow Huey and you follow Billy Butcher, what you end up doing is getting to the location of a guy by the name of Dr. Peculiar. Now, Dr. Peculiar is one of these characters where he's part and parcel to superheroes, and he does have powers himself. But again, it kind of expands about how screwed up and twisted, and to be honest, how f***ed up this whole superhero community is. And the reason why is because what Dr. Peculiar does is he gets superheroes the kind of things they're looking for. He's kind of a Swiss Army knife, kind of a one-stop shop for all the various things people are looking for. But in particular, Dr. Peculiar basically runs a brothel of transvestites. And the idea is that different superheroes show up there to basically satisfy their needs. And that's why Billy Butcher and Huey are here, or, you know, is essentially to investigate. But then you end up jumping to Jack from Jupiter himself, right? And he's really kind of in front of the Seven themselves, really pleading his case, more or less saying he's not the one that did all this. And so the indication seems to be the same information that was given to Billy Butcher and Huey and them and the boys has also seems to have been disseminated to the Seven, right? So they seem to be aware of this as well. And Jack from Jupiter is really the only member of their ranks who seems to have been frequenting Dr. Peculiar's establishment, right? You know, and so because of this, of course, he's the person that everybody's sort of looking at and saying, saying you're the one that did all this. And at the end of the day, he's kind of like, I'm not the one that did any of this stuff, right? I mean, he even goes as far as to tell Homelander, you can put me in front of a lie detector, right? Like, I'm not the one that did this, right? I'm not the one that did any of this stuff. But at the end of the day, nobody really seems to believe him. And that's one of the things that really sort of drives him up the wall, is he's literally kind of a guy in a corner by himself. And then on top of all that, you have like A-Train and other members of the Seven who are giving him shit about his sexual interests. And so what you end up doing is jumping directly back to Dr. Peculiar, and you pick up with Billy Butcher and Huey. And what we end up learning here is Dr. Peculiar basically has something on everybody, right? He's almost like this J. Edgar Hoover sort, insofar as individuals who show up here and who partake in the various offerings that Dr. Peculiar has, that kind of information is basically kept. And I would surmise that it's done as a way for Dr. Peculiar to ensure his safety, right? So if those of you guys who saw John Wick, the Continentals are like the kind of neutral ground. That's really what Dr. Peculiar seems to be, right? Like, if you come here, you do not cause trouble. If you do, then we will make trouble for you, right? And so it's also one of those things where it's really all about discretion, right? You don't go there to be loud and to be noisy. You go there to be quiet, do your thing, and then leave, so that you don't really have to worry about people knowing what it is that you're doing. But that's why all of this is such a big deal, right? Because you've got pictures here of superheroes drinking. You got some wild. Like, that's the best way to say it. We don't really see them. We just have Billy Butcher telling us that they're there, but it's some pretty off the wall stuff. The other reason why it is, though, that Billy Butcher's allowed to be in here is because it's one of those sort of unofficial agreements between Billy Butcher and Dr. Particular, insofar as he knows what Billy Butcher's about. He knows what Billy Butcher's capable of. Billy could just come in here and shoot the whole place up, right? Or just like bring the cops in and have them shut the whole place down. And so it's one of those, okay, you do your thing, don't create too much trouble for me. We'll play by the rules and we'll call it a day. And so as a result of that, when they end up coming across the file of Jack from Jupiter, Huey also takes some of the files from Queen Maeve and then calls it a day. And so from there, with Huey having taken about a month off over the course of the summer, kind of picking up from when he was with Starlight and when he went back home and all that kind of stuff, getting back here is really kind of his welcome back, but it's also him being a lot more straight up with what it is that he wants. Insofar as he doesn't want to just be the guy who's there, he wants to feel like he's actually part of the group, right? So like, let me know what you're planning ahead of time, different things like that, but like, if I'm going to be a part of this group, then make me a part of this group, right? I don't want to find out what's happening from Mother's Milk. I don't want to find out what's happening from like the Frenchie or the female. Like, I want to know alongside everybody else, which is not an unreasonable request given, all the skin that he has in the game. As a result of that, we end up picking up with Billy and with Huey, basically tracking down and traveling back to Dr. Peculiar's to start questioning the girls. Insofar as what it is that was going on with Jack from Jupiter and what all was being done here and how he was involved and so on and so forth. And it's kind of nuts because in the midst of all this, the girls are kind of bickering back and forth and kind of arguing over various things. But at the end of the day, none of them are really giving the answers that Billy Butcher needs, right? It's really more squabbling, infighting, different things like that. And then it's basically revealed that one of the girls is using heroin, or at least looks like she's using heroin, or is using maybe Compound V or something like that, but she's basically shooting up. And this is a big no-no, right? It's a big no-no. And in the real world, that's a big no-no. I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with that. I remember looking that up online once. They go by the book, right? Like, you do these things by the book, you follow the rules. I don't know what the rules of a brothel are, but like, you follow the rules, right? And the result of that is she's basically broken the rules of Dr. Peculiar. And the rules say no using drugs, right? And the reason why is because this could essentially impact the business of Dr. Peculiar. If people end up going into his location and end up walking out with the gift that keeps on giving, then people are going to stop going there, right? So it's like, okay, whatever, like, we don't want to have anything to do with that. And so making sure the girls stay clean is Dr. Peculiar's MO. And so using that, really kind of using that little bit and then forcing the girls to talk really leads directly into all the information being dumped to Billy Butcher, which we'll find out here in a second. Really one of the bigger things to come out of this is Huey reading over all the transcripts of Queen Maeve talking, really all these things that have been recorded and so on. And what we end up finding out is that Queen Maeve had kind of made the rounds, right? After the events of 9/11, where she was really just kind of broken as a person, she'd basically made the rounds and she was really sleeping around with a lot of different people. It was all kind of swept under the rug. And it was all done through a combination of the legend working with other people. Vaught Americans seem to have a hand in it, but at the same time, it seems like they don't really know. But at the end of the day, it's one of these things where it's kind of like he's always kind of been on her side and looking out for her. But this is when she started kind of free falling into this world of drugs and just sexual debauchery and so on and so forth. That's where she really fell into it all. And so what you end up getting is basically the scenario whereby she believed she was having sex with Homelander. And of course, she was actually having sex with Black Noir. But the way this played out is it was the idea that Homelander had quote unquote previously betrayed her, probably during the events of 9/11, is while she was blindfolded and preparing to have sex with him, he got a hold of Black Noir and brought him down and said, hey man, like, sneak in here, don't get caught, but like, sneak in here and like, you're gonna have sex with Queen Maeve instead of me. And then he took pictures of it, right? And then he turned around and handed those pictures out to everybody. And when he's confronted by Queen Maeve in terms of why he did this, he's just like, because it would be fun, because I thought it would be hilarious. And I mean, she's calling him everything but a child of God, right? She's calling him an evil, a piece of shit, sucker. Like, she's calling him everything that she can think of, right? Because at this point, she's hurt, she's betrayed, and she's angry, which is probably the worst thing that any one person can feel at any particular point in time, right? And so because of that, this was kind of the breaking point, right? This is the point by which she officially turned her back on the Seven and basically started working alongside the boys to really try to bring the team down, or at the very least, provide them with the information that they needed. It was one of these things where she couldn't overtly basically go through and try to take out the Seven, one, because Homelander probably would have killed her, but two, the big question kind of has to be asked here is, what is it that these various superheroes are afraid of that keeps them from like conquering the world and different things like that? Why doesn't that happen, right? We'll kind of get an answer to that as time goes on, but nonetheless, when Billy Butcher goes to talk to the Legend, what he basically says is that everything that was going on with Jack from Jupiter, the whole story was a sham. The idea of, you know, like somebody somewhere basically killed a transvestite prostitute, one of the prostitutes of Dr. Peculiar, and then made it look like Jack. And the idea was to feed that information to the boys and then feed the information to the Seven and then try to get them onto a collision course with each other and destroy each other. At the same time, he also starts talking to the Legend insofar as all the various signals and all the various video footage they had from the Seven's headquarters is all gone now. Somebody's turned against them, right? Like somebody's basically turned against them and dropped all that stuff out of there. Now, the reality is it was Queen Maeve, right? Like Queen Maeve basically took all the various spy devices that the boys had within the entire Seven's base of operations and got rid of them all. And so because of that, you know, she seems to be turncoating against the boys and going back to the Seven again. We're not entirely sure, but he basically tells the Legend, like, what's going on here is you've gotten soft. Queen Maeve looks like she's the one who's done this. She's the one that helped us get them in. She's probably the one who took them out. And where the Legend kind of responds and say, no, it's not like that. You know, she's still got to be on our side. At the end of the day, the response of Billy Butcher is, you've gone soft. And that's kind of a huge insult here. When Legend kind of brought together Mallory and then Billy Butcher and sort of organized the boys to a degree, the idea here was never get soft, right? Like never ever get soft, never be weak, never see the superheroes as anything other than a credible threat. But Legend really kind of seems, or at least the picture that Billy Butcher's painting, the Legend's gone that route, right? The Legend has become a weak guy. And so as a result of that, somebody somewhere basically dumps the footage of Jack from Jupiter having sex with all these transvestites. And there's no sweeping this under the rug, right? There's no way for Vought American to clean this up. Multiple professionals have said this is actual footage. This has not been doctored, not been edited in any way. Public opinion is now of Jack from Jupiter is engaging in sexual acts with transvestites. And while that in and of itself is not a problem, the problem comes in the form of how the Seven have been depicted by Vought American, that they would never engage in different acts like this, right? Well, then when one of them comes along and is shown to be engaging in acts like this, suddenly it flies in the face of everything that Vought American has built in terms of the public image that the various superheroes have. And so as a result of this, you initially have Jack from Jupiter, who almost kind of goes on a warpath, right? He just says Carpo, basically activates his seemingly invulnerability power, and then Homelander steps in. And that's when Jack from Jupiter steps down, because if Homelander decided to intervene, he'd kill him. And that's another one of these indications that Homelander is far above everybody else here, right? Like nobody here is on par with the power that Homelander has. He's just way beyond pretty much all of them, right? So they all really kind of seem to back down. And so the response of Homelander is ultimately you're going to be exiled, where you have Jack from Jupiter basically saying there has to be a way to make this work to allow me to stay in the group, especially when he makes reference to what it is that Homelander's planning, which Homelander says, don't bring that up, don't talk about that. You know, the idea seems to be that Homelander's basically intending to launch an attack or an insurrection against the US government. It's one of these things where there's got to be a way for me to be able to stay on. And so what this does is it basically leads to a meeting between Billy Butcher and the Seven. And when they both arrive there, it's not an immediate, like, we're going to go to blows and we're going to start fighting, but essentially the war has basically begun. This is an opening shot, right? That's really what it is. Now, who fired this opening shot is something that we haven't found out yet, but somebody fired this opening shot to basically, you know, pit these two teams against each other. Now, instead of just immediately going to blows, they actually kind of start talking it out. And it's a smarter move, right? Because neither wants to fight the other. If these two groups got into a war with each other, of course, the Seven would kill the boys, right? They would destroy the boys. That's not really a debatable point, but all the information the boys have on the Seven would be released. If something happens, the panic button gets hit and all the information they've collected on the Seven all gets dumped out there, right? So Starlight, you're basically giving to like A-Train, Homelander, Black Noir, all these different things, all the stuff with Queen Maeve, the whole 9 yards, it's all going to get dumped out there. And so it's one of these things where it's kind of like a truce. We're going to keep on keeping on, but we're not really going to get super involved with each other. And so because of that, it's kind of like, all right, you know, let's back off, let's cool down, let's go do our thing. Somebody's working against us. And so what they've really kind of established here, and this is important, they've established neither's doing anything to the other. The Seven aren't targeting the boys and the boys are not targeting the Seven, which means there's a third party out there that's basically initiating this war. And so in order to really kind of celebrate insofar far as like they haven't destroyed each other or anything. They all end up going out for a steak dinner. But the big thing about this is that where you do have some interesting conversation there, once they get back to the office of the boys, Billy Butcher's dog is dead, right? Like Terror has basically been killed. And it's really probably one of the scariest moments about Billy Butcher, right? It's not him flying off the handle, it's him turning around with a straight face and he says, "Excuse me, boys." And like where he goes to leave, he's like, "I've got to go see a man about a dog." Immediately Huey picks up on the fact that he thinks Jack from Jupiter is the one that did it, because Jack from Jupiter said like, "You guys aren't going to get away with this. I'm going to kill you." You know, when Homelander basically told Jack from Jupiter, "You're out. Like you're out of the 7, you're gone, you're done." This seems to be Jack's revenge on Billy Butcher and company, when he adamantly believed that Billy Butcher and them were the ones who did it, when Billy Butcher and Huey and them were all established as having not been the ones to release that footage of Jack. And so where Huey basically goes to say, "Hey man, you can't do this, like you can't go after him," the response of Mother's Milk is, "Shut the up," because that's the smart thing, right? Like there's no talking Billy Butcher out of this, right? And he's probably at his most dangerous. You know, like if you try to convince him not to do it, he's gonna kill you, right? So like shut the hell up. Like the guy lost his dog, shut the up and let him go do his thing, right, wrong, or otherwise. It's not for you to make that decision. You just do your thing. And so what we end up doing is we end up transitioning over to the individual who seems to have been the one that released this information. And this comes from what really amounts to a kind of new hire. And the reason why is because the way that this went down is, if you guys recall, the previous head of Vought American had basically died. And in response, the individual that we'd seen traveling around, meeting with the 7, so on and so forth, he's the one that took the place of the head of Vought. And so what he did is he kind of brought in his replacement. And where he kind of told his replacement, "Your job is to basically go out there and to do exactly what I was doing." What she wanted to do was take a gamble. She wanted to see if it was possible to initiate a conflict between the 7 and the boys, and then in turn have the 7 destroy the boys, because then Vought American could have spun it almost any way they wanted to and said, well, these were their arch nemesis, right? They came out of nowhere, they wanted to attack the superheroes, but they won, guys. They saved the world from these terrible guys, and that would have been it. But what ended up happening is she overplayed her hand, and releasing so much footage so fast and doing the kind of things that she did, she ultimately ended up torpedoing her own plan. It didn't play out the way that she expected it to. And where you would look at that and you would think that Vought American would see that as a catastrophic failure and then ultimately say, "You screwed up in the worst way, you're fired, or even worse, have her killed." The response is, "You actually did a great job," right? I mean, you should have backed off as soon as Billy Butcher chose not to release the footage. You should have left. Like you should have said, "Okay, this plan is scrapped, let's do our own thing," because what it would have done is it would have kept the 7 or the boys from looking into a third party. But by keeping it going, now there's a third party out there. And so the question is, who's targeting the boys and who's targeting the 7? That's the question those two groups are asking, both of them totally unaware that Vought American is the one who's doing it themselves. And so ultimately what ends up happening is Billy basically travels to Dr. Peculiar's location, where you have Jack from Jupiter, and he just takes out a butcher's knife and just starts stabbing him, just starts asking him, "Why'd you do it? Why'd you kill my dog?" Right? Like, "Why'd you kill my dog?" And just keep stabbing him and stabbing him, just asking him, "Why'd you kill my dog?" And just stabbing him over and over and over again until he guts him completely and just literally takes out Jack from Jupiter. This, I would say, is Billy Butcher at his most dangerous, because it's not Billy Butcher insane. He's not crazed. He's not like screaming and hollering and foaming at the mouth. This is him at his most calm. And that's what that really seems to be what makes Billy Butcher so terrifying, is that when he's calm, when he's like, "This is what we're doing," then it's like, okay, so like shit's getting ready to pop off. When he's joking around, when he's yelling and when he's upset, that's just Billy Butcher being Billy Butcher. This is him at his most dangerous. Okay, so we are getting into not really the conclusion so much as near the end of The Boys, and we're covering the origin of Billy Butcher. Now, originally, I planned on covering this earlier in the story, but as I started reading through, I was like, no, I want to kind of do it all at one time, or kind of do it in the order that it came out, because I feel like it sort of kind of makes the story more interesting in terms of like wrapping back around, and kind of builds mystery over the course of everything running up to this, because it's kind of like, what's Billy Butcher's motivation and what's the story behind his character, right? Like, how did he get to where he is now and become the person that he was? I felt like it was kind of cool, right? But what this does is this picks up in 1982 in what was called the Falklands War, right? Now, the Falklands War was a 10-week-long conflict. In the real world, it was a 10-week-long conflict between Argentina and the United Kingdom. And the idea behind this was that the Falklands were basically invaded by Argentina, who really saw it as more of them taking back lands that already belonged to them, so kind of reclaiming what was rightfully theirs. Whereas the British, who had basically owned, for lack of a better word, the Falklands territory since 1841, saw it as Argentina invading their territory. The result is that Billy Butcher was part and parcel to this conflict. Now, it wasn't a great big huge thing, and that's kind of interesting that he wasn't really part of World War II or Vietnam proper or anything like that. He's just part of kind of like this skirmish that exists out there that only ever lasted 10 weeks, right? But the idea behind this is that immediately it's kind of shown right off the bat that the guy's pretty hardcore. Now, in terms of how this kind of unfolds, we sort of end up switching over, right? When he basically, mans a machine gun, basically basically on the side of what looks like a warship, ends up taking out this fighter plane. Then what we end up doing is jumping to the fact that he's basically talking to his father who passed away. And so what it does is it jumps back to Billy Butcher as a little kid. And Billy Butcher was raised in an almost sort of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation, insofar that his father was exceedingly abusive, but his mother was exceedingly nurturing, right? She was a very, very soft and kind person, and his father was very hard and cruel, insofar that his father actually beat on his mother routinely. And the result of this is that it made Billy Butcher tough and rugged. And the reason why was because the desire to do something really flew in the face of the ability to do anything. And so like a lot of children who have been in this situation where they were in abusive households, his anger and irritation manifested in other ways, right? It sort of drove him to act out in other ways that weren't overly obvious in terms of what was going on at home, right? So there's one instance where he's basically playing with a cross and Jesus and like going on about who's Spartacus, basically. And ultimately ends up, when one of the teachers tells him to stop, he tells her to off, right? So that of course ends up landing him in trouble. And then his mother kind of nurtures him, right? Instead of providing a kind of disciplinary hand and saying like, why would you do that, and punishing him, instead she kind of doesn't really say it's okay that you did that, but it's kind of like there's other ways to deal with things. This kind of goes a little bit further as he gets older and ends up getting into a fight with another kid. And then when the PE teacher shows up to break up the fight, ultimately the kid, he ends up punching the PE teacher. Now, in this instance, his father responds, and it's designed to kind of juxtapose the way in which his mother and father dealt with essentially similar situations, which was Billy Butcher acting out. Now, aside from putting his hands on his wife, which of course a man should never beat his wife, Billy Butcher's father here is not entirely wrong, right? He's not entirely wrong here. And the reason why is because what he says is, yeah, I mean, you probably shouldn't have punched a PE teacher, but hey man, at least you let people know that they cannot give you a hard time. And that's kind of an important thing to understand, right? Bullying is being inoculated, right? It's inoculation for the real world, that the real world can be very harsh. And bullying teaches you not to let other people pick on you, right? To stand up for yourself and to basically give back what other people give you. And at the end of the day, if you have to choose between being suspended from school or self-respect, you choose self-respect because that will last you a lifetime. Suspension's only ever temporary, right? And so the result of this is that Billy initially kind of takes this to its most logical conclusion, seeing his father for what he is and seeing that the only way his father is going to stop is if he's removed from the equation. Billy Butcher goes to get a knife with the intention of killing him. Now at that point, Lenny steps in and then Billy Butcher ends up backhanding his brother, and then seeing his brother's face all bloody makes him kind of draws the depiction of his mother being bloody, right? So it almost kind of throws Billy into the position of him being his father, his brother being his mother, and then father beating on his mother. And so this kind of allegory, this sort of depiction of how Billy sees himself in relation to his dad drives him to stop, right? Because the goal is not to become his father. And that's when Billy really begins to kind of turn things around to a degree and actually goes as far as to join the military, right? And so that's during this 10-week long conflict. And it's kind of interesting because when he thinks about this, he actually goes to visit his grandfather and says, hey, like I'm thinking about joining the military and I want to get medals just like you, and almost kind of romanticizes the idea of war, right? And that's what most people do. Most people in the United States romanticize the notion of war. They watch movies like Pearl Harbor and The Big Red One and Tora 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 and Saving Private Ryan, and they say, wow, look at that, going overseas and fighting bad guys and things like that. And then they get into it. They get into the thick of it and they realize just how horrible it really is, right? So they really kind of bring that sort of torment, that lifelong torment and turmoil onto themselves by falsely romanticizing an ideology, right? And so the result of that is that that's what Billy Butcher's grandfather tells him. You don't want to be in war. You are going to see things that you cannot unsee for the rest of your life. It'll totally ruin you as a human being. But Billy Butcher, romanticizing the idea of war, ends up joining the conflict anyway. And that's where Billy Butcher shows himself as being completely different. That were wartime conflicts, where killing all kinds of people from Argentina, doing things like throwing a smoke grenade and then charging an Argentine bunker, and then really while they're spraying wildly into the smoke, where some of the members of his platoon end up getting shot to pieces, he just kind of charges through, right? He's just kind of like gung-ho, and just starts massacring people. It doesn't really affect him, right? Even the idea of him basically being shot and potentially even dying doesn't really affect him the way that you would expect it to, right? He's not like totally screwed up in the mind. It hasn't warped his entire perspective. He doesn't suffer from PTSD. He has not fallen into a state of depression. Instead, he's just kind of like, these are things that I did. A lot of this, I would say, is a result of the upbringing of Billy and seeing the kind of violent environment that he was in, that while a husband beating his wife cannot really be equated to a wartime conflict, what it did is it created a kind of stepping stone so that once Billy Butcher got to this part of his life, that it didn't really affect him as much as it would some kid from Heartland America who's, by golly, always been helping his dad with the hay and feeding the horses and things like that. And he joins the military because it's the only way for him to get an education, who's totally shielded from the world. The result of that is that when he gets back, what he ends up running into are all these guys who are newly enlisted in the military and have never really seen war, or the various people out there who romanticize war and are just like, tell us more stories, man. Tell us stories about what it was like in conflict and so on. Billy Butcher kind of freaks out at one point, takes a glass and smashes it through the mouth of another guy, and then absolutely pummels the rest of these guys, right? It's all these things where his life kind of takes this downward spiral, right? Being court-martialed, just these things where he really just kind of seems to tumble down. And that's where this is. His life is just kind of falling faster and faster, seemingly out of his control. There's one point where he runs into a bar and just says, I'm gonna take out everybody here, and ends up getting the hell beat out of him. It's just one thing after another, searching for conflict, searching for trouble, almost like it's a mission to kind of get himself killed. And this is where he ends up running into Rebecca on a subway train. Now here's something that I'd like to have somebody explain to me in the comments section. And for those of you guys in England, what's the difference between the subway and the tube? What's the difference between those two things, right? Because in the States, all we have are subway trains. And I mean, you've got straight like Amtrak trains, but Amtraks are surface trains that take you from one part of the country to the next. You know, I'm pretty sure there's trains that'll take you from like Houston to, I don't know, North Richland Hills in Texas, which is probably like a 7 or 8 hour drive because the United States is colossal, and that's just in the state of Texas. For those of you guys who don't live in the States, the United States is insanely huge. If you drove from Los Angeles, California, all the way up to Maine, and let's say that you made that drive without stopping, it would take you about 48 hours, about 2 straight days of non-stop driving to get up to Maine. The US is huge. It's insane. But if you drove from Seattle all the way down to Key West, Florida, it would take you about 51 hours, right? So it's kind of nuts. So somebody explain that to me. But he ends up coming across Rebecca. And Rebecca is this woman that comes to him at this point in his life when he is at his lowest point, or seemingly at his lowest point. She's kind of like this bright shining star, right? That's really kind of what she is at the moment. And it's a way for him to kind of be brought back from this path of self-destruction, because that's where he is, right? For example, one of these instances, he basically ends up getting a beer with her. The two of them kind of talk and so on, and really seem to hit it off. And he says, well, I'm gonna go get some more alcohol, and then I'm gonna beat the hell out of these guys and tell them to be quiet so we can talk. And the response of Rebecca is, no, like don't do that, just chill. And there's one point where he goes to get some more alcohol, and she says, no, you shouldn't drink anymore. And when he asks why, she says, well, you just told me about this lifestyle you've been living where you've been getting into fights, things like that. You know, you've really kind of turned to the drink, and then you start telling me about how your father was essentially the same way. It sounds to me like you're becoming your dad. And she really kind of has the kind of expertise to draw these conclusions, right? Because she works as a social worker, so she sees this kind of thing all the time. But she's one of these women where she really is better for him, right? She's inherently good for him because she really kind of helps to make him and bring him back, but make him into his best self. And in reality, Billy Butcher starts to fall in love. And we start to see this really kind of soft, tender version of Butcher that we haven't seen before. There's one point where it's him and it's Lenny and it's his mother and it's Rebecca, and they're all gathered around the dinner table, and they're having these conversations. They're talking about Rebecca and so on and so forth. And it's kind of interesting, right? Because the father of Billy Butcher has suffered from a couple strokes up to this point, right? So he's not really dead yet, but he's certainly knocking on death's door, and he's not really able to kind of beat his wife in the way that he has before. But Rebecca really chimes in and says that this man that you see, right, where you suffer from this kind of victim's mentality, right, where you're not really able to bring yourself to leave for whatever reason, at the end of the day, the man that you fell in love with is gone. Like, he's not there anymore. There's no romance between the two of you. There's nothing for you to say. You're basically trying to catch smoke with your hands. It's not possible. The only smart thing for you to do here is to leave. And that's a huge moment, because neither Billy nor Lenny were able to get his mother out of there. But at the end of the day, it was one of these things where what she needed was kind of an outside factor, right? She needed somebody else to kind of come in there and to basically steer her in the right direction. You know, somebody to say, you are not of sound mind. You're not capable of rational thought on your own, because if you were, you wouldn't stay here. Because you cannot consciously make these decisions on your own, you need someone to steer you towards the right decision. And so at the end of the day, that's exactly what Rebecca does. And that really kind of goes towards the idea that she's an incredible woman. From there, you end up actually having Billy and Lenny and Billy's mother, and then Rebecca showing up on the doorstep of their apartment, and her basically saying, I'm leaving, right? You know, the mother of Billy basically saying, I'm leaving. And the father goes to kind of taunt them for a little while, refers to Billy's mother as a different things like that. And Billy goes to initially launch the attack, but of course Rebecca steps in and says, he's not worth it, don't become him. Again, one of those instances where she sort of pulls him back from the brink. And so it's kind of interesting, right? Because it's one of these things where she says, you're a great man capable of great things. All you have to do is kind of move away from this person that you have been and try to become the best version of yourself, which is what she's been helping him do. And so ultimately, the two of them end up getting married. And it's a beautiful moment, because with Billy Butcher finding happiness for the first real time in his life, it's at the same time yanked away way by the death of Lenny. And while it is kind of a hard-hitting thing, he does have Rebecca to kind of rely on and to sort of coach him. Now, the reason why I really push and really kind of rely on Rebecca so much and really talk so much about her is that there comes a point where Billy and Rebecca end up going to Miami. And that's when essentially Rebecca, and Billy come across superheroes for the first real time, right? I mean, we can largely assume they've heard of them, they've seen them on TV, different things like that. But to see a live in-person view of the Seven is something that hasn't really happened up to this point. And so the result of that is people are, of course, enamored, they're excited, they're like, yeah, superheroes, and getting pictures with them, different things like that. And for the most part, Rebecca doesn't really care, right? She's just kind of like, I mean, you're the only man that I'm really worried about, right? Because I mean, I don't know them, I don't care about them. Like, who the heck knows what they're like, in their own time. And so Billy Butcher ends up going for a walk, and Rebecca says she just kind of wants to sleep, just wants to get some rest. And so following that, over the course of the next 3 months or so, Rebecca is exceedingly distant, right? She's very, very distant. She's very shut off. She doesn't really like to be touched or anything like that. She kind of wants to be left alone. Now, the reality is that these are all the hallmark indications of a woman who's a victim of sexual assault: being removed, being pulled away, not wanting anybody to touch her, trying to find a sense of normalcy, believing the world hasn't fallen apart, but at the same time, not wanting to feel like she can be so easily victimized again. And so what ends up happening, Billy Butcher not really knowing what's going on, he ends up hearing some kind of strange sound that comes from next to him in the bed, turns on the light, looks over, and basically this little infant is just like ripped out of Rebecca and is just like floating there in thin air. And probably one of the most horrifying things that I've ever seen. It starts shooting heat vision out of its eyes. I mean, everything starts going nuts, right? It's just like spraying stuff all over the place. Billy Butcher ends up grabbing a lamp and beats it to death, right? Absolutely just smashes the damn thing. And then looking over at Rebecca, Rebecca's dead. It basically ripped its way out of her. And so following that, he really kind of has this sort of snap, right? Vaughn American steps in immediately after that happens. And they basically say, this can go one of two ways. It can be the story that you found out that your wife was pregnant with another lover's baby and you went insane. You went into this rage and you killed her and then cut her open and ripped the baby out, and you just totally lost your mind, and you're going to spend the rest of your days in prison, and probably, solitary confinement out in Florence, Colorado, or you'll probably just be given the death sentence, or you'll be thrown into a mental institution. Or you can sign this document here. You're not going to say anything to anybody. You're going to sign this document saying, yes, you did these things, this confession more or less, and then everything's going to be okay, right? We'll sweep it all under the rug and it'll all be sorted out. Kind of a way for Vaughn American to basically remove any involvement with regards to any of the superheroes being involved. Now, one thing to understand, Billy Butcher doesn't know the superheroes are involved. Outside of what he saw with that baby shooting lasers out of his eyes and flying in the air, he doesn't really know of any superhero involvement here. And so about as calm as a cucumber, he asks this guy, he says, you're married? And the guy says, yes. And he says, you imagine what it's like to know that you're never going to see her again? And then gouges this guy's eyes out of his head. Right? He helps this Vaughn American representative understand his place in the bigger picture. And so following that, Billy Butcher is like absolutely has the hell beat out of him. And then he's kind of left there. And then suddenly here comes Greg Mallory. Now, Mallory, of course, as you guys know, was the guy who originally formed the boys team. And showing up here to Billy Butcher, notice this, it's not really like it was with Huey, right? Billy Butcher was capitalizing on Huey's struggle and saying, hey man, like we got a mission to carry out and that kind of a stuff, and almost kind of manipulating Huey in a few different ways. When it comes to Greg Mallory, it's not really like that. It's, yes, he's sort of using this kind of anger that Billy Butcher has, but what he says is, I can promise you vengeance against the person that's responsible for this. But before any of that happens, he basically says, this is your wife's diary. You didn't know about it. And Billy Butcher even goes as far as to say, I didn't know, my wife didn't have a diary. But basically, Greg Mallory says, here's your wife's diary, read through it, and then in turn, let me know what it is that you want to do. And reading through this diary, Billy Butcher comes to the realization that when they were in Miami and he had gone for a walk, that the Homelander had shown up in their room and then basically her during the night. And that when he got back, when Billy Butcher got back, she prayed that Billy Butcher would never find out about it because she knew he would go after Homelander and get himself killed. She essentially kept it all to herself. And that's why she ended up dying, because she was by Homelander. In response, Billy Butcher loses his mind and he's just like, open the door, right? He just totally freaks out, right? And immediately goes to Greg Mallory, and Greg Mallory says, if you side with me, it might take years, it might take decades, but I promise you, we will get the Homelander, you'll get your revenge, we'll bring that whole system down around them. And the response of Billy Butcher is, I'm in. Done. And so from there, Mallory basically says, I need you to do everything that I tell you to do. And with their first mission, he basically gives them this assault rifle and says, I need you to go into that house and I need you to kill everyone you can find. And let me tell you guys something, man. Son, it was Judgment Day in this house. Billy Butcher goes running in here with this machine gun and without even saying a word, sprays down everybody. One of the guys is bulletproof. Billy Butcher figures out the guy's eyes aren't bulletproof, shoots him in the eye, and then puts the gun in his mouth and then shoots him through the head, and basically goes goes through and executes every last one of these guys. He doesn't say a word. He doesn't say anything to anyone. He just goes through and shoots them all. Doesn't answer any questions, no nothing. Leaves the gun there, leaves the casings there, goes into the car with Greg Mallory, basically says, I assume you were trying to send a message, so I left the gun and the casings. They pour a cup of coffee and they ride off. And that's how things go for the next little while, right? For the next few years. It's basically this idea of them traveling through and either taking out and killing superheroes or using them to get information. And that's literally how this whole system works, right? So they come across the legend starts feeding them information, basically saying, here's how these various things unfold. That's where things kind of get bonkers. This is how the boys group ends up forming. And so that's when we kind of cut back to Billy Butcher basically having this conversation with his father's corpse and saying, like, I've made different mistakes over the course of my life, right? I mean, I've made mistakes, I've done bad things, but I've also fallen in love. I fell in love with the greatest of women that I'd ever met and ultimately lost her. And basically what Billy Butcher tells his father is, when I was younger, I had your anger and your wrath in me, right? I didn't want to have children with Rebecca because I didn't want to pass that on. But what I've learned is your vindictiveness, that's all part of me. It's impossible for me to get away from that, right? That's who I am. And so if that is who I am, then why not use it? But I will say this. He's like, at the end of the day, I never did the kind of things that you did. I never laid a hand on my wife. I never abused the people closest to me. And instead of doing what you did and lashing out at people and compensating for your weakness, I am a legit tough guy, right? I fought in wars. I've allowed myself to live and allowed myself to love. And I'm going to go forward doing the same thing that I've always done. And I'm going to take out all these superheroes and then I'm going to get my revenge. And then I'm going to kill Homelander. And so it's kind of his last goodbye to his father. He stands up, whips his out and pisses all over his head. Members of the Rob Corps, how's everybody doing? How you guys doing today? Hope you guys are enjoying this. As always, if you guys want to see the uncensored versions of these videos, and actually after we're done with the boys, all the uncensored videos are going to be left off of YouTube and we're going to do them strictly on Patreon. But if you guys want to see those, it costs you like $1. The next one we're doing is Punisher Max, which if any of you guys ever read that, it's intense. It's pretty extreme, like it's especially when you get to the one about the slavers. But this story of the boys is legit, dude. It's crazy. You know, here's one of the funny things. Whenever I make videos and I get super excited, I love reading through the comments because you guys are like, when Rob gets excited, I get excited. It's really, really cool. But what this does is this picks up with the President of the United States, right? Because what we've talked about in the last couple videos or so is that essentially the war between the superheroes and humans is essentially starting, right? Like the superhuman war is basically kicking off, right? The first shot was fired in the last video that we did. In this one, everything pops off, right? So like initially we pick up with the President of the United States. Now remember, when it comes to Vought American and when it comes to the president, Vought American does not like Dakota Bob, right? They don't like him because he's the one that's basically preventing Vought American from getting their hands in the cookie jar, so to speak. Vought American wants to basically take superheroes and put them into the military industrial complex, right? Become the sole provider of superheroes for the US military and gain that exceedingly lucrative contract. Dakota Bob has stood in their way. The guy who's the current vice president, he's the one that was put in there by Vought American should anything ever happen to the president. And in order to ensure that nothing like that plays out, the Secret Service is constantly rotated by the president's office in order to ensure that if Vought American were to put somebody in place, that they're rotated out immediately, right? They never really have to worry about Vought American getting in there and kind of screwing everything up, right? Potentially taking out the president. And so as a result of that, the president essentially kind of has a meeting going on, or at least a kind of meet and greet with these various kids, right? Some of whom are special needs and some of whom are just interesting in their own way, but they're showing off like their animals and different things like that, which is kind of cool. And then the president comes across a Wolverine. And Wolverines are little vicious things. They're small, but they're vicious as hell, right? It's kind of crazy. And so as a response to that, one of the guys basically crouches down, or I guess really Vic the Veep crouches down and kind of, you know, messes with the container and then opens it up. And when that happens, that Wolverine immediately goes after the president and kills him. Just like that, the president of the United States dies. And the crazy thing about this is that you would expect if the president was going to be taken out in the boys comic, then it would be some great big huge grandiose thing. And I like how Ennis kind of turns it on his head and sort of pulls the rug out from under us. And he's like, no, he basically just dies in a freak accident. But what this does is it opens the door for Vought American, right? It opens everything up. What we end up doing is kind of picking up with Vought American, sort of having this discussion, and it's interesting. Normally we would skim over this, we would kind of skip it and just move on to bigger things. This is kind of intriguing. Vought American seizes the opportunity, but and at first we would kind of look at that and say, well, maybe Vought American were the ones that kind of engineered it, right? They used Compound V to somehow do something to this Wolverine and send it after the president, but that was never the case. Instead, it was just luck of the draw. And Vought American, where they kind of look at that and say, well, you know, we kind of feel a little bit cheated. You know, we were the ones that were sort of planning things out. But hey, I'm not not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. It's their chance now to get Vic the Veep, the vice president, into the office of the president based on the natural chain of succession when it comes to any scenario whereby the president cannot perform his actions, and then in turn get them to a position where it's what they want. The other half of this is the various members of the Seven are kind of asking what next, right? Because the biggest concern that all these members of the Seven have is that with Vought American basically achieving what it was that they were looking for, there's the concern of being replaced, right? There's a concern that Vought American would basically just eliminate them. So it's really them just kind of figuring out what they're going to do, whether or not now is a good time to leave, that sort of thing. And so of course what ends up happening is you basically end up having a group called Titania, I think it is, or Titanic, or whatever it is. It's some small time group, and basically they've been tasked by Vought American to protect, of course, the head of Vought, as well as his second in command, the woman who's going to go forward and lead Vought American, if something were to happen to him, whether he retired or died or whatever the case is. They're not a great big huge focal point at the moment. They're there just kind of as a means of protection, and that's essentially it, right? They're just kind of be bodyguards and keep an eye on those folks, and that's really all there is to it. And so following this, you kind of have this initial discussion between Billy Butcher and Huey, where Huey basically says he doesn't want to have anything to do with violence anymore. I'm tired of engaging in all this violence. I'll plant bugs, I'll do whatever you need me to do in terms of espionage and stealth tactics and spying and whatnot, but I'm not going to kill anybody anymore. And so the response to Billy Butcher is, okay, but just come with me before you do. The issue is that before they leave, suddenly here comes Paralactic, like this kind of joke of a superhero team that comes like barging in there. And the initial look of the boys is like, what in the hell is this? And then it's like, let's take them out. And that's exactly what happens. These guys are taken out like that, quick, fast, and in a hurry. And that's when you really begin to realize that with Vic the Veep basically taking the place of the president now, Vought American immediately begins to consolidate power, because you jump to the White House with Vic the Veep and essentially a Vought American employee, more or less, who's kind of like directing the vice president on what to say or speaking directly for him, and talking to Director Rayner of the CIA, the one that essentially is in charge of the boys, who in turn funds the boys through CIA money, kind of off the books as a sort of Black Ops wet work team. They basically say all funding for anything stops, right? Like, you give us all your reports, all your information, but you do not engage in any kind of activities of any sort until we can look over what it is that's going on. Essentially, they don't really know the connection between the boys and the CIA, but they suspect it's there. And as a result, they're stopping all of that, right? So the boys aren't going to get paid for anything. But that's kind of the misunderstanding of Vought American, is that for the boys, it's not really about the money. They're doing this because they're against superheroes for the most part, right? They think superheroes need to be contained and controlled. Now, the CIA grants them resources that they wouldn't readily have on their own, but it's not about the paying. That's not the major focal point for them. And so again, jumping back to the boys and basically torturing one of the members of Paralactic, is basically revealed that this group was sent by Vought American, and that in turn they end up, inadvertently activating the guy's self-destruct, and they're like, sorry about your luck, and the guy blows up. And that's basically the end of that. And so from there, there's this small piece of information that Huey has that he basically reveals, and this is one of the things that we had talked about, right? When we covered the story of Herogasm, where you basically had the giant all the superheroes, which you'll get the uncensored version of that on Patreon. But when you had like the whole like superheroes basically, and like some of the craziest and most lewd acts that I think I've ever seen, that during that point in time, there was a point where Huey ran into Black Noir, and Black Noir had actually just kind of like literally shoved his up Huey's. And it was weird, and it just seemed so strange, right? It seemed so weird. But knowing that Huey was there, and knowing Huey was a member of the boys, Black Noir never said anything to anybody. And that's where Huey kind of pitches that. He's like, maybe that's our in, right? Maybe that's our in to get in there to get information that we couldn't readily get from Queen Maeve, or he can smuggle us in and give us the means by which to take the boys out. But because of the fact that he never reported Huey as being at Herogasm, they kind of figured that Black Noir might be somebody who can essentially turncoat. Nobody really knows anything about him. He's a mystery. Nobody knows what he looks like. Nobody knows what his backstory is. He's just there. And so in response to all this, what you end up getting is essentially the boys making their move, right? Where they were told by this guy that Paralactic was sent by Vought American, then it's retaliate. And so what they end up doing is Billy Butcher ends up sending Frenchie and the female directly to where Vought American is, with the intention of taking them out. And so following that, again, Billy Butcher and Huey kind of have this conversation where it's one of these things where Billy Butcher still realizes that Huey is kind of averse to violence, right? He doesn't want to commit violent acts. And it's one of these things where Billy Butcher has kind of adopted this mindset where he says, look, man, like, that's the nature of the beast. If you're going to do what we're going to do, there's no place for pacifists here, right? There's no place for people who just can't pull the trigger. The world is a harsh and a dark place. Learn to cope with it. And so in order to kind of coax Huey into it, is something that we've sort of seen him do routinely over time, he really pulls out the big guns. It's the ace in the hole, the only thing he knows to do. What he's done is he's captured A-Train, and he basically says, now's your chance. Do you want to engage in any sort of violence? And so as a result of this, what Billy Butcher does is he plays a tape recording. And the tape recording is the immediate aftermath of A-Train killing Robin at the very beginning of the story, and where he had panicked and he had gone running back to the Seven and basically said, here's what I did and I'm really kind of freaking out. Their response is, well, leaving is what you should have done. They're very coy about it. Like, yeah, you know, I was fighting some guy and like he went flying into Robin, we smashed her into a wall and she died. And, I mean, of course there's going to be collateral damage. They don't really care, right? There's no real remorse or anything along those lines. And with Huey hearing that, he begins to kind of go on a bit of a warpath. But the other part of this is he also kind of begins to turn on Billy Butcher, right? He's like, stop playing this damn tape. Like, stop playing this. I don't want to hear this anymore. Turn this off. But the reality is Huey needs to hear it, because there's the world in which Huey perceives it, then there's the world the way it really is. And Huey has just not come to terms with the reality of the world in which he lives, that the world of these superheroes, there really is no redeeming factor here. When he found Starlight, she was the exception to the rule. That's the way it is, right? All these heroes, all these superheroes working for Vought American have basically been given complete and total autonomy with no real form of consequence and all the money and resources in the world. Of course they're going to fall to their darker sides, because there's no consequence for if they do. So long as it's not too extreme and doesn't create a headache for Vought American, it gets swept under the rug. Their stories get retold in a way that's more favorable to make them look good. The money keeps flowing because the sales keep going. And that's it. That's the only thing that really ever matters at the end of it all. And so because of the fact that this is the way the world is, ultimately Huey ends up just basically saying, okay. From there, the conversation on the tape recorder switches over to Starlight. And it's like, well, the various members of the Seven are talking about how, like, well, we have to get a replacement for Lamplighter and so on and so forth. So like, what are we gonna do? And then they're like, well, let's get some in here, right? Let's get some chicks in here. And so then it turns into, well, there's this girl named Starlight, like she's young, you know, she's inexperienced, she's naive. We can definitely get her, man. Like we can definitely bring her on board. And who knows what she'll be willing to do to be part of the Seven, right? She's always idolized the Seven. She'll do anything to be on the team, right? The young girl who goes to Hollywood to make a name for herself. That's basically what this is, right? She's taken advantage of by terrible people. And hearing this played in the tape recorder, hearing how people are treated like toys, treated like pawns, something for the amusement of the members of the Seven, immediately sends Huey on a warpath, and enough is enough. And so the result is that he kicks off the head of A-Train and kills him, and that's the end of him. And so from here, we jump back to Frenchie and the female basically going on a warpath and taking out Team Titanic, and this team is eliminated quite readily. I mean, you do have Frenchie who loses an arm in the process, and the female's kind of injured to a degree, but nothing really severe for the two of them, right? I mean, I guess losing an arm is kind of severe, but basically Team Titanic is taken down quick, fast, and in a hurry. And that's the capability of the boys, right? That's what makes them so dangerous, is that you only have two of them here. Now, granted, the female is she's like a one-woman army. She's almost kind of got this berserker feel to her in terms of her going off on various attacks. Frenchie is a lot more methodical, but he can also be just as crazy as she can. Two individuals out there who can just kind of flip out and just kill everything in sight have managed to take out pretty much all of Team Titanic. And so as a result of that, the Vought American representative basically says, stand down. Nobody do anything anymore, right? Like all the members of Team Titanic, stop. And that's basically where he really kind of begins to spill the beans. And what he says here is, why are you doing all this in the first place, right? Like, are you really just making your move to attack us? And the response of Frenchie is, no, you sent Paralactic after us. And the Vought representative says, no, we didn't. We never sent that team after you. Somebody else did, and they told that team to lie about who it was that sent them after you. Some third party is trying to get us to fight each other. I need to speak to Billy Butcher. Vought American is extending an olive branch. They're looking to basically have a truce, right? To kind of have a powwow and say, okay, let's compare notes and let's see if we can figure out what's really going on here. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call my guys. They're gonna get here. They're gonna tend to you. They're gonna get you sorted out. Your arm is gone, so there's nothing to do about that. But like, they're gonna get you sorted out. And then I want to talk to Billy Butcher, right? I want to see what's going on with him. From there, we switch over to Queen Maeve and to Starlight. And the reason why is because Starlight is quitting the Seven, right? She's walking away. And Queen Maeve is doing the same thing, right? Starlight's like, look, you can come with me if you want. You don't have to stay here, right? I mean, there's nothing keeping you here. You can leave anytime you want to. If this life really makes you so miserable, then let's just go. And Queen Maeve does, right? The indication is she intends to leave right alongside Starlight. Well, then suddenly the two of them are both met by the arrival of Homelander. And then immediately Queen Maeve realizes what's going on. They're not going to be allowed to leave. Homelander intends to kill them both. And so she reacts with a quickness. She immediately grabs her guy, you know, her manservant guy, who's just like, I'll do anything to, you know, try to touch them. You know, like she basically grabs that guy, throws him into Homelander, the guy dies, she grabs Starlight, throws her out of the plane, and then goes to attack Homelander, only to find out the sword she had was a metal prop. Homelander in turn punches her head off, and Starlight flees for her life. That's basically what happens. It's kind of amazing, right? Like it's super cool. But the result of this is that with the Vought American rep, who basically reveals his name to be James Stillwell, where he starts communicating with Billy Butcher, what he basically says is there's some third party in here trying to get us to fight each other so they can go forward with their agenda. It looks like it's Homelander, right? Like Homelander is essentially inciting the two of us to go to war with each other so that he can do whatever it is that he's intending to do. So I say we pull our resources together, I say we pull our information together, and we go from there. And the response of Billy Butcher is, okay, but like if Frenchie and the female are not back here in an hour, then like I'm gonna you up. Like I'm gonna kill you. And so it's kind of nuts because what you end up finding out is that in response to all this stuff, the fact that Vought American, James Stillwell has essentially been picking up on what it is that Homelander's been doing. What's been happening is the military has been organizing itself in response to a potential superhuman threat, because everybody in the military is kind of picking up on what's going on, that the superheroes appear to be going rogue, right? So in response to that, they basically organize themselves in such a way. That and the fact that all these superheroes basically appeared above the Pentagon, which is really kind of cause for concern because they were never asked to be there, right? So it looks like the superheroes are engaging in battle formations, which is kind of a cool thing. And so as a result of that, of course, you end up having Billy Butcher, who shows up on the scene. He's given total control over this. I don't know what the nomenclature is, what the term is for like a group, like what this would be in the military. This coming together of Marines. Billy Butcher's given control over them. And initially there's kind of responses about, hey, what's going on at the Pentagon, because they're currently sitting at the White House. And the response of Billy is the guys in the Pentagon are going to have to hold out as best they can. We have to focus our efforts here, right? We have to stay here. We kind of have to keep an eye on what's going on. And then Billy Butcher basically tells Huey, you're to run this place in my stead. I'm going to go into the White House and I'm going to figure out what's going on with regards to the Homelander basically taking up the Oval Office. And that's when Mother's Milk chimes in. And Mother's Milk was essentially tasked by Billy Butcher to previously look into Black Noir, like look into all the members of the Seven, see if there was information that they missed. And Mother's Milk found information about Black Noir that they didn't know before. And when he calls up Huey, he's like, no, you have to keep Billy Butcher from going in there, because if he does, he's going to find something way worse than Homeland. Gonna pop off, right? So as soon as Billy Butcher gets in there, Homelander has already killed Vic the Veep, right? He already killed the sitting president. And then in turn, it's just like kind of going on this bit of a warpath, all while Black Noir is watching it unfold. And that's one of the things, essentially the way that Mother's Milk explains this to us is that what Vought American needed was an antithesis to Homelander. That when Homelander first popped up, he was this newborn baby with heat vision, incinerating everything. He was essentially a baby Superman. How do you combat that? That's why they basically had Homelander spend so much of his youth right next to essentially a nuclear bomb, so that if things went off, Vought American could detonate the nuke and they could kill Homelander. But what they realize is that if Homelander were to lose his mind, go on some kind of a rampage, and then Vought American nuked him, that's going to ask too many questions. Where did this nuke come from? Who gave Vought American the authority to fire it? There's too many questions and too many things for Vought American to sweep under the rug. And so what they needed was essentially a countermeasure to Homelander. Enter Black Noir. That essentially the way this played out is that Black Noir himself was created by Vought American. That when Vought American created Homelander, they realized how capable he was, but how dangerous he was. And so what they did in turn is they took the compound V that resided inside Homelander and then refined it to create a better and more powerful version of Homelander. That resulted in the creation of Black Noir. Black Noir in turn was sent to join the Seven, and nobody knew anything about him, right? Homelander didn't know anything about him. Nobody knew his origin story. They knew what origin story had been made up in the comics, if there even was one, but he was just this mysterious clandestine figure that Homelander seemed to like because he just followed him around and he did what Homelander told him to and didn't really make any objection or anything like that. But his job was to stay and watch, to basically monitor Homelander and ensure that if he went awry, if he went off the reservation, that he would either be wheeled in by Black Noir or just outright killed. And so in response to that, as time began to pass, Black Noir basically came to the realization that his mission was never going to come to fruition, that he was basically tasked as an assassin to eliminate a target if the situation arose, and that situation never came about. Literally, he started going insane, obsessing over a target that he was staying in the close proximity of, but could never actually kill. And that's when you basically end up learning that Black Noir himself is a perfect clone of Homelander, but more powerful. When he removes the mask, that's when you learn what it is. Not only that, because Black Noir had been going insane, all the things that had been done over the course of Homelander's career as a superhero, where it was like cannibalizing children and it was wife of Billy Butcher, where it was all believed to have been done by Homelander, it was all actually done by Black Noir, who put on the suit of Homelander and then committed these various acts, right? So Homelander is indeed an innocent guy, right? Like he's never actually done anything bad. He's never really done anything wrong, which is wildly crazy because what Black Noir wanted to do was essentially complete his mission. And so going through and committing all these heinous acts and then blaming Homelander for it and then taking that information and sending it to Billy Butcher, the source that they didn't know where all that stuff was coming from, by doing that, the hope was that in turn, Vought American, by Billy Butcher and them releasing that information to Vought, that Vought would in turn call for the removal of Homelander, and finally the mission of Black Noir could be complete. That's the entire goal behind everything that seems to have happened so far. It's all the result of what Black Noir has been doing. He basically just ended up going crazy. Not only that, when the Air Force is basically tasked with responding to all the various superheroes above the White House, when they come flying in, weapons hot, all the superheroes who were kind of gathered there are just like, we're superheroes, man, we don't need to worry about them. Why do we care about the Air Force? But in turn, the Air Force starts launching all these modified weapons with like armor-piercing missiles and all that kind of stuff designed explicitly to neutralize superheroes, and all these superheroes are completely eradicated. And that was the failure of the superheroes, believing that they were essentially invincible. They're taken out readily. I mean, this is not like a lengthy conflict. No. It was Judgment Day. It was Judgment Day above the White House. And so because of this, in response to that, essentially, with regards to Black Noir and Homelander and the revelation of what Black Noir has been doing, he and Homelander end up getting into a conflict with each other, and Billy Butcher jets. He's like, okay, so like these are basically two Homelanders. I got nothing to offer here. He bails out, right? He's like, I gotta go. Like he basically ends up splitting, and then in turn tells everybody, okay, be ready. Only one of these guys is gonna make it out. And when they do, we gotta be ready to start spraying all this stuff down, right? Start taking all these guys out. We end up finding out that Black Noir had managed to kill Homelander, and that in that process, once Black Noir comes out, despite having been almost completely and totally pulverized by Homelander, is still very much alive. Billy Butcher and everybody else start opening up tank rounds. Like, so you're talking about like these great big huge 50 caliber rounds. You're talking about like tank shells. I mean, the whole 9 yards. It all just comes flying out. And where it does do a pretty good chunk of damage to Black Noir, it does not completely incinerate him. Instead, what ends up happening is Billy Butcher ends up showing up basically with a crowbar and pries the head open of Black Noir, more or less killing him. I mean, he doesn't die immediately, but he's on the way to dying. Now, the initial response, I know a lot of you guys are probably going to look at that and say, okay, this is dumb. If tanks and stuff like that couldn't take this guy out, then how's Billy Butcher going to do it? Well, keep in mind, when you're talking about these guys firing tanks, this isn't laser tag, right? Where like you just stand there and you shoot, and it's so light and so easy that you can stay on target pretty much 100% of the time. No, I mean, you're talking about a huge amount of recoil, right? So sure, they're spraying and they're shooting, but they're for the most part shooting in his general direction. They might hit him a few times, but like he wasn't hit by all of those blasts. Not only that, keep in mind, Billy Butcher has Compound V. He's super strong. Not on the same level as Black Noir, but he's certainly strong enough to be able to pry the guy's head open with a crowbar, which he does. Basically grabs his brains, rips it out, and says, this is probably the part of your brain with the last few memories you have of taking out my wife, Becky. This is revenge for her. And then in turn, crushing the guy's brains in front of his face, and then Black Noir basically falls over dead. And where you would look at this and you would say, okay, so this is the end of it, right? Billy Butcher ended up getting revenge on the guy who killed his wife. That's not the case. It goes into Punisher mode, right? Billy Butcher kind of says, Becky, I'm sorry, my love. I got revenge for you. I'm sorry. I know you wouldn't have wanted it to happen, but as much as you probably hate what it is that I've done, the honest truth here is you're going to absolutely hate what it is that I do next. Okay, so we are finishing up with The Boys. We are now into the conclusion. And in the last video that we did, we kind of did like the aftermath, the kind of big revelation that we got, right? The idea that there were essentially two Homelanders, right? You had Homelander as we knew him, which was the guy with the American looking suit and all that kind of stuff. Then there was Black Noir, who was a clone of Homelander, but more powerful, designed to keep Homelander in check or destroy him should he ever end up, running awry or something like that. And all the terrible things that Homelander, quote unquote, had been doing was actually done by Black Noir, right? He had essentially gone insane, more or less. And so the result of this is that with the collapse of the superheroes, the death of Homelander, the death of Black Noir, all these guys, that basically it's all kind of gone belly up. Everybody knows everything that's been going on with the superheroes, that the stories that were crafted in these comic books were not real, right? That the reality is that superheroes as they existed in the Boys universe were created by Vought American and Compound V. And the whole idea behind it was to secure the role of superheroes in the defense contracts, right? To get Vought American all that defense contract money. And so what we end up doing here is basically picking up with Voss. Now Voss, if you guys recall him, he was part of the glorious 5-year plan, which is basically Russia's superhero team. The issue here is that Voss is literally being blown apart, like literally being blown apart. There's some guy hanging here on a chain, and there's this kind of taunting going on. You should have stayed out of this, man. Like you shouldn't have been involved in this, any of that stuff, only for us to find out that once he gets hit with a rocket and basically has a hole blown in his body, that it was essentially Billy Butcher who was taking him out, right? Billy Butcher was the one who killed Voss. From there, you pick up with Huey, and what you end up learning is that there's this big congressional inquiry that's going on into Vought American. And so that's why, like, when you have all this kind of going on, people are asking questions like, how far reaching does this go? Like society has more or less lost trust us in Vaught American. But regardless of the situation, what you end up having is Huey basically heading back and meeting with the boys minus Billy Butcher, right? So meeting with Mother's Milk and the Frenchie and the female, and basically says like, we're done now. The whole point of this was to bring down the superhero community, was to essentially bring an end to the actions of Vaught American and to ensure that superheroes are more or less taken out. And funny enough, the rest of them agree. You got everything going on with Mother's Milk, his daughter and his ex-wife. You got everything going on with Frenchie and his family. You've got the female, her whole thing going on. Everybody's like, yeah, man, we're kind of done here. Like, it's time to essentially move on, you know, and to more or less just be done with it. And so at that point, Billy Butcher, of course, shows up and then tells Huey, like he's not really aware of the conversation going on with everybody wanting to leave. Instead, he kind of walks in. For him, it's kind of business as usual. And this is, hey, by the way, Huey, I'm going to make you second in command just like you asked. And initially, this seems kind of innocuous. Initially, he's just kind of like, okay, so like, whatever. Like, Huey's going to be second in command of a group that doesn't really have any actual hierarchy aside from Billy Butcher leading it. Whatever. But what this does is it actually starts to split the team. And there's a reason why Billy Butcher did this, right? But essentially, it creates a rift. Now, for the most part, when it came to Huey, he wasn't really the weakest member of the team, but it was one of these things where it was obvious he never really had the heart for it. He never really had the stomach for like killing people, torturing people, things like that. So he was never really officially part of the boys. You have Mother's Milk, who's been there really since the beginning. The same thing with like the Frenchie and with the female, like they've been around much longer than Huey has. And so as a result of that, Huey being made second in command makes them kind of look at him funny. And if anything, it drives even more of a rift between the team where they all kind of split off and they all go do, you know, all end up going and doing their own thing, sort of leaving Billy Butcher to do whatever it is that he feels like doing. At the same time, you end up having Starlight, who basically bails, right? She's like, with everything going on in the superheroes, the fact that everybody's hunting for us, I'm gonna go lie low, right? Like I'm gonna go lay low, I'm gonna go do my thing, I'll see you when I see you. And the reality is that this was a long time coming. They'd been on the rocks for a really, really, really long time, and there really didn't seem to be any kind of reconciliation that could be made there, right? And so Huey ends up going to visit the Legend and starts kind of asking questions, you know, like, hey man, I got this text from Voss, like, do we know what's going on with Voss? And the reality is that nobody really knows, right? Voss has just kind of been an MIA for quite some time. Now, we know it's because Voss is dead, and that's when the Legend comes clean, that basically Voss has been killed by somebody. You know, they don't really know who it is, but he was essentially kind of blown to pieces. Not only that, with Huey looking at his text message, what it says is T34 at Lennon, basically. And this is kind of like, okay, so like with it being that way, he doesn't know how to make heads or tails of it. But one of the funny things is that you end up having Legend basically saying, look, if you want to get to the bottom of what's going on, you want to like really understand what's happening, then you need to start making some phone calls. And explicitly, you should talk to Monkey. Now, if you guys recall, Monkey was the guy who was second in command under the director of the CIA, right? He was basically her help, more or less. And then once the director had kind of moved on her, you know, from her position and was pursuing a Senate seat, that Monkey kind of became the steward, right? He's like the YouTube CEO. He's the one that's running the company until like the advertisers show up. He's kind of running the company or running the CIA until like the people who actually make the decisions come along and then start, you know, saying, here's what we want to do. Here's what's going to happen, right? So he's essentially a steward. And so as a result of that, he still kind of has a lot of control in terms of the day-to-day operations. And that's where Huey really kind of begins to switch, right? Because he calls this guy up and says, hey, look, man, here's what's going to happen. Like, you're going to start giving me information. And initially, Monkey's kind of a little big for his britches, right? He's kind of like, hey, man, like you don't have any authority here. You don't have any control here. The CIA disavows you, all that kind of stuff. And that's when Huey kind of shows this little glimpse of Billy Butcher, right? When he's like, okay, well, either you can do what I want, what I tell you to do, or, you know, I can dump all this information out there for the world to know about what you're really like, you know, about how you're totally inept, you know, you're essentially incapable of doing this job effectively, and you'd lose it before you ever really had it. So play games, you know, play this game the way I want to play it, or you're going to get the boot, right? So it's pretty intense, and it's very much what Billy Butcher would do. And Monkey, kind of being, you know, really in a lot of ways a kind of coward that he is, ultimately ends up curtailing, like ends up sort of turncoating there. Now, another big thing that was going on here is you've got Mother's Milk finally catching up with his daughter. Initially, he kind of starts to freak out, but realizes that's not really what she needs. Like, she just kind of needs to talk. And so the two of them really just kind of start conversing. And that's when we end up learning that not everything is what it seems. Where you look at the daughter of Mother's Milk and you see her as this girl who looks like she's like 18, 19, 20 years old. The reality is she's 12. Her body just aged exceedingly fast because of the compound V inner system that was passed on to her by her father. And so the truth is that she's still easily manipulated, and that's exactly what her mother did, right? Use this girl to get to Mother's Milk. And so as a result of that, initially the response of Mother's Milk is, okay, well then I'm gonna go to wherever it is your mom's at, and I'm gonna take care of business out there, only for it to be explained that it already happened. After the team had more or less kind of gone its own separate ways, that Billy Butcher had traveled all the way out there. And Billy Butcher had essentially gone through, he killed the ex-wife of Mother's Milk. He killed pretty much everybody in the room, ripping their heads off or smashing their head through a wall or something like that. But for the daughter of Mother's Milk, it was crushing, because with Billy Butcher killing her mother, he took his time, right? He literally grabbed her head and just started caving her head in a really slow way to where she kind of felt every ounce of it. But at the same time, it instilled this insane amount of fear in Mother's Milk himself. And that's where things had kind of popped off, because the response was, okay, he starts realizing there's something else going on here with Billy Butcher outside of him just sort of fighting against these various superheroes. From that point, you jump into the legend, and that's when you have Billy Butcher there, and what you end up realizing is Billy Butcher's tying up loose ends. Billy Butcher's going from one place to the next and taking people out. Now, we don't know why he took out Voss, and we don't really know why he's taking out the legend, but it seems like they're essentially loose end characters. They have a lot of information that could be detrimental to whatever the plan is that Billy Butcher has going on. And so what he does is literally the legend kind of goes fleeing for his life, only to essentially fall out and then basically appear like he has a heart attack and then die on the spot. And that's basically it. From there, Huey ends up firing off an email, realizing that the text message he got from Voss is t34@lenin.ru, right? So fires off an email, says, hey man, like, let me know what's going on, like talk to me, about this. And it essentially seems to get like this crazy amount of information. And it's funny because this was an automated response that he gets, right? With Voss basically being dead, Voss had his suspicions about Billy Butcher. And so he set up an automated system that should Huey send this email to an email address that was sent to Huey in a text message following the death of Voss, he would get an automated response that would reveal everything that Voss knew, right? All his suspicions, the whole 9 yards. And that's when things start popping off, because what Huey does is start going back and looking at everything that took place. He ends up calling Monkey, talking to him. He ends up recalling his conversations with Mallory. He ends up looking at all the events that have essentially unfolded up to this point. And one of the big concerns that Mallory had was with Billy Butcher going forward and doing his whole thing. The worry was that Billy Butcher was a guy who would always need a war. He would always need a conflict. He would fight this war forever if he could get away with it because of the vendetta and the hatred he has against superheroes. And that was what Mallory realized and then tried to cut Billy Butcher off. And so what you end up having is essentially this scenario playing out like this, that basically Billy Butcher, when he came on board, when he was brought on board by Mallory, really seemed to love what it was that he was doing. At the same time, it was, I want to be able to take out these superheroes, the vendetta that I have against them, the death of my wife, how screwed up they are in society, the whole 9 yards. I'm going to fight them forever as long as I possibly can. And so in order to achieve this goal, that what he had done is, the previous notion was that a guy named Vogelbaum, who developed Compound V, was taken out, that Billy Butcher didn't kill him. That was one of his first assignments, was to kill Vogelbaum. He didn't do that. Instead, he kept Vogelbaum on the back burner. And Vogelbaum was the guy who had developed the Compound V that was used by the boys in order to give them their enhanced abilities. When you had the whole situation unfolding where all these superheroes were taken out by missiles developed by the military that were designed to essentially target them in a specific way that could destroy them, the question was, how did the government know about this, right? How did the government know this inherent weakness inside these superheroes? And the reason why is because Billy Butcher, having accessed the Compound V of Nina, if you guys remember her, the one who was building that superhero army, accessing that version of Compound V that could basically be used in a way to where if it was triggered correctly using a correct radio wave, it would blow up the various people's heads. Billy Butcher had essentially grabbed that and then grabbed the particular neutron in the brain and then sent it to the military and said, if you develop bombs that can access this, that can track this particular target, then you'll take them out, right? Basically activate that particular substance and it'll blow their heads apart, right? You guys can use these missiles, destroy them all effectively, so on and so forth. Billy Butcher was the one who orchestrated all of that. At the same time, Billy Butcher had basically kept Vogelbaum on the back burner, so Vogelbaum would continue developing this Compound V, even after Billy Butcher had taken all that tainted Compound V from Nina, and then intended to basically disperse it around the world and give it to all these various heroes, or at the very least, to use it as a means to destroy the various members of the superhero community who are out there. Billy Butcher intends on fighting this war forever if he possibly can. That Billy Butcher has kind of had this sort of ongoing campaign that's been taking place this entire time, and has been trying to essentially remove anybody who knows about it, right? Voss had figured out what was going on. Voss had went to go track a guy who was essentially just using all these trucks and so on and so forth and moving this Compound V around. Voss had tracked this guy down. Ultimately, Billy Butcher realized what Voss was up to and took out both of them. The Legend was taken out because Legend was the one who was going to give information to Huey that would have led him to this path anyway. Essentially, it was him, nipping in the bud anybody that could get in the way of his plan. It's actually pretty ingenious if you think about it, because what it does is it leads to Mother's Milk essentially confronting Billy Butcher. Now, it's not as though he's confronting Billy Butcher based on this information, but he confronts Billy Butcher because of the fact that everything his daughter had told him, that Billy was there, Billy killed his ex-wife, so on and so forth. And with this revelation that Billy intends to fight this fight forever, Mother's Milk's like, do you really plan on doing this? The responsibility is yes. And that's where you kind of run into the moral quagmire of the boys. That when you look at the entire superhero community, yes, there are really screwed up superheroes out there who engage in some pretty heinous activities. But for the most part, most superheroes out there just want to live their lives, right? They weren't really aware of what Vought American was doing. All they knew was that they were individuals who had superpowers and Vought American was working with them, and they would give them stories and they would say, go here and take up residence in this place. A lot of the superheroes were just good people doing what they thought were good things. And because of that, Billy Butcher doesn't really see a differentiation differentiation. If you're a hero, you're a bad guy. If you have powers, you're a bad guy. If you don't have powers, you're probably a good guy. Whatever, who cares what you're doing? With the other people here, it's kind of like, but it's not that black and white. It's nuanced, right? You can't just kill everybody with superpowers because of some vendetta that you have. This ultimately leads to a fight between Mother's Milk and Billy Butcher, and it's not super lengthy. Mother's Milk gets the upper hand initially, but Billy Butcher is able to outmaneuver him. And Billy Butcher, realizing what it is that Mother's Milk planned on doing, ends up taking a grenade, putting it in his face, and then blowing it up, right? And so it basically blows his face apart, because of the fact he's still alive, with Compound V and everything. After that, suffocates him, and that's the end of Mother's Milk, right? He ends up being killed by Billy Butcher. And it's kind of nuts here, right? Because Billy Butcher's killing his own guys. Huey ends up talking with the Frenchman. The Frenchman basically reveals, hey man, Mother's Milk's been killed by Billy Butcher. It's another one down. And it's kind of like, okay, so we got to keep going after these guys, right? We got to keep taking these individual guys out. From there, Huey, following these various leads that he had picked up, the trucks that were being used to transport the Compound V that was moved by Billy Butcher in order to disperse it across the country by basically granting people powers and then going after them for having powers, kind of creating his own war. Huey ends up managing to track down Vogelbaum, only to find out that he's actually dead now. Vogelbaum served his purpose. At that point, he gets a call from Billy Butcher, and Billy Butcher is just kind of like, hey man, like you're kind of fading in and out. Are you down in the lab? All this kind of stuff, but knows exactly where Huey is. And this is probably one of the most important parts, because when the two of them are talking and the two of them are kind of going back and forth, that you would eventually have this instance whereby Billy Butcher asks Huey, he says, hey man, like, how do I know where you are? And Huey's like, well, because you're talking to me over the phone. He says, no. How do I know that you're at that house? How do I know that you're at the place where Compound V was previously stored before I had it moved? Where I had Vogelbaum creating Compound V for me? How do I know that you're there? And that's where Huey begins to kind of get scared and sort of panic. And the reason why that's important is because for the character of Huey, he's always kind of been fearful of Billy Butcher, right? Billy Butcher represents a kind of chaos that Huey's not used to. No one knows what Billy Butcher's going to do. And this plays out insofar as the Frenchie and the female, in the sense that you basically have Huey, and the Frenchie talking back and forth, and it's like, okay, that conversation ends pretty quickly. And then you have Huey basically talking with the female, and the two of them kind of going over their whole thing, and him really musing over whether or not he actually made the life of the female better. The issue is that in the middle of all this, they hear a kind of sound going off, a kind of activation. And as they start sorting through the apartment, they end up realizing there's a whole huge case of C4 with a timer at 2 seconds. And that's the end of the Frenchie and the female. The whole place is blown up. It's the end of them. Billy Butcher is systematically going through and killing off each and every member of his team. He's taken out Mother's Milk, he's taken out the Frenchie and the female, and the next person is to go after Huey. Because what this does is it leads to a conflict between Billy Butcher and Huey. And the reason why is because Huey was notified by Monkey that essentially Billy Butcher had walked into the Empire State Building and had basically said there's going to be a terrorist attack here, everybody has to leave, right? So he essentially evacuated the building. Now he kind of has the authority to do that because he's still somebody with some authority in the CIA, albeit not really on a level that anybody of any significance cares about. But if you're a couple of cops, you're some security guards, you're some, rent-a-cops or whatever, and like some guy comes walking in, and says, hey, like NYPD, here's the CIA badge, there's going to be a terrorist attack, everybody's got to evacuate. Of course they're going to do what you tell them to. That's what they're supposed to do. They follow orders. They don't really ask questions or anything. And so because of that, Huey essentially kind of comes to this realization that it's going to end up being a kind of one-on-one fight between himself and Billy Butcher. And it's a cool moment because Huey gets there and immediately starts crapping his pants, right? Because Billy Butcher is kind of imposing, right? It's one of these things where when he speaks, people listen, right? He just kind of has that commanding voice that radiates authority, And so because of that, Huey kind of looks at that and is just sort of terrified by this prospect, right? Because here's this guy that could just overwhelm him with extreme force. But at the end of the day, Huey ends up nutting up and gets into an initial fight with Billy, and then in turn, ends up flying through one of the window shards, and the two of them go crashing down below. Huey lands on one of the spikes, which how he landed in that way is kind of strange, and Billy Butcher's paralyzed from the neck down after landing the way that he did. And so as a response to that, there really isn't a great big huge skirmish here. There isn't really a great big huge conflict. The fight is 2 or 3 pages long, and it's not even really a fist fight. And that's what's kind of crazy about it, is you would expect this to sort of coalesce with a great big huge conflict between Billy Butcher and Huey, right? This great big huge battle all over the building and like throwing each other into pillars and all that kind of stuff, and maybe even like thrown out of the building and falling like 200 feet or something along those lines. Whatever the case is, like you would expect it to be this great big huge grandiose thing, but it's not. Instead, Huey had basically found a way to kind of spill the beans to ensure that the authorities would arrive here within a certain amount of time. The other part of this was the question about Vought American, right? What kind of response would Vought American end up dealing with here? And that's when you basically end up learning that when it came to Jasper Stillwell, I think is what this guy's name was, when it came to Mr. Stillwell, more or less, that when he was meeting with this younger woman, right? When he was meeting with this woman and he was having conversations with her and the two of them were really getting to know each other, that what this was designed to do was essentially create a false fall guy. That when he was grooming this woman and basically saying like, you know, you're an intricate member of Vaught American now, you're going to be overtaking my operations, the things that I was doing, I'm moving higher up in the company. It was designed to create a fall guy, presenting her with information, her the one that kind of carried out a lot of the campaigns, because essentially everything that had gone on really in the last 3 or 4 videos that we've done was really kind of orchestrated by her in terms of the actions of Vaught American. This guy had basically kind of removed himself from the equation and then turned around and turned state's witness, you know, with regards to the congressional inquiry, said, oh my God, guys, here's all this information on what Vaught American's been doing. How crazy is it? It was all done by her, you know, and so because of that, she's the only one left hanging, right? She's the one there that's facing the firing squad. And as much as it sucks, it's the smartest move this guy possibly could have made to get himself out. And that's what's so significant about this, is this guy was so removed from everybody, right? He didn't care about anybody or anything, just constantly saving his own backside. And so as a result, this woman kind of had to know, but at the same time, she was sort of caught up with the idea of moving upwards in the company that she couldn't see the forest for the trees. And the result was that she ended up getting caught up. It kind of sucks. You know, from her perspective, it was, okay, we can both make it out of this with our hands clean. You know, she was literally fighting on his behalf and her behalf, only for her to be sold out, you know, hung out to dry. You know, and so it's rough. It kind of blows, you know, but I guess I don't work in the corporate scene. Maybe that's what it's like out there. I have no clue. If it is, I don't want to be a part of that scene. That's a little more than I can handle, right? Like, I'm not in the business of leaving folks out to dry. But nonetheless, you know, with Billy Butcher basically, you know, being stuck back here on Empire State Building, completely paralyzed from the neck down, you know, he's going to be caught by the cops. He's going to be thrown in prison, and that's going to be the end of him. And so in order to kind of goad Huey, the thing that he's realized that Huey would always sort of engage in a violent action if he's pushed in the right direction and if he's led to believe that there's a justification for it. Billy Butcher comes out and says, I murdered your foster family. Like, I killed everybody back home. And Huey just immediately flies into a rage. And the reason why is because that's just kind of what he wanted, right? Like, Huey wanted to kill Billy Butcher anyway, and Billy Butcher knew it, but Huey just couldn't really bring himself to do it because he's never been able to, right? He's never been the guy who could just look at someone and say, you're an asshole, time to die, and that's it, right? I mean, he's never really been able to do that, right? And so because of that, Billy Butcher kind of pushed him in that direction, because the alternative for Billy is to spend his life in prison, paralyzed from the neck down, a shadow of his former self, you know? And so with Huey killing Billy Butcher, he in turn calls up his family only to realize they're alive and well, that everything's fine, that the last laugh of Billy Butcher was to manipulate Huey into sparing Billy the worst fate, right? With him kind of going to prison, which is what Huey planned on, that he didn't want to be controlled by Billy Butcher anymore. He didn't want to be manipulated by him anymore. At the end of the day, the final joke is, but like you still were. And you did that in order to kill me because I got you to do it, right? So again, that's where the story ends. It's kind of nuts. There is an epilogue, and we can cover the epilogue at a future date, but there is an epilogue to it, which is kind of cool. But yeah, like, it's interesting, right? Like, it's kind of cool, right? Like, it's a pretty cool story. The Boys is certainly interesting insofar as taking traditional superhero themes and twisting them on their head. But again, that kind of goes into the fact that Garth Ennis is like super cynical, more or less. But with that being said, guys, we're going to bring this video to an end. For the future uncensored videos, I don't think I'm going to put any of those on YouTube. I mean, we did The Boys. I think the other ones we're going to leave off YouTube public, and instead we're going to leave them on Patreon, strictly for the Patreon uncensored patrons. They can kind of see all that stuff. They can see all the uncensored videos, which is basically everybody. It's like $1 a month, right? You see like all the uncensored videos. The next one that we're going to do, well, I guess I'll announce that one on Patreon. So if you guys want to see it, go head over to patreon.com/comicsexplained, but I'll announce it over there, the next one that we're going to do, and hopefully you guys will dig it, right? I might let you guys vote on it, to be honest. Like, I might let you guys vote on the uncensored comics, which ones we do. Make the poll available for like 2 or 3 days so you can do your research, see which one you like the most. But yeah, guys, we're going to bring this video to an end. If you guys are new here to Comics Explained, make sure you hit the sub button to become part of the Rob Corps. If you guys enjoy this video, make sure you drop a like, and I will catch you all later. Peace.